I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth! And I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the Hardrock Endurance Run 2026 edition, brought to you by Mountain Outpost, presented by Ultra. I'm Corinne Chalvoy. Thank you for joining us this morning. We have already seen some incredible finishes, and right now we have eyes on Kareth Arnold, second female. She has now left the 8th station at Cunningham, and she is making her way up Little Giant, as it is known. Final climb here before she will then descend and be just mere miles away from the finish line in Silverton, Colorado. This is Kareth's first Hardrock 100. She has been steady all day long. Mom of 2 who lives just north of Montrose, not too far away from Silverton. She lives in Paonia, Colorado. She is an ultra athlete, former winner of the TDS at UTMB just last year, has really been on a meteoric rise in the sport here over the last few years, and showing just what she can do on a course like Hardrock 100. We did welcome in champion on the women's side and 5th overall this year, Courtney Dauwalter, at 8:03 a.m. this morning. If you care to go back and check out the chat or check out the live stream of her finish, you would go back to the previous stream and look on the clock for 26:03. Sorry, 27:03. No, 26:03. Time is just not a thing at this point. Kareth Arnold here being paced by sister-in-law Lottie Brinks, who's in front of her. Thank you so much to our drone pilots for these awesome shots. I am joined in studio by Graham Chalvoy. I don't know this guy. Never heard of him. Welcome, Graham.
Thank you. I appreciate you letting me be here.
Me? You earned it. Last year you stood at the Chapman aid station in the middle of the night in the cold.
It's true. It was fun. Every time I got back on camera, I was wearing another layer because it got colder and colder while we were there, to the point where I was almost wearing like a quilt by the end.
It was very fun.
It was very fun. For you, sitting in a warm studio.
Yeah, let us know where you're tuning in from in the chat. We will be here with you all the way through the golden hour. Tomorrow morning, we will probably go dark for a few hours overnight.
So this is the Little Giant climb. It's the final climb of the Hardrock course in this direction. And I think we've decided, what, 3,000, 3,500 vertical up and then down?
Yeah, I'm going to find the exact stats on it here. Let you know. Needless to say, there's nothing easy at Hardrock, and up until the very, very end, you are going to be climbing and descending on some quite technical terrain. So Cunningham is mile 92.5. You're at 10,380 feet. This is Little Giant, goes up to 13,000 feet. So you have a 3,700 foot climb in a mere 2.2 miles.
Got it.
2.2 miles and 3,700 feet. That's 1,500 foot miles.
Yeah, that's
that is so steep.
so steep.
Might be one of the steepest parts of the entire course right now, right here.
Yeah.
Sorry, 2,700 foot climb. 2,700 feet.
Oh, 2,700.
I can not do
Okay.
math publicly.
That's okay.
2,700 feet in 2.5 miles. Still.
Yeah. It's a ton.
So much climbing.
And we've got people from all over the place. I noticed a couple people from North Carolina, where I grew up and went to high school and college, and I saw Maryland, Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, which isn't too far from where we live in Castle Rock, Colorado.
Shout out New Hampshire.
New Hampshire. China is in chat.
Yes.
Love it.
And Canada, Nova Scotia, Maryland. Tim is a massive fan of McDonald's and talks about it constantly in the chat. Glad you're enjoying your McDonald's breakfast there, Tim. Really, really appreciate you for tuning in.
We have someone about to run in the Santa Cruz Mountains.
Nice.
That's a pretty cool place to
Santa
run.
Cruz is great. That is where I did my first trail race ever. Ireland in the house, South Carolina.
South Carolina. Got someone from Raleigh, where I went to college at NC State.
Wolfpack.
Wolfpack.
So on your screen right now, this is your second place female, Kareth Arnold, making her way up the final climb, Little Giant Peak.
She's moving well.
She is moving so
That's
strong.
steep.
That is so steep. And she already has 30,000 feet, maybe 31,000 feet of climbing and descending on her legs at this point in time. You can kind of start to see the fatigue setting in. Pacer Lottie Brinks there encouraging her.
You got this, Kareth.
You got this, Kareth. Keep it up. Keep rolling. Got London and Arvada in the chat. Minneapolis.
West Virginia.
Shout out to LA.
Someone who's going to run in Santa Fe.
Yes.
I love Santa Fe.
We love Santa Fe. Santa
Such
Fe
a
is
cool
so cool.
place.
So cool. Someone's about to start 100K in Pennsylvania in a couple hours. This
Wow.
is great motivation ahead of running a race.
That's amazing.
Good luck to Jordan. Ridgeway just down the street. Not down the street. If we were in Uray, it'd be down the street. Just over the pass.
Over a pass.
Yep.
Down a valley.
Hey, Winston-Salem.
Winston-Salem.
Graham, did you hire all these people from North Carolina
Seriously,
to
got
jump
North
in the
Carolina
chat?
in the chat.
It's Graham and Corinne Shalvoy here on the call this morning for a few hours as we are going to be welcoming in our next runners. Right now we're getting amazing aerial shots of Kareth Arnold climbing up Little Giant. We have not ever been able to bring you this view in the past, so this is brand new coverage.
Pretty amazing.
Man, they might be trying to hide. The drone has found them in the trees. A little bit of an overview of, it's got to be so hard because, man, you've done so much at this point, yet you're on this, probably 30% grade climb. Your entire being wants to just do nothing but probably stop right now. You're so close, yet you're also so far away. You have a number of miles left in this race, and they are not easy miles. So this is, this is one reason that I think sometimes having a pacer is a huge, huge advantage. They can just talk you through this, kind of help get your mind wrapped around everything, calm you down, remind you that you're doing amazing, and this is so hard. Should feel hard, and they're moving again.
All right. And the last, and I don't know how it is for everyone, but for me, in the last few miles of an ultra, I mean, it is all I want to be doing is be done. Right? I'm so tired of running. I've been out there forever, and I just want to be done. So it's very easy to talk yourself into losing some motivation late in a race. So it's great to have a pacer like Lottie being able to kind of ground you and say, hey, look, let's just keep on rolling.
Yeah, that is one of the challenges, especially if you are, whoever you are, it doesn't really matter what time you are running, but to stay engaged and to stay kind of focused on that forward momentum over this many hours is a skill in and of itself.
And I think the not sleeping, very, very likely Kareth has not slept in 24 hours, went through the entire night. That really starts to weigh on you in the second day, which we are now on for her. So that can also, really take a toll.
Let us know if you have questions in the chat about anything Hardrock related or ultra running related. Happy to field some questions here as we continue watching second place female Kareth Arnold. We also know that Nick Curry has passed and is in front of Kareth, making his way to the finish line. So far this morning, we have had many runners finish the course, finish the run, including a new course record holder, lowering his own course record, Ludovic Pomeray from France, running an unbelievable 21 hours and 11 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna find the exact time.
Looks like the next person to come into Cunningham will be Paul Terranova, unless there's a shakeup with the next person. Then Dustin, I'm gonna go Simeons, and then Tara Dower.
Wow, what a journey it's been for Tara. See this relentless climb. You can see how steep it is just with how she's putting her poles up high and in front of her.
Yep, and very rocky, which can be a momentum killer if you let it.
Your second and third males were both from Utah. Sorry, not Utah. both from out of state. One from Jimmy Elam from Midway, Utah, and then David Ayala, Bozeman, Montana. Both excellent places to train for Hardrock.
Yeah.
Of course, Ludo is from France. I don't know. Do you know where this is in France? Prevesine?
I don't know specifically. I had heard he lived in the area of Geneva.
Okay.
Which anybody who's been to Geneva knows how quickly you can be in France from Geneva. It is right on the border, so he could live just on the other side.
Yeah.
Hopefully I'm not totally off base.
I'm pulling it up here, but it is, yeah, it does look like it's near Geneva.
I'm right occasionally.
Just northwest a bit of Geneva.
Is it anywhere near Annecy?
It is 45 minutes from Annecy.
Okay. Where Solomon is based?
Yep, so you'd go south of Geneva to get to Annecy.
Okay.
Annecy? You say Annecy?
I say Annecy. I don't know if that's correct. Who knows?
Probably pronouncing his hometown incorrectly. Sorry, Ludo.
He's probably listening to the live stream.
I guarantee.
Screaming at his phone.
Guaranteed.
In French.
Prevesine? Prevesine? I'm going to say it with a Spanish accent.
So he's from France.
He's from France.
I had heard, and I don't know if there's truth to this, but that he may have been an air traffic controller.
He was. I do remember this because
Okay.
one time when we interviewed him, he mentioned that is what he did for a living, but I think he's retired now. So he recently retired, I believe, from
Okay.
being an air traffic controller, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Cool job. And so there were all kinds of like air traffic or like flying kind of puns being thrown around in the chat about he was clear for takeoff and like he was gonna hit cruising altitude. It was awesome.
That's great.
There's a call to shout out Greg Sissengrath from Allen, Texas. Susan says she went to high school with him and is cheering him on from Arkansas. Absolutely. Go, Greg.
Still got the live drone on Kareth Arnold hiking up Little Giant. The super steep, gnarly climb.
Very gnarly. Maybe we should check it out, Graham,
Today.
for our run in between shifts.
I'd
in
be open to
between my two shifts.
Yep.
It's a really pretty area, but
Drone pilot showing off his skill of finding people.
there they are.
He's not making enough money following ultra races. He might be able to be paparazzi.
Yeah, and thank you to the whole Hardrock community and committee, and the those involved in just allowing the permitting for some additional drones this year. It's much appreciated by everyone listening and tuning in. So, yeah, if you are appreciating this coverage and happy to see new footage on the live stream, feel free to. You can drop a donation in the chat. You can like and subscribe to Mountain Outpost. All of that is much appreciated.
We're back to Cinnamon Pass.
All right, Cinnamon Pass, we're on runner 198.
That's Greg Salveson
Yep.
from Santa Fe, New Mexico. 39 years old.
Great job, Greg. Keep it going. Greg is right now the 52nd male and in 67th place. Love getting some visuals of athletes throughout the entire pack out there. If you're just joining us, I'm Corinne Shalvoy, joined by my husband Graham Shalvoy here this morning for a few hours. Really glad I got in here just a couple minutes before to be able to call in Courtney DeWalter, winning the women's race, coming in 5th overall and lowering her own course record on this direction, running 26:03.
And it appears Greg Salveson is an accomplished ultra runner. His most recent race is kind of interesting. He ran the Infidus 888K.
What?
Yeah. And he won.
An 888K?
I guess. I've never heard of it. Took him 215 hours.
Oh my gosh. In May of this year.
Yeah.
It's going to make Hardrock seem short.
I mean. And then he ran Jackpot.
Infinitus 888K.
Yeah.
Let's look at this.
Yep. So while we're looking up that, he ran Jackpot in February, the 48 hour, and actually won that as well, running 217 miles. And he did Western States last year.
Rugged trail races. This is in Vermont.
He has run Hardrock before, and a number of years ago in 2023, where he got 79th overall, ran it in about 44 and a half hours. I bet he's looking to improve upon that today.
Who knew there was a race that was an 888K?
That's pretty wild.
I don't even know how much that is in miles. 551-mile race? This is like the Colorado Trail, but in a race.
Yeah, seriously, very close.
Holy moly, Infinitus. It is rugged trail races. I love on their website, it says the 888K, you will regret this.
I love it.
It looks like maybe there were perhaps, I don't know, like 6 starters, and I think he was the only finisher.
Wow.
Looks like there was 4 starters, 3 DNSs, which is a do not start, and he was the only one that finished it. Greg, that is quite the accomplishment. How do you even find out about these things?
Pretty wild.
That is the nichest of the niche,
Yes.
as our sons would say. They're very into the word niche right now.
Like Greg may be closing in, passing another runner.
So this is Greg Salveson on your screen right now. He is making his way toward the Burroughs aid station. Sorry, he's out of Burroughs. He's making ways toward Sherman. This is between Burroughs and Sherman, between miles 68 and 72.
Looks like
Linking up with some other runners.
yeah, looks like the pacer of this runner they're about to pass is trying to move them along and hold off the pass.
Exciting things going on.
Sadly, it did not work.
Oh,
Good job, Greg.
I'm sure some just continued encouragement from both sides.
You know, sometimes, especially in like races that get strung out like this, just seeing people out there.
Like, oh my
It's
God,
so
you're
nice.
you're also in this this
Yeah.
run. What are we doing out here?
Yeah.
The bonding and camaraderie and some lifelong friends can be made during these events.
Definitely.
Shout out to all of the sponsors of this year's event. Hardrock Endurance Run is presented by Ultra. We've also got Sunto, Shocks, East Peak Tantrums, Ultraspire, Morton, all contributing to making the live stream and the Hardrock happen this year. Go check out all of their products and give them some love. Sarah is giving a reference to Cocodona when there was an indigenous woman who met Rachel Entrekin on the side of Mount Eldon and gave her some cornmeal.
Hey.
And it just said, you can do whatever you want with this. You can eat it. You can just hold it. You can put it in your pocket, whatever you want, but it's going to give you power to the finish. So so Sarah said that these people need a Native woman to meet them on Little Giant with a handful of cornmeal. That would be amazing.
I'm glad you explained that because I read that and I was like, I don't get it.
It's a reference. This is a diehard live stream fan right here who is tuned into all of Cocodona as well.
Love it.
Appreciate you, Sarah. Thank you for joining us.
You are in the live stream and you have a specific runner that you're following, feel free to put them in the chat and we'll shout them out.
Yeah, we'd love to learn about some of these runners you guys are following. Hello to our good friend Russell Ditsworth is in the chat.
No surprise there.
What's up, Russell Ditsworth? Hopefully you're out on a run listening. Oh yeah, I agree. We need a mascot for Hardrock like the Cocodona snake. I'm gonna just nominate a moose because we've seen about 5 moose in the last 3 days around here, including one just outside of Silverton. There was also a bear in one of the trees right around the first corner at the race start. My friend Justin Kraft sent me a photo of a fairly large bear up in a tree.
Wow. I don't know. I always thought, I think the best thing that would encompass it would be like a bighorn sheep.
A bighorn sheep?
Yeah. Something like.
The one that's on the moniker?
Yeah.
Graham, whatever. Yeah, I think we talked about changing that out. You do have to kind of be a bit of a mountain goat, so to speak, to run this race. So that's appropriate. Maybe we could do a marmot. There's so many marmots, or a pika. They're not crazy enough.
Yeah.
What do you think should be? Let us know in the chat. What do you think should be the mascot of the Hardrock endurance run?
Someone agreed with me saying, "Isn't the logo the bighorn sheep?"
Yes, that's what my husband. If you don't know my husband's sense of humor, you're getting a taste of it right now. He is very punny and dry.
Someone in the chat is following Megan Slavin. Shout out to Megan Slavin.
Megan Slavin, we had her on our podcast before the event. She is a PT in the Phoenix, Arizona area, and PT to many a trail and ultra runner. She seems to be crushing it out there. I believe was definitely in the top 10, if not, 6th, 7th, 8th place. Here we have eyes on another runner at the Sherman Station. All right, runner 180 doing some repacking of the vest. Who do we have here, Graham? 180.
Appears to be Andy Pearson.
Oh, that's Andy Pearson, Liquid Death.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, lives in L.A.
Andy Pearson, creative director of Liquid Death. And
you may have lost him. He may have run out of there.
He left to do something. We've got another runner right here taking a little bit of a break.
One having some food. That's nice.
So yeah, Andy Pearson and his good friend and Between Two Pines podcast co-host Dominic Grossman are both out there.
Oh, awesome.
Good to see them in the field. They tend to get into races together like Western States and Hardrock. I don't know. I call collusion. Something's going on there.
I'm getting a leg massage there in Sherman Station. I am sure they need it.
Stay tuned, folks. As we have it, we are likely going to be bringing you some in-person, some live interviews with some of our finishers. Of course, we want to give them some time and space to do whatever they need to do after finishing Hardrock, but some of them, I'm sure, will be joining us in the studio, if not sooner rather than later. So stay tuned for some interviews with the finishers coming up in the next little bit here and throughout the day. All right, we've got runner 145 here, also in the Sherman aid station, getting a nice leg massage from Pacer.
That is Margaret Gordon from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Margaret Gordon. Let's go, Margaret. If you know Margaret, this is her moment to be on the live stream. She has made it to Sherman, doing outstanding, getting some food in. And right in the right side of your screen, you've got Andy Pearson there, 180. Repacking the vest. Andy's hair's getting quite long. It's got the flow going.
I heard he wasn't going to cut it until he finished Hardrock.
As we're here on the Sherman aid station, just an update and reminder, we have had Ludovic Pomeroy, Jimmy Elam, David Ayala, Ryan Smith, Courtney DeWalter, and Arlen Glick all finish this year's edition of the Hardrock Endurance Run. New course records being set. Overall course record being lowered by Ludovic Pomeroy, his own course record by a whopping 30 minutes, running a 21:11. Courtney DeWalter lowering the record in this direction of the run and bettering her own CR going clockwise by about 7 minutes. She ran 26:03:10.
And our next two runners will be likely Nick Curry and Kareth Arnold. Nick should be here within probably about an hour, maybe a little more. Kareth, maybe an hour and a half, hour and 45.
Kareth with Pacer and sister-in-law Lottie Brinks making their way up the very, very steep Little Giant climb. Eyes here on the Sherman aid station. That's quite active. We've got 3 runners in there together. Andy Pearson, Margaret, and another runner who we've not yet identified. All of them seem to be taking in some food.
All seem to be in good spirits, too.
Seems like a good time for some breakfast burritos.
I think Andy Pearson only drinks Liquid Death in his bottles.
Not enough calories. They need to make a high-carb Liquid Death before that's possible.
That's true. That's true.
I love Liquid Death. It's so delicious. It's got just the right amount of sweetness. Sparkling water. What's your favorite flavor of Liquid Death? Do you have one? I'm going cherry obituary.
I don't think I'm as familiar with the Liquid Death varieties
Severed
as you are.
lime.
I like the lime one.
Yeah.
I don't know that I even really read. I just grab the first water we
Whatever's
have.
available.
Yeah.
Killer Cola.
Yeah.
If you have a favorite Liquid Death flavor, throw it in the chat and we'll just do some Oh. Yeah. I think they had they were doing some that were supposed to taste like kind of like cereal or something, so they were like called Serial Killer. It was hilarious.
That's good.
Yeah, and if you have a clever name for a future Liquid Death, and you want to reward Andy for working very hard out on the Hard Rock course by providing him some suggestions for upcoming flavors, free to throw that in the chat. Oh, Dead Billionaire. That's good.
Whoa.
Like that. Dead Billionaire. What flavor would that be? People saying, oh, is it already one? Arnold Palmer type situation. Got it. Cherry and lime are their favorites. Ginger ale is not available there? Where are you? I totally agree with Cherry Obituary. Got to be the best one. I like the mango too. I think it's Mango Chainsaw.
Mango Chainsaw.
Yeah,
okay.
That's a good one. Solid.
Liquid Death is not sponsoring Hard Rock.
We're just going to give love to Liquid
Yeah.
Death because one of their executives is out here.
He's on screen currently.
He's out here doing his thing. Mountain don't.
That's so good.
Solid.
They may have
they
tried.
did do that. Okay, they did do that because they were going to make like a knockoff on Mountain Dew,
Yeah.
and I think that they may have gotten
they got shot
some
down.
pushback, so they called it Mountain Don't. That's so good.
It's really good.
I mean, some of the most amazing. Like, just go check out their website and watch some of their archived like commercials. They're so creative. They're hilarious. They're the best. So, highly recommend. Ludalicious Lime.
Oh yeah.
Yes, we need next year, Andy, if you're listening, Liquid Death must sponsor and provide Ludalicious Lime, everyone.
I'm pretty sure Andy's not listening.
Well, he can go back and watch the live stream.
Oh, Grape Guillotine. That's
Grape
a good
Guillotine.
one.
I think that might already be one. This is
Yeah?
hard to tell if these are new ones or ones that
Okay.
already exist. Oh, Grapefruit is one.
Grapefruit, yeah, that's good.
If you are just joining us, we are discussing Liquid Death flavors because Andy Pearson of Liquid Death is on your screen right now at the Sherman 8th station.
Shout out to David Golden, who looks like grew up in Ashburn, but now lives in Durango and has since 2014. Hope he's having a great day out there.
Yeah, feel free to continue shouting out your runners in the chat. Would love to call them out and highlight them for being out there doing a very hard thing.
Got a shout out for Caleb Yawn, who is from the Southeast.
Speaking of Liquid Death, I recently purchased a Liquid Death bathrobe. That's awesome. Because it was a really
Can
good deal.
confirm.
Can confirm, Graham. I'm supporting Liquid Death. Basically drinkable garbage pail kids. Yeah, that's kind of
I
a good
like that.
analogy
Mhm.
for sure. Speaking of garbage pail kids, there's also the Carnage Trail Kids.
That's
if
true,
you
by
want to check
Death
that out.
March.
Death March Running Company does Carnage Trail Kids. And they had also decked out Tara Dower's crew in some sick shirts this year. Okay, this is athlete 217 into Sherman Aid Station. Getting very busy at Sherman. Chelsea Topping from Canmore, Alberta.
All right, Canadian.
43 years old, Chelsea. Chelsea Topping, everybody. Here looks like smiles. Probably proud to be and happy to be here at another quick stop. Sending love to Jenny Fox from Steamboat Springs. Shout out to Jenny. Also, Paul Terranova We are going to be getting eyes on Paul. Paul is sitting in the top 10.
Yeah, he's the next likely to come into Cunningham.
Okay.
He should be in fairly soon. This Sherman aid station is popping off. There's a lot of people there.
It's a party at Sherman.
We were talking about those sun shirts before. It's what those staff are wearing that you can see in the video. They're very cool.
So it is almost 10 a.m. You know, a lot of runners here at Sherman partaking in what appear to be burritos of some sort. You know, we've heard from many of the runners that, Hardrock is one course where pretty critical to figure out how to get in some real food at many points during the event. Not only are you out there for a really long time, but you're at high altitude, probably burning more calories, really. We heard Tara Dower talk about how she got in quite the hole and a deficit. So it's a challenge, but kind of necessary, I think, to figure out how to get in some real food during events like this.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, it's very long, and I think with the amount of vertical that's in the event, being able to get a little bit of protein a little bit
fats,
of fat,
yeah,
to be able to hopefully make sure your quads don't fully implode, even if they partly implode, it's kind of be expected. But yeah, and I think having that real food, and I think one of the things someone was saying in the Uray aid station, it's a good place to eat. It's the lowest point on the course. You're not affected by as affected by high altitude, which makes sometimes eating a lot more challenging. So I think that's why a lot of people do take some time and eat there, which I think absolutely.
Yeah, we have a shout out for Yatica Fields. Yatica is from the, I'm probably going to say it wrong, Muskoke Native tribe.
Be a good guess.
That's my guess. Amazing. I saw a post ahead of the race that there are 2 Tarahumara female athletes that are going to be pacing Yatica. So this is an awesome crew and setup. Hope Yatica is having a good race out there. That's bib 136. We are cheering for him for sure.
Got a shout out for, looks like Alex Docta.
Oh yeah, Alex was doing great. I think
Yeah.
Alex was definitely in the top 10 for a long time. I don't know if he's fallen back a bit, but he was looking really strong. Cheering for Alex. Yeah, fats and proteins that we recommend for long races. So we do see a lot of eggs. Scrambled eggs, because they go down easily. You don't really have to chew them.
Raw milk might be. No?
Yeah. Graham, this is the sense of humor, guys. Sorry. Definitely there are some partakers in raw milk, for sure. But like avocados.
I don't know how much protein would be in an avocado, but obviously it has fat.
Good fats. Lots of good
peanut
fats.
butter.
Yep.
Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches are something that I've used in the past.
I know that a classic at many of the Aravaipa races is a bean roll-up, like a tortilla with beans in it. There's also I've seen hummus out there. There's a lot of drinks. Many people I think will take in a liquid option, like a protein shake. I was talking with the legendary Pam Reed the other day, and she said when she won Badwater outright, she did it completely on Ensure,
Wow.
Red Bull, and water.
Oh, God. Wow. Okay.
So things like Ensure shakes. I know, my friend Betsy Kalmeyer would love to drink like a Frappuccino, just a jar, Starbucks Frappuccino at some of these aid stations. So maybe not a ton of ton of protein in that, but you know, some good caffeine, and liquid calories are always a go-to option. So yeah, I appreciate this note from the Balls 233 for people who haven't been to this part of Colorado. It is very unique. It is the San Juans are kind of unlike any other mountain range within the state of Colorado. They are very rugged. They're very Alps-like, and a lot of these trails, you know, that the runners are going through are not necessarily made for, you know, I mean, some of them are not really made for hiking or running on, but they made this loop in a long time ago just as just kind of a showcase of the San Juans. Is that Chrissy Mail? Kind of looks like Chrissy Mail. I believe it.
Running?
No, over here, just crewing, talking to this runner on screen.
Yeah, it does kind of look like
I think
her.
it is, and I know that Chrissy was out here also to support. She and Jeff Browning are out here with Keen, supporting runners, if not pacing. Chrissy, of course, an absolute legend. If you want to check out a long story on her and her running background, we wrote one on the Women Can Substack. Check that out. Chrissy was the first winner of UTMB. She's had a long career.
Yeah.
Some people saying they drink Boost.
I think one of the other things that not everybody who hasn't been here has a little trouble understanding, especially with the people that first come here, and I was talking to some people yesterday about it, but who had hiked for the first time in the Uray area, who was just saying how scary it was. You know, lots of exposure, lots of very narrow trails that are rocky to trip you up. So especially night running, you know, there's some areas here that can get a little sketchy. I think, you know, there's been some discussion whether or not pacers should be allowed in the elite race. I think this is one of those races, in my opinion, that I think a pacer's somewhat important, and it certainly can be done without one. But from a safety standpoint, keeping your runner who is maybe in la-la land towards the end of the race, keeping them on the trail is a pretty critical aspect. If you don't stay on the trail, you cannot finish the race.
Yeah, and just heard that maybe Chrissy was crewing Monica Ox.
Okay.
So shout out to Monica. She's doing great. She is 57. That would make sense because she's from Bellingham, Washington. That is where Chrissy resides.
Ah, yes.
Another runner out here. Ooh, bib number 11?
Okay.
Maybe? Unless they had bent their bib over.
Someone asking if Chris Warden's still sleeping. I have no idea. I'm slightly offended that maybe you were looking for Chris Warden instead of me.
Hey! That may be David Galloway that we saw, bib 11.
Okay.
From Black Mountain, North Carolina.
Hey, all right. Black Mountain, way up in the Appalachian Mountains. Yeah. Or Appalachian.
Appalachian.
Yeah. I've lived in Colorado too long. I've lost the pronunciation.
We do have the Appalachian Trail FKT overall holder on course, Tara Dower.
Yes. Trail name Candy Mama.
Candy Mama.
I was asking if you ever see wildlife on trails.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, just on the way over here, between Uray and Silverton, we saw multiple deer, saw moose 2 days ago.
There's a herd of elk
There was a
near the
big
top
herd
of
of
Red
elk.
Mountain Pass. Pretty big herd of elk. And last night when I was driving home, shout out, there he goes, Andy Pearson out of Sherman Aid Station. I was driving back to Uray from Silverton, and they were right on the road. And they are massive animals. There's probably a herd of 50 elk.
Yeah, there was a big herd. We haven't seen any bear, but there was a number of bears that got into trash cans in Uray yesterday.
Yeah.
Some people took some pictures of a bear in Silverton while we've been down here.
Yeah,
So
they're around.
They're around.
I think a lot of the animals are also kind of a bit skittish from the fires, so
Yep.
they are moving around and getting closer into town. Haven't seen any trash pandas.
Are they down here? Raccoons down
I don't
here?
know. I just wanted to say trash panda.
Love it. Love it.
During many of our runs, we saw a ton of marmot out there and pikas. Love a pika, might be my favorite animal of all time. Love those little
If
guys.
you've never seen one, they're kind of like a round, look kind of like a rabbit with small ears, and then they have this kind of whistle.
But they're much tinier.
Much tinier.
And they're very loud.
Yep,
yes,
very
it's
loud.
loud chirp. You'll probably hear them before you see them, but they are a high alpine. All right, all smiles as this is Margaret leaving. I believe Margaret Gordon.
Yeah, way to go, Margaret.
Margaret is 50 years old from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yep.
You're doing amazing, Margaret.
A lot of water crossings on this course. However, there are bridges, which is nice sometimes to keep your feet out of the water.
So from the Sherman Aid Station, which is mile 72, they are going to make their way up the Cataract climb up to 12,200 feet in about 5 miles.
And do they do the high point of the course after that?
No, so she has already been up and over Handies.
Okay, so that the Handies is just before Sherman?
Handies is before Burroughs and then Sherman.
Oh, is that
so
right? Okay,
there's
okay.
about a 4-mile stretch. So, yep, she has already done the Handies climb, gone into Burroughs, and then done a pretty rolly descent down that Jeep road, which is what we were getting the visuals on
That's
from the
right,
drone.
on Cinnamon Pass. That's okay.
Yep, into the Sherman Aid Station. So she is now going to do another climb, but not quite as big of a climb, but still a solid 2,000 to 2,500 feet of climbing to the Pole Creek Aid Station. And then this is where we were talking about yesterday, that from this point on, you're really above like 10,000 feet for the rest of the course. So some high altitude until you get back into Silverton. They're going to cross the CDT after Pole Creek. You're going to do the Maggie climb. Again, back to this stretch between Burroughs and Sherman. We are looking at runner 121 on your screen.
That would be Ashley Clinthorne from Lakewood, Colorado. She is 39.
Shout out Ashley.
Yeah. Still looks like she's moving pretty well.
How do you spell Clinghorn?
Clint Horn.
Clint Horn, C-L-I-N-T. I found her.
Yep.
I'm looking for her on Ultra Sign Up.
Yep.
Ashley Clint Horn. This year did the Desert Rats 50K.
Hey.
Back in April, I was at that race. She ran Pinhoti 100, a race that our good friend Liz loves out in Alabama. Bear Chase. She did the Bear Chase 50K.
Sweet.
Last October, you were also running that race.
Yep.
River of No Return 108K in Idaho. So she has done Hardrock before. 2024, same direction. She ran 43 hours. So she is a returner to the Hardrock 100. Looks like this is probably going to be her second Hardrock. Do you remember where she was from?
Lakewood.
Lakewood. She's got to have some roots back in the Tennessee, kind of Alabama area, because early in her career she did the classics like Mountain Mist 50K and a number of Alabama races. Vermont, so maybe a recent transport to Colorado. Although Rattler in 2015 in
Yep.
the Springs, maybe they have two houses. Maybe they go back and forth between the East and Colorado.
Could very well be.
We're just making stuff up over here, but
Rattler is a tough course. Palmer Park, Colorado Springs, very technical, very easy to get lost.
very windy. All right, for those who just tuned in and want to know what's been going on here at Hardrock 2026, we did have Ludovic Pomeray win the race and set a new course record, an incredibly fast time of 21:11 and change. Courtney DeWalter won the women's race, came in 5th overall. Her time was 26:03.
26:03:10 is what someone put in the
26:03.
chat. That seems right.
It is a new record for the clockwise direction, but it is not a new overall record. Katie Scheide's 25:50 still stands as the overall female record. But we did hear that Courtney had a fairly difficult last 30 miles. Huge kudos to her. She came into the gym after she finished and had a line of people out here waiting to say hello to her or give her a gift of some sort. So she was signing autographs and greeting fans for a number of minutes after she finished what sounded to be a pretty difficult last 30 miles. Of course, came across with a smile, as she always does. And Jimmy Elam took second place in the men's race, followed by David Ayala and Ryan Smith. Did have, unfortunately, a couple of high-profile names who decided to stop their races, DNF'd, or did not finish, including Tom Evans, Dylan Bowman, Liza LaPierre, Jeff Rome. Sending thoughts to all of them and their families, hoping everyone is doing okay. We will also be expecting, so we've had Arlen Glick finish. He was greeted by his entire large support crew, family. And we are working on in the studio here to get it set up for some in-person interviews as well coming up. Seven on your screen right now.
That would be Monica, looks like might be Monica Oakes
Okay, Monica.
from Bellingham, Washington.
Yep. 50.
She's 57.
57.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
And moving well. I'm it's really amazing to see how well people are moving in this section. I know it's, a very runnable stretch of road, but still with 72, 75 miles and probably 27,000 feet of climbing on their legs. They're doing some work through here.
Runners do have 48 hours to complete Hardrock as long as they make it through each checkpoint before the cutoff times.
Yep.
We will be broadcasting all the way through that, and it's always very incredible and emotional to be out there during the golden hour, as they call it, the last hour or so of the race, of the run.
Someone had mentioned that we're coming up on Grouse's cutoff, and there were still a few runners who had yet to check in.
Okay. Yep, Grouse mile 58.2. Still awaiting a couple of runners there, including maybe Magdalena Casper-Ship, Joshua Haller, and Joe Schrum. So hoping that they will be there soon. Elaine Batson from the UK, looks to have been in that aid station maybe around 9:50. So could still be there. No, Elaine is out. Elaine was out at 10:04. Joe Schrum is in aid right now at Grouse.
I'm not sure if they have to check in or
They have to leave.
They do, okay.
They have to leave before the cutoff, yeah. So when did you say the cutoff was?
I don't know. It might be 10:15.
We'll find it, yeah. We are following runners between Burroughs and Sherman aid. Little 4-mile stretch that is one of the more mild sections of the entire course. They're all the way over by Lake City at this point. They've come off Handies, the 14er that they summited, and before that they were in American Basin. We should be expecting Kareth Arnold as well on the descent maybe now. She was a few minutes ago or a little while back making her way up the final climb of Little Giant.
Kareth came into Cunningham like at 9 or 9:10, probably taking people 2.5 hours, so she'd finish somewhere in the 11:30, 11:40 range.
Yeah.
And then Nick Curry should be around, somewhere a little faster than that, but it depends. Nick was moving pretty quickly, seemed to have held back in the beginning of the race and paid off by moving pretty quick at the end. So we'll see, he could finish in that 2-hour mark and be in at 11.
Your top 6 men: Ludovic Pomeroy, Jimmy Elam, David Ayala, Ryan Smith, and Arlen Glick. And your women's winner, Courtney Dauwalter, have all crossed the finish line. We're anxiously awaiting the likes of Nick Curry, Kareth Arnold, Paul Terranova, Dustin Simeons, Tara Dower, Greg Brandt, Shad Mika, Scott Hollister, Michael Martinez, Jason Schlarb, Mark Marzin, amongst many others. Stay with us. We will continue to have eyes on all the runners coming through. We've got a great shot here of the Sherman aid station, which appears to be quite busy. We've seen many, many runners come in and out of that aid. Great checkpoint, great stop. Right in the background of your screen in kind of the camo with the blue cap, or white and blue hat, is Chrissy Mail, legend, ultra running legend. She's out there crewing runners.
She's also a race director.
She is a race director for the Chuckanut, which is a race I would like to do someday. Look awesome. Chuckanut 50K.
Yes, absolutely.
Got another shout out for the native runners. Go Yatica from Cherokee Creek and Osage, and Brandon from Comanche. Both are tremendous athletes and advocates. Yatica is featured in No to Run, played at Hardrock. Thank you for that info. Love to see diversity in the field, of course. Continue to throw names of athletes that you know that are out there on course into the chat so that we can shout them out and give them some love. Jill, good luck with your yard work. Gotta go do some yard work.
You know, it is the weekend.
You can still listen while you're doing
reality.
Yard work.
That's true.
Put it
That's
on.
true. I always, so when I listen to live stream, sometimes I'll want to listen while I run, but I'm always really worried because you have to leave it open and then the chat's open, then I'm going to like spam the chat with all kinds of weird stuff from the phone being in my pocket.
I get that.
Accuracy on the assist of repacking someone's pack.
Out there. Jeff Browning both running for Keen, and just gotta say I've been running in the Keen Seek shoe. It is awesome. Really like it. I've been actually running on some of the trails. It's a good shoe. It's right now in consideration for me for a potential UTMB shoe. Really impressed with that. So keep it up, Keen, on the shoe development front.
Definitely. Looks like David Galloway's parents are in the chat. Shout out David Galloway.
Yes, proud of you, Mom and Dad. Here for Casey Lichtig, of course, fan favorite. She's out there crushing.
We got a shout out for Josh Holer, who is fighting to get in and out of grouse in the next 10 minutes.
Hey, come on. You can do this. You can do this. No, we were back in Ouray last night, about 10 p.m., hanging out at my house just above the aid station. And, you know, we heard cheers of many runners coming in. That aid station was open till 3:30 in the morning. A couple of runners here at Sherman Aid. One refilling with a super filled up ice bandana. It's telling me it must still be warm out there.
Yep, it's starting to get warm again. I think the high today in Ouray is supposed to be low 80s, so it's going to be toasty. Looks like we have Todd Bachman's parents watching from Williamsburg, Virginia. Shout out Todd.
Let's go, Todd. Also, Josh. Another shout for Josh. Keep moving. Moving forward is a pace, for sure. 100% that is true, especially at Hardrock. Stay tuned, folks. We're going to have a very exciting interview with one of our finishers here coming up. Missed that, so let everyone know. Jump in the chat.
Man, that Sherman aid station just continues to get busier.
176 at bib 176 into Sherman Aid. Yeah, they are. Might be busier than Black Bear Coffee right now. 176 is leaving. Looks like maybe no pacer. Or waiting for pacer. Excuse me, come on. Or yep, here we go. 176 and pacer out of the Sherman aid station. See there the signs. It got 9.5 miles to Pole Creek for the next stretch. And many runners will kind of chunk this down into bite-sized pieces and really try to just wrap their heads around aid station to aid station. That's all you got to do.
I mean, that's really how you have to think of things, especially later in races. It's kind of a bad sign if you're trying to think about how far the finish is from here. It's the last thing you want to be thinking about. I can't remember if it was last year or the year before where someone was talking about fishing the Hardrock.
Oh, that was Brian Powell.
Brian Powell, that's right. So
I Run Far.
The fishing in this area is very good. Trout fishing in creeks and high mountain lakes. And Brian Powell fished.
He carried a fishing pole with him during Hardrock.
I think he caught, someone said he caught like 6 or...
Yeah, his goal was to catch 3 or 4 different types of trout or
right.
something. It was
Yeah.
a pretty cool little twist on how to do it. But
And there's lots of opportunities to fish in this area, so it would be a fun
Yes.
thing to do. So I've got lots of runners in the Sherman aid station, getting things repacked and ready to go out for a
shout out
pretty
to
long
Mike
stretch.
Kuto from the Flatlander. They're his Flatlander friends on the East Coast. You're a true beast from the East. Go Todd Bachman. Go Darla Askew and Dirk Renner. Called out Todd Bachman's parents watching.
Yeah. Someone was asking if this is Casey Lichtig's first Hardrock.
It is.
It is her first Hardrock. Yep.
10-time Western States finisher, Western States champion. He has done many of the Hardrock qualifiers. Obviously, you got to do one every 2 years to continue to enter the lottery. Trying to run Hardrock for a decade. She has victories at races like I Am Tough. That's one near her that is a Hardrock qualifier that she's done multiple times. I believe she's done High Lonesome as well.
She has done High Lonesome.
Okay.
Yep.
Who many say is in some ways comparable course to Hardrock. I think that's probably debatable. The high altitude, piece for sure.
Technicality of the trails.
There is some technical, some good solid climbs in there. I mean, any of the qualifiers, they do, I think, either have to have a certain amount of climbing or be at a certain altitude to kind of qualify as something that would be considered a Hardrock qualifier.
And Casey's a great example of you don't have to live in the Mountain West to be able to race in the Mountain West. She lives in Nebraska, pretty flat out there. She does have some opportunity to drive somewhere to get some vertical gain, but it's not huge. But she does a good job of kind of figuring out how to train for it in an area that's not conducive to training for high mountain races.
More runners leaving the Sherman aid station, continuing on after mile 72. We are still also awaiting eyes on our second place female, Kareth Arnold, who is within miles of the finish line.
Surely she's on the descent by now.
I think so, which we understand to be it's a very technical descent before getting on some smoother kind of back trails and roads into the town.
Yep.
Again, this is Sherman Aid Station, mile 72 of the 2026 Hardrock Endurance Run. Know that our third place male, David Ayala, was for one section being paced by Jeff Browning last night. I think he picked him up in Cunningham.
We have a shout out for Dustin Simeons, who apparently this is their first Hardrock, and he's crushing it.
Way to go, Dustin. I agree. These stations also making me hungry. Could use some breakfast here in the booth. Coffee, some breakfast. We're going to be with you here, Graham and I, for the next hour and a half or so. Then AJW and Chris will be back. And then I'll be back again at 5 p.m. But it's been awesome here, and I'm really excited to stay on to continue calling in some of the, especially the female finishers, but everyone who is making their way. We will have so many runners coming through over the course of the next, basically, day, 4 hours.
Russell Ditzworth in the chat asking what our favorite peak in the San Juans is.
Oh, yes. Favorite peak in the San Juans? Sneffels.
It is iconic.
Mount Sneffels, my favorite 14er. It's amazing. Do you have one?
I like Sneffels a lot. It's an awesome peak. I took our boys up to Courthouse Peak last year, which sadly is in part of the area where that's burning or was burning, but it was fantastic. The views from up there were unbelievable.
Yeah.
So I think it's only 12,000 feet only, but that was a really great one. But yeah, Sneffels is pretty amazing.
They're all awesome. All right. And we are going to take a very quick ad break. We are going to transition. When we come back, we have Arlen Glick with us. So we will be speaking with Arlen Glick. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with you after a short ad break.
At Ultraspire, my philosophy is pretty simple. That is, create the best product for the athletes so that they're able to enhance their performance.
Believe has always been one of my biggest mantras. I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth! And I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Mountain Outpost coverage of the 2026 Hard Rock Endurance Run presented by Ultra. I'm Corinne Shalvoy with Graham Shalvoy, and we are very excited to have Arlen Glick in the studio here with us in the gym. Welcome, Arlen, and huge congratulations on your Hard Rock finish.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Yeah, thanks for coming over after you just got done. So I think we would love to just hear some thoughts from you. You know, I know we talked before the race, and you'd spent some time out here, 4 weeks. Tell us a little bit about just kind of how it went out there. We can talk about your epic new, some new trail sacrifices that were made. Let's start with that. Where did you fall?
So I was coming down into Telluride, the road that goes down into Telluride. That's like that super rocky. I don't know if you could even call it a road, but I was really making good time on it until I wasn't. And yeah, I had I guess we'll just call it a world-class belly flop. It was one of those where a rock caught both of my toes, so I just went full on, and my knees got really good, and then both of my arms. Everything's so symmetrical, though. That fall, it's like the only fall I've ever taken where it's perfectly symmetrical.
Nice.
It did complicate things a lot.
Really?
I mean, first it completely discombobulated me for a minute. Fortunately, I had crew right after that, so they were able to wash it up and give me a new shirt on. But it really killed my downhill running, which is my powerhouse.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the other thing had happened at the bottom. So after a few hours of hiking up to Kroger's Canteen, then it loosened up a little bit. So then I was able to run down.
Okay.
Did you, from a mental standpoint, did it affect you mentally? Because I know sometimes when you take a fall, after that, you're kind of nervous about falling again.
It was a lot more than I want to admit. Yes, it really messed me up mentally for a while. When I got to Kroger's Canteen, I had made up my mind I was going to full send it down there, and just if I had to sit, if I had to whatever the trail gave me, I was going to do it. So.
Wow. How did your knee hold up? Like you had reconstructive surgery on your ACL around 2 years ago now. Was it a factor? Did are you happy with how it went?
Absolutely. I improved my Hard Rock time by 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
From 2023. So big success.
Huge success. This is outstanding.
No, seriously, I made a lot more mistakes this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the knee did a lot better.
Well, that's
with,
good.
I guess having an ACL in there really does help.
It's always good to have an intact ACL.
I mean, I did without it for 12 years, but it's amazing. Now I can, full send the downhill. Obviously, that's barring falls and catastrophes, but the knee was pretty happy about it.
Outside of the fall, was there any other part of the course that maybe you didn't remember being as hard as it was, or anything that was surprising even though you've done this before?
So I did it in 2023, and we did it in the opposite direction. So we did counterclockwise in 23. I just absolutely love clockwise. Grant Swamp Pass, being able to slide down there on your hinder parts instead of trying to go up there. Kroger's Canteen, that one's just like so much better. Going down the loose street instead of trying to climb up, but that's just the way I love the course, love the clockwise direction.
Love this direction. How about some of those, smoother ramp descents, as they're called, Camp Bird, down Engineer into Sherman? Were you able to run those kind of was it more enjoyable to be running down them?
It is, yes. I believe like the more technical parts are on the climbs, which are great. And for some reason, the loose street is on so from every angle you can look at it, I think the clockwise direction is a lot more fun, but
yeah.
Whatever. I know it's like a 50-50 thing here, so
yeah.
I know a lot of people are going to have their reasons why they think I'm wrong. So.
No. You're the one that was out there running, so you are fully entitled to an opinion on that. Tell us a little bit about who was out supporting you. You had pacers for every section. Who helped you out there, and what role did they play?
So my A pacer is from Ohio, Derek Miller. And he paced me at Western States twice. He paced me at a lot of the races I've done. So he drove out here with his family, and he's camping here. Unfortunately, his pacing duties did not go as planned. We had a nice 35-mile section mapped out, and he's used to me racing back in Ohio and being done by dark. So he forgot to bring his headlight.
Oh
no.
So he went into town and asked around and found one that the salesman assured him it would last all night. It lasted from 9 p.m. until 1 a.m.
Oh, no.
And that's where he had to
call it.
So
Was
that
he
was
at
a big
least at an aid
disappointment.
station when that happened?
So it went to like power down, like
Yeah.
the low light mode, and then he was having a really hard time keeping up because of not being able to see the trail. So he was able to safely make it to an aid station.
Okay.
But yeah, unfortunately, he had to call it
Sure.
10 miles early.
Okay.
And then I had my brother, Dwayne, my older
Nice.
brother, he paced me for the last section there.
How was that?
It was great. I've never had him do that for me. It was a lot of fun. We got to chat a little bit on the way down, and it was using his and my brain power to figure out, because I couldn't remember what my time was in 2023.
Oh.
And when I got to the top of the last big pass, I realized, like, we were chatting, and I realized maybe I could run faster this year if I did a full send the last 7 miles. So that's what we did.
That's
down
awesome.
Little Giant. Full send down Little Giant.
How was coming down Little Giant? I mean, trying to push hard. I know it's supposed to be a technical kind of section of the race.
It was a really bad idea, but it was a success.
Okay.
We made it down without incident. I did trip once,
Okay.
but I saved it. So
Wow. That's impressive that late in the race.
Absolutely.
Hugely impressive. Well, awesome. Shout out to your crew, and then your family was supporting. Did you enjoy your stops with them at the various aid stations and in town, seeing everybody?
Yeah, so I have my brother and sister-in-law, Anthony and Bethany, and they have 3 girls.
Nice.
So they were here. Dwayne, the one that paced me, him and his wife, they have 4 boys and a girl.
Yeah.
And then my parents were here, and then 2 of their cousins were here. So we had quite a crew. I think I'm probably missing a couple, but I think there was 18 of us. Okay,
Yeah,
and
we
I have
saw
2
the-
sisters here.
We saw the picture. Yeah, your sisters who crew you at almost all of your races, right? That's awesome. Tell us a little bit about, we saw the shirts being rocked by the whole group out there. So is there a story behind, it's a Glick thing?
They were just looking for something to wear out here, so they got all matching shirts so that they could tell. So with a lot of nieces and nephews running around, it's a little easier to keep track of them
everyone.
if they're all,
Nice.
That's actually a
if they're all
great
wearing
idea.
the same color.
That's great.
And some of my nieces and nephews get really wild, so that helps.
Sounds like they should become ultra runners in the future. A lot of energy.
They will.
Nice, nice. And then on the back of the shirt, it was "Let Your Light Shine." Love that.
which is a Bible verse.
Of
let
course.
your light so shine. So,
Beautiful,
yeah.
beautiful, wonderful. Did you share miles? I know we talked before that in your last Hard Rock you had shared some miles with Courtney. I think that happened again, did it?
Yes. In a way we did, and in another way we didn't.
Okay.
I found out that Courtney climbs way better than me, so we did an obnoxious amount of yo-yoing.
Okay.
So she passed me on every climb, and then I caught her on the descents.
Wow.
Until Telluride, when I made my heroic move and ended the yo-yo session there. But it was a lot of fun to be back and forth with her.
Nice. Anybody else that you shared miles with? You guys, some of the men were quite close to one another for a little while.
Yeah, so I haven't got to look back. I don't really know what happened out there.
Yeah.
Other than what I experienced. There was a guy named Ryan who shared
Smith?
miles with me and Courtney as well.
Yeah. From Boulder, Scottish. He started Rocky Mountain Runners, a really long-term running group up in the Boulder area. So, yeah. You have another question?
Yeah, so I know there are some people who finish 100 who are like ready to go to bed and that's it, and then there are some people who are like, can't sleep for the next day. Where do you fall under that?
So I think I have a lot of caffeine in my system right now, and they asked about doing the interview, and they were like, "Come back sometime this afternoon," and I told them that that's probably not a good idea because I get sidetracked really easy, and if I'm not able to sleep, I'm going to end up in the mountains fishing. So,
Nice.
So I've been hanging out with my nephews.
Okay.
Some of them are like big time fishermen.
Nice.
My nephew Timmy, he was able to catch his first trout here.
That's awesome.
So just on Thursday.
We might have to coordinate. We have a fishing trip planned tomorrow morning.
Yes.
We'll coordinate if you want to go to a pretty cool lake that we know of. You're welcome to join.
I'm in.
You're in. All right. It's a date, the fishing date.
Yeah, Brian, on the fishing thing, Brian Powell.
Yeah.
And every time I saw him out on chorus, I asked him if he caught a fish yet.
Yeah.
So I've been picking his brain a little bit about all of his secret fishing spots around here. So
Yeah,
I'm excited to try them out.
We could probably tell you a few. My family knows the area quite well, so we can give you some tips there. But you have to make it back here for the depletion mile. Maybe. Or we might just fish.
I don't know.
instead.
I don't know. Fishing is probably going to win. If fishing's an option, it's going to be that.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, you said you made a lot of mistakes. I mean, you still ran an incredibly fast time. Could you tell us a little bit about what some of the challenges were?
So I was able to troubleshoot some of it. I felt super good at the beginning for the first 5 hours. And I think I just I got caught up in it a little bit and ran a little too fast. So I cooked it a little bit too much, which made the night super rough. My lungs, if you can't hear, they're suffering. I shredded my lungs pretty good during the night. So that was rough. For some reason, it came back this morning. As soon as the sun came up, I felt absolutely amazing. I don't know what happened to my lungs, but they came back. So
That's awesome.
Nutritionally, I had a couple things off. Just electrolyte consumption was a little bit too high.
Okay.
So it took quite a while to get that under control, but that was something I could kind of do on the fly.
Got it.
And then obviously while I was on the fly, I went ahead and, Superman.
Could have done without that.
Full circle.
Well, you are now a true hard rocker. You've completed the run in both directions. I mean, I guess you don't have to make a decision right now, but sitting here kind of thinking about it, do you still feel like it's something you would want to do again in the future?
I don't have anything against it. But I beg to differ on the true hard rocker.
Okay.
So I know
Okay.
it's commonly believed that you're not a true hard rocker until you've done it in each direction, right? So the lottery treated me very well. I got to do it in 23 and 26 for the first two times, and I got to go in each direction, which is really cool. But I think the most heroic thing you can do here in Silverton is endure the awards ceremony.
Oh.
I think that is what makes you a true hard rocker,
If you can make it through the award ceremony.
which lasts for maybe 2.5 hours or something. So,
Yeah, they call up
and
every
it's in
single
full
finisher.
sun.
Yeah.
It's honestly, it's harder than the race.
You heard it here first.
love it.
The Hard Rock Endurance Award Ceremony, harder than the run itself. Well, anyone that completes the run in either direction ever. And anyone that toes the line is a hero here. Anything else you want to just reflect on? Just kind of thoughts about the day. Did you see any cool animals out there?
Oh, did I see any cool animals? Oh, and it escapes me. I just was asking a local, what are the little, I call them mountain rats. What are the little?
Pika.
Pika. Okay.
Make a really loud noise.
Yeah. Yes,
And they're tiny?
And they're tiny.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I stepped on one this morning.
Oh, no!
Yeah, I couldn't believe, like, it was just getting light, and I was coming down into Cunningham, and this thing just appeared about 6 feet in front of me, and I must have been like, I don't know, do they live in the holes in the ground
Yeah,
or
they
something?
kinda live in
I
holes.
must have like stepped on its hole or something, and it was trying to make a dash for the hole. And it's just like I was running. I mean, I'm like trying not to fall since I'm so good at that. And it literally like met right under my foot, and the poor little thing like let out a squeal. But I think he's fine. But it was the weirdest thing. Like of all, like there's just mountains vast everywhere, and it was like the timing was just
The worst
perfectly
luck ever
wrong.
for that little
The
guy.
worst combination.
It's pretty impressive, honestly, because those things are fast.
They are
so
fast.
For the timing to align with your footfall on that, that's yeah, those are some cool little animals. Anything else? Did you see any moose, deer? You know, of course, there's deer everywhere.
I tried to convince my crew that I saw an elephant on handies, but they weren't buying.
Was this a hallucination?
I wish.
Okay.
I have to make up hallucinations because
Oh,
I don't.
man.
I
Don't
feel so
hallucinate.
ripped off. Like I've done so much running and I've never had a hallucination. So I have to try.
Well, huge congratulations, Arlen. This is awesome, and I know there was so much love in the chat for you. So many people who are huge Arlen fans. Really excited to see you, back running and racing and healthy. And so you'll have to go back and check everything out. I mean, it looked to us from the outside like it was a pretty consistent day for you, honestly, even with all those highs and lows. So impressive as always. You're just kind of a beast, no matter whether you're in the mountains or on a very fast, flat course. So just congratulations.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Yeah, appreciate it. And go get some good rest once that caffeine wears off.
And some good fishing.
And some
Yes,
good
fishing for the win.
Yeah, great. We fill bottles. Maybe you guys have them. Yeah, of course. Do you need water in the bottles? Keeping it in so that you can decide what they're doing. Got it. So, it's not like this. Yes, no, I'm gonna take everything and warm out. Don't bring it.
Yeah, I mean, today we're gonna get it through. It'll be fine.
Yeah. We've got food options too. You're feeling hungry. What do you think? You just ate a bunch. Okay, for us, I think we're good on food. Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
really, really popular.
You give them your race number, you going by? Yeah, okay.
Oh,
Next thing up, you have a patient? Nope. Trying to figure out like, well, maybe it tastes better. Like, just open it up.
okay.
Yeah, let's do this. I'll make it out.
Oh, we know. Oh my gosh. Right. Yeah, this whole like cut down. It was wild. I guess you don't. Might as well sit there and pull it off.
Yeah, it's all right. It was like a backup, like emergency. So I'm gonna bring out this bottle. Then I'm gonna bring the puffer to you. I'm gonna bring you a shell.
Yeah.
We'll bring it together. So I always put on slides.
I have and I have oh,
That's the one. We're gonna need to get.
Yeah.
Go into the water. One. Have them dump them. No cap tailwind. And ice water, please. No cap tailwind.
Yes, we both
No
have.
matter which one's which, just empty them first, please. Ice water and no cap tailwind. Thank you so much.
What does it need to say?
All these hats and gloves, keeping that money there. I see there.
So were you picked up to? I could be trained. Sure. I was trained, you know. Okay. Yeah, I might. Yeah, I was.
Anything else? Oh, good. We haven't done anything with that. You get the food out. Just water. Alright. Yeah.
All right, and welcome back, everyone. This is Corinne Shalvoy and Graham Shalvoy here at the 26 Hard Rock Endurance Run presented by Ultra on the Mountain Outpost channel. We had an interview with Arlen Glick here just a moment ago. It was great to have Arlen in and hear something from him after just finishing the race. Right now on your screen is F3 Tara Dower. She is on that descent from the Little Giant climb. No, Cunningham. Coming to Cunningham. This is where we saw Kareth Arnold just a little bit ago as well. Beautiful, beautiful drone shot here. This is your third place female currently, Tara Dower, who has also been, we believe, battling through some pretty crazy ups and downs. She just came off running an incredibly fast 16:11, I think, at Western States. I think it's the 8th fastest time in Western States history, just a mere 2 weeks ago. Tara taking on the double here, and looks like things have turned around because she is moving really well.
Really well. She may be, she's moving faster than maybe anybody else I've seen through this section except for Nick Curry.
Yeah, looking solid.
That is awesome.
Tons of Tara Dower fans, as you would imagine, in the chat. So here we go. Throw some candy emojis in there for Candy Mama.
Yep.
Help give her some virtual energy.
When I saw her coming into Ouray aid station yesterday when I was there, and she definitely looked, she was hurting and kind of worked. And I'd heard overnight, just from some of the aid station stops and viewing it, that she spent some time there. So clearly she had to battle through, but it really looks like she's been able to kind of overcome all of that and fall into this aid station. In the chat, they were asking someone was asking if Rachel had paced her yet. Yes, I believe Rachel paced her out of Ouray, if I remember correctly.
Out of Cunningham.
This would be Cunningham. Is that so? That's where she's picking Rachel up.
No, so Rachel just finished her. Sorry, maybe she took her to Cunningham. She finished her duties. She may have been joined her right out of Ouray 2 Cunningham could be.
Ooh, that's a long
I know
stretch.
that. Rachel, as many would imagine, probably wanted to do as many miles as possible. She really enjoys pacing. She's been kind of on a bit of a pacing tour lately, pacing Devin Yanko at a kind of a smaller, I think, 100-mile race. And then she also paced paced at West. Can't remember who it was, but she did pace at Western States as well. We watched Dower navigate some real technical.
Doing the mountain goat thing. Wow.
Absolutely. In the chat, a note that she is resilient AF. I would agree with that. The amount of determination and resiliency that Tara shows in many of her competitions, her projects in general, incredible.
It makes it easy to root for her and want her to succeed because she is so gritty and does such a great job of bouncing back from adversity.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It really is.
For sure. Also, such a nice person. Really, someone who I think a lot of people love for, you know, her honesty and her humor, her creativity, kind of her artistry. She kind of just lets you see everything. Puts it all out there, the highs, the lows, and is 100% herself always, which is wonderful to see.
Still moving through this pretty technical section, but you know, like I said before, they're moving really well. Especially on tired legs, this section would be particularly challenging because it is steep and very, very rocky. So to see them able to kind of get through it so fast is impressive.
Yeah, and to answer the question in the chat, Tara does use poles. I don't know that there's any runner on this course that does not. You can see her right here with one pole. So depending on how narrow the descent is, you know, the trail. I think that's Robin Lesh. Tara slipped and fell so hard.
You got this, Tara.
There's just ball bearings. I mean, actually, everyone says this is just Tara, but fun fact is that in her first Hardrock, Tara did not fall. It was the only race she didn't fall in. And she's like, why, of all races, Hardrock being, you know, would I not fall? But Tara needing to maybe just take a moment here. Just working through everything. So back to the poles, like sometimes you really want them. If it's really narrow, they can get caught on things and just become a bit of a burden and a nuisance. Is really preference. Of course, we saw Ludo navigating those fields with and then subsequently some of the men decided to go down that scree field with no, just use their hands.
Well, and poles out during the steep descents can help save your legs a little bit. So I do think it's smart. It looks like she would put one pole away and kept one out, which I think is really smart because it's less to work with for a narrow trail, but at least you still have one pole to kind of plant, save your quads.
Take a little bit of the weight off. And yeah, just act as almost another limb, another presence, another pressure point.
Sure. Yeah, I know when I was doing the Uray 50, coming down the Twin Peaks descent, I had my poles out for the first 2 or 3 miles of that descent, just because my legs were starting to get worked. It's so steep and just was really helpful. So yeah, it can be very helpful.
You can see just how steep of a grade this is. She's literally coming down off the side of the mountain here. This is, I believe, Green Mountain. She's going to make her way down to the very, very bottom of this descent, and she will be at the Cunningham aid station. From there, she'll have 9.2 to the finish. One more massive climb up Little Giant, as well as one more descent. Taking a little break here. Cannot even imagine the probably pain going on in her legs and maybe her entire body. She has put herself through the ringer in the last couple weeks here. Just a massive undertaking. If anyone can do it, it's Tara Dower.
And even though she's stopped a couple times, I mean, they're still moving very, very well.
For sure, and this drone footage is so awesome.
It's
just
unreal.
incredible.
This may be the best I've seen from a drone perspective of this race.
And we've never seen late in this race, the race, these on this side and on the Little Giant side. Like, we've never gotten visuals from the air of that. So shout out to Mountain Outpost. Subscribe to the channel. Give us a like. Dakota, Mitch, Mike, all out there flying the drones. This one is Dakota.
Dakota is crushing it.
Shout out Dakota. This is awesome. Give some love to Dakota in the chat for bringing us these visuals. Is your third place female Tara Dower. And I mean, it's just this just exemplifies how difficult this race is. It is just unforgiving terrain, miles, and you are seeing just pure grit and resilience here from Tara Dower. Someone who has shown just incredible range over the last few years.
Even the past 2 weeks.
Even
to
the
go
past
from a
2
Western
weeks.
States to a Hardrock. I mean, those two races, even though the beginning of Western States is absolutely a mountain race, the second half is lots of downhill dirt roads, so it really changes the dynamic of it, whereas this one is a mountain race through and through. So it just takes a completely different skill set typically to do well. So for her to be able to do well at both is really impressive. Boy, this trail looks really steep.
So steep.
I almost wonder if Tara's having a gear issue of some sort.
Really?
Yeah, they just keep stopping, and her pacer's gone back to her a couple times.
Or maybe she's feeling sick. I mean,
it could be.
You know.
Yeah, hard to know. We're hearing word that there is a chance that her second pole could be broken, and that's why they had to put it away. They may be having other issues with it.
There you go, a gear issue. Potential gear issue could be why she's using. We're just gonna say she's super smart using one pole. This is so smart, Tara. You are a pro using one pole. But let's say kudos to Tara for not taking one of her Pacers poles. I mean, risking that being an issue and like.
I'm glad she didn't. There might be a lot of conversation.
Oh no,
about that.
that would not be okay. But like at the same time, geez, that's. I wonder how long that pole has been broken. If she had any backups.
Someone in the chat put Dower Power. That's a first for me. I've never seen that before. I love it. I think it's amazing.
Dower Power originating from maybe our producer extraordinaire, Zach Marion.
I wonder what they're talking about.
This is Robin Lesh probably just trying to keep her a bit
maybe
engaged.
Tara wants to lead. Maybe they're talking about what she's going to eat when she finishes.
I think Tara is probably in an entirely different stratosphere right now. So Robin's probably just trying to make sure that she does not fall off the side of the trail.
Yep. Yeah, once again, that's a very steep trail, so good on them for being careful.
Just trying to keep vibes high. Tara Dower, someone who comes up with really epic playlists ahead of her races. I always check those out on Spotify. And the best thing is she puts these incredible cover photos on them. The last one was for Western States. It was literally a photo of Rihanna crossing some kind of river with a beer, holding a beer and a cigarette up. She was flipping off the camera and she had a snorkel on, and she was like, "This is me crossing the river, the Rucky River." I was like, "This is the best." So good.
That's so good. The aid station is starting to come into view at the very bottom right of your screen. That is where they're headed towards. So she's getting very close. You can see Little Giant on the Sit Mountain, right side of your screen is where they're going to be going. Aid station, which is another very difficult. And then you have to come down. Although I have Giant is more technical certainly than this. She's got some work ahead of her, but starting to close in. The view of Silverton. What an amazing shot. See Highway 550 kind of in the background. Heard it's smokier outside too. You can see that a little bit on the live stream. So we've got Kareth Arnold, who should be making the approach to town. We may have her on screen in the next little bit. Seeing her in the next half hour to 5 minutes. Tara Dower coming into Cunningham, probably in the next 5 minutes. And then Nick Curry also probably making his way into Silverton. Things somewhat now. Just joining us, we're looking at the town of Silverton from a drone that's got to be 1,000 ground. Beautiful shot showing kind of the mountains around Silverton and above Silverton. Silverton actually has a couple of ski areas as well, Silverton Mountain and then Kendall Mountain ski area. A very cool shot. And as you can see, the towns around here aren't real big, including this one.
I'm back. Bio break. That's a cool shot of Silverton.
It is a cool shot.
Did you already mention, like 600 to 800 population?
I did not.
Year round.
Did not.
Tiny towns.
Tiny towns.
Tiny mountain towns, tiny or mining towns.
Maggie?
All right. Leaving Maggie aid station. This is a new vantage point for us.
What a cool shot.
So cool.
Got the wildflowers in full bloom.
And Maggie is 86.5.
Is that the aid station before Cunningham?
It is.
Okay.
It
so
is
these people
indeed
working
the
their
aid
way
station
to
before.
Cunningham.
Yep. It just doesn't stop. I mean, there's just climb after climb after climb. These runners have been out there for 29 hours plus. And of course, we are also keeping tabs on Nick Curry and Kareth Arnold, who are making their way toward the finish line.
Yeah, that's a big climb.
It is a big climb. To the extent that we can, we're going to get as many of our finishers in for some post-run interviews as well over the course of the next number of hours and throughout the day here. So stay tuned for that. Thank you so much, John A. Haywood, for your donation. Really appreciate you. That's gonna help get drone pilots, give us some caffeine. Here we are back on Terra Dower.
Someone was asking in the chat which of the towns on the Hardrock course would be the best to visit. It's actually very interesting because there are basically 4 towns. You have Lake City, Ouray, Silverton, Telluride, and to be honest, they're all very different.
Yeah.
Very different. You have Telluride, which is got a major ski area, feels kind of like an Aspen vibe. It's pretty fancy. Very probably has the most. That's just because of the ski area.
Yeah.
Then you have Ouray, which is a little more mellow, probably a little more sporty in terms of trail running, ice climbing. There's just a few more options. Hot springs. So it's a great place to visit, but lower key vibe certainly than Telluride. And then is very, very chill, very small town, lots of wilderness opportunities, neat place, but starting to get to the point where that many restaurants and there's not that many places, lots of places to keep, but you just lose some of places to stay in. Lake City is the smallest little town in there.
I've been to town proper. Nowhere. It's and even the aid station Sherman doesn't go all the way into Lake City.
Right.
So it's kind of just on the outskirts. Lake City is maybe I have been there because I believe the San Juan solstice kind of starts right by Lake City. So
yeah.
It is very tiny. I think you have the whole spectrum. Depends on do you want really really quiet. Everything's closed after 8 p.m. Go to Lake City or Silverton. If you want things that are open and maybe some the night with a bit more of a commercial Telluride, if you want something in the middle, go to Ouray.
That's a good way to describe it.
True, Ouray is called the Switzerland of America. A lot of Jeep roads and Jeeping in all of just skirts. Partial Ouray.
Who would have thought?
Was there. It does have a cool music. Telluride has some great shops if you're looking to do shopping.
They have a film festival that's really cool.
They do. Yep.
So we've got Tara coming into Cunningham, still working her way down, still moving well. That remains still a steep section of trail all the way down.
But Ouray, Silverton, and Telluride make up the San Juan Triangle, as it's called. Bird's eye view, pretty close to one another, and they kind of make a triangle. However, it takes a good Ouray to Silverton. You have to drive over the Million Highway, which some people are a little leery of. It's kind of, it does have a ton of exposure on it, and there's guardrail, and it takes anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes to go 20 miles. Ouray to Telluride is about an hour. You go through Ridgeway and over the Dallas Divide. It's also a beautiful drive. And then, Telluride to Silverton, you'd have to go. I don't know if there's a back way.
Lizard Head Pass is doable. I think it's only open in the summer. Mm-hmm. They definitely close it for the winter, so it is doable, but it's more of a challenging road. You'd probably want a 4-wheel drive vehicle to do it.
Yes, Hiker Gal asking, is it possible to hike the Hardrock course and stay overnight in town? That is. Yes, you could definitely do that. I know people that are doing the soft rock over the course of 3 to 5 days. They're going to stay in towns like Ouray and
sure.
And Telluride. So that's certainly possible for sure. Depending on how much you can do per day, could also include some camping in between those sections if depending on how long it's going to. Certainly possible. It's not quite like a TMB where there's places to stay right along the trail. You would do that anyways, as evidenced by the course itself. So if you the Hardrock map, exactly how much miles you have and the route to go between the big towns and those towns. Ones we just mentioned, Ray, Silverton, and Telluride. And you could honestly start from any of the towns because it is a loop. You could have, your start be in Telluride or Ray if you wanted to, or Lake City.
Yep.
This is Tara Dower, everyone.
It's like it starts to get a little technical here at the bottom in comparison to how smooth it was up top. There's definitely some rocks. Things have to move around.
Oh.
And it's just steep and loose.
Steep and loose, and just every one of those. Just hear us now. She is through it.
And you'd say that maybe it's because she has 90 miles on her legs. A 6.5 mile run yesterday with it had 2,000 feet, so it was steep. And I slid and almost fell on a 6.5 mile run. So I mean, it's easy to do. Even don't have that
even
many
on
miles
fresh
on your leg.
legs.
Yep.
So women do to come 9.5 and at that age because they are so wrecked. I think I've seen runners at aid station and then having trouble not being able to see, like things are happening.
Sound like we're getting word that Nick is with else. The finish. Hopefully here shortly we'll get a look at him.
Yeah, for sure. As we have eyes on any of the runners, we'll definitely go to them.
Tell if Tara's got tape on her legs or dirt.
Looks like dirt and mud to me.
She sent Rachel ahead.
That's not Rachel. That's
Robin, excuse me.
That's okay. Rachel was her earlier pacer.
Right. Yeah.
This is Robin Lesh.
I wonder why she sent her forward, hopefully.
Maybe just to tell them kind of to prepare something or what she's gonna need.
Yep.
Getting close to the bottom there, as you can see, this is what they do coming off of that descent. And then this is Robin Lesh pacer running ahead to aid station, probably to just give a heads up. Her crew is gonna.
The things that I found doing the Array 50 was, in these long descents and long ascents, once you start to feel like you're just absolutely done with it, all of a sudden it changes to the other way. And that can actually be helpful, I think, almost from a mental standpoint. When you get so tired of going up, all of a sudden now you're going down and it feels better. And then by the end, your legs are killing you and you want to do something else. All of a sudden now you're going up. So I think that can be helpful in these mountain races from a mental standpoint.
Shout out to Matt for your donation. Go Darla Askew, Dirk Renner, and Trevor Peterson.
Some people having an animated discussion on the road.
Robin's an animated girl. She's got a big person. But I don't know. I'm just interpreting. But maybe some falls. Maybe I don't know something about what's going on with Tara.
Sure.
Hoping everything is going to be okay.
And Tara's still moving, and she's still moving half decent.
Right now you're looking at Cunningham, which is mile 92.5. This is Tara Dower coming to the aid station. That's either Reese or Rascal there in the front. One of her
Longtime
crew members. Crewed her on many a FKT.
I think the first time we met Reese and Rascal was at Run Rabbit.
Yeah, that was Reese. Rascal wasn't there. I've met Rascal a couple times, but yeah, Run Rabbit Run.
ATV parade coming. It might be the Tara Dower fan club.
The Tara Dower fan club. I would not be surprised. If you're just joining us, we are here at the Cunningham Gulch aid station. Tara Dower is arriving at the aid station. This is mile 92.5. She is in third place. We also are going to be keeping tabs on Nick Curry and Kareth Arnold as they make their way toward the finish line right now. Nick Curry is in 7th.
Might be 6th.
Yeah, he's in 6th, male, 7th overall, because Courtney finished 5th overall. We just had an interview with Arlen Glick. It was great to chat with him. He's very excited to go fishing over the next couple days.
That's right.
Awesome drone shot here as they tend to Tara Dower, Cunningham Gulch, and once she is ready to leave this aid station, she'll make her way to the right and go up Little Giant, another whopping 3,000-foot climb before she then descends and makes her way into the town of Silverton.
We're getting a drone shot from around the Cunningham area, not necessarily at the aid station. Silverton area.
Another drone aerials. And
we're
kind of
looking to get eyes on Nick.
Looking for Nick here. There's a question in the chat. Is it cheating to take your pack off early? No. I mean,
depends on where the technical part of the aid station starts.
Well, you honestly don't have to carry anything. There's no required gear in this race, so I'm gonna go with no. She can take it off and carry it as much as she wants. I don't know. They also do have some cones out there for kind of the crewable areas, and you know, this whole stretch is a crewable area. We saw that over at Grouse Gulch. There were a couple cones saying no crewing beyond this point. So, you know, if it's within the perimeter of the aid station, you know, I think we're fine. And it's very much the case that a lot of these runners, we saw David Ayala putting on a brand new vest that was fully stocked with everything. So trading out vests and then moving their tracker over to the new vest at certain aid stations. That's something that many people do. Hey, Death March is in the chat. Shout out to Death March Running Company. Graham's wearing an All Miles or Beer Miles Death March shirt.
I am indeed.
Death March outfitted Tara's crew with some awesome, the bright pink button downs, really rad artwork. They say hang in there, Tara, which I feel like is probably like one of the most appropriate statements for her Hardrock this year. Just hang in there. She's been hanging in there for a very long time. This looks like Could be just runners out there, or is that Schlarb? No. I think these are just
I don't
some.
think so.
I think these might just be some hikers out and about,
It says Cinnamon Pass.
or runners out and about. Oh man, we got some bikes.
Bikers hiking a bike?
Hiking a bike.
Now
That
that's
is
something.
impressive.
Wow.
And back to Cinnamon area between Burroughs and Sherman. Runner 212. And this is about a 4-mile stretch. They've come off of Handy's, the 14er that they summit during the event, during the run, making their way toward the Sherman aid station.
Yeah, runner 212 is Christian Sorensen from Park City, Utah. He's 49.
Let's go, Christian.
He likes long walks on flat roads
In the mountains
in the mountains.
with poles. Cinnamon Pass is beautiful. It is also very technical in spots. This is the smoothest, by far, the smoothest part of Cinnamon Pass. I feel like we're doing a bit of an injustice. If you saw some of the rest of Cinnamon Pass, you would be like, oh, good God. I mean, the runners do go over all entirety of Cinnamon Pass. This is just the very bottom part there, but awesome footage again. Thank you. Shout out to all of our drone pilots.
That drone move was very cinematic.
Oh,
it was
so
like, It was like
cinematic.
the end of a movie where they're panning out.
We're gonna make a movie out of just all of these clips. It'll be available for sale on the or on the Mountain Outpost. It's not a bad idea. I would probably watch that, fall asleep to that. No, this is a runner. Looking for a bib.
Coming into
Maggie.
Maggie, yeah. It's maybe the first time we've had eyes on Maggie.
We had some footage, but I haven't seen the actual aid station proper. This is pretty cool.
It is cool.
We got a Hardrock flag up there, Maggie Gulch aid station.
Zooming
Oh
in
man,
on...
this is what they're coming out. There's another runner up there.
Oh my God.
Look at this. This is where they're coming.
No,
to.
that's where they're going to. That's probably how they're going
Out?
up and over into Cunningham.
Oh man,
Wow, look at that climb.
so good, so good. Wild, vast country. Hardrock 100 line is wild and tough, evidenced by as you're just joining here. Avoid you to continue to follow our runners to the finish line and everyone who's out there and maybe out there for
And
didn't spend any time there.
just got in and out.
Okay, they got her some new poles. That's
Okay.
great. Poles. Move. I like even now. I can
Yep.
use both of my poles. It's going to be to help the legs going up the whole giant climb.
She's moving pretty well, although not as well as that camera.
Or man's a baller out
He's
there.
hauling.
This other massive climb to cap off Hardrock 100. It's about, we think, around 3,000, 2,700, 3,000 feet of climb, just over a couple miles. Steep, steep. You know there is going to be an incredible YouTube that comes after this on Tara's channel, recapping her entire great job with those. And I haven't yet watched her Western, but it's out. He actually released started, so
wow.
Can't wait to check that out. Awesome run. I at Western, she was able to avenge her before week before Western. She earned a golden ticket to get back into Western at a new course record at that race. And then she was also the lottery here for Rock. Last year, the wait list was first on the wait list, literally in the gym, Rock Silver Gym here, waiting. She run and she's not didn't run.
And in the chat asking if there are any mountain goats around here. We have seen lots of elk, Red Mountain Pass over the last couple days. This trip high up, especially on 14ers, in the middle of nowhere. They're kind of shy animals down low, but they are absent out here. Wow, it's a pretty big shot of the, looks like almost the entirety of the climb.
Whew.
That is
it's a beast.
It's a gnarly one.
Cunningham down there at the bottom. So basically you're seeing the two on each here on the left is the Green Mountain vent and the Green Climb. So this is what you have to do at the end of the Hardrock 100 in the
that you do right before you do Little Giant, so you get wet, which could be good. It's probably starting to get warmer.
Is that a raster?
No, better than me.
I think. Determine it's or not. We have many in the background monitoring our cameras, and as soon as eyes on runners and Nick Curry, Gareth Arnold will bring that.
Like Curry is going to go sub 30 hours, which is fantastic. Back to the Sherman aid station. Someone had mentioned that it was making them hungry being there before. I would very much agree.
Breakfast.
Or lunch at this point.
Or lunch. We are open to any and all donations. Thank you. Thank you. Trying to look and see exactly how this time is for Nick Curry, but we do know it will be a PR for his Hardrock as a dad. First running of the event, post having his daughter's summer. Any no? Oh, I think these are the the Terra Mera coming through. Can we pan a little bit? I think I saw that. And I want to know if they are wearing sandals on this. That is absolutely real. Shoot, we just missed that cam there. I think so. There are two Terra Umera women from Mexico pacing a Native American runner.
They want me to try and catch them.
Yeah. All right, we got a fall cam happening out of Sherman.
And it's moving.
Track down those runners. Yes. Shad, you are the GOAT. Shad is following. I do believe we are coming up on Yadika, the runner who is, this is getting a little spotty here, but yes, being paced by a woman who is part of the Tarot Mara in her traditional dress, likely
cool.
with sandals on. That is a story and an amazing endeavor, and so cool to see. One who knows the book Born to Run knows who the Tarot Mara are. Thank you. Ellen is doing the research for us, saying 27:14 is Nick's fastest Hardrock. So he'll be a little slower than that, but you know, training with a newborn, I think that probably warrants it like a 3 to 5 hour handicap.
Totally. I would agree with that.
Back here on,
Like maybe looking
I think
out
there's
of
a runner
Maggie.
up at the very top. Beautiful morning here in the San Juans. Eric mentioning Raramuri. I'm probably saying that wrong. Sorry, I apologize. Also known as the Tarot Mara, are amazing folks. Yeah, hiker gal. Shout out to all of the filmers, the photographers, the runner cams, people out there running around the course with very heavy equipment. Super impressive. All right, where are you guys joining us from? I see Brazil is in the house.
Getting possible word that Nick may be coming out of the trees, maybe in the view. You do run in the trees for a while before you get onto the streets of Silverton. Silverton is a very tiny little town, so you won't be visible for all that long. But the drone pilots are flying around looking for anybody coming out of those trees. So fear not, we will absolutely be showing that.
Back on Cinnamon Pass quick. Athlete 211. Shout out Issaquah, Washington in the chat. Jersey, Maryland. Colorado, Northern Canada. Bowling Green, Canada.
This is Dmitro Sokolovsky.
Dimitro.
Moore Park, California. Still running pretty well. Cinnamon Pass section.
There we go. Nick Curry.
Got Nick Curry.
And Lauren Curry. Two
Down.
fantastic people, two fantastic runners.
Absolutely. And he's moving well.
Nick is rolling.
Coming into the outskirts of town.
No stranger to Hardrock. Time finisher and new father.
One of the founders of Aravipa.
Founder of Aravipa Running. Brother Jill.
Like in the day over Jamil race. If I'll hold that over Jamil's.
Surely.
If it were my brother, I would.
Nick is going to be your 6th male, 7th overall this year. Spends a lot of time between Arizona and Telluride. So he'll have a drive home recovery after this. Getting some cheers from the locals there. I wonder if his daughter's going to be here at the finish line. I want to see her.
Oh, yeah.
Know that mom and dad, Patty Curry, the one and only, and dad lost it. But Nick's mom and dad are also out there helping along with some friends.
Nick's starting to get closer into town here. See that tall building on the left is on Green Street. More blocks and then a right to Kiss the Rock.
Notice Spins in there somewhere. I heard earlier them mention.
Sounds like an appropriate name for
Nick,
Silverton.
Sorry, Patty and Curry, mom and dad, Patty and Peter Curry, are going to be there, and Summer, we're told by Jess that Summer will be at the finish line with them. We just lost our visual here in the studio, so we're going to try to pull up the live stream to see what you all are seeing, but
it appears
I'm sure we will be following Nick all the way in.
see if I can get it back.
All right, I think I'm on it.
Okay, I think and 2.
With us, we lost our
So hopefully we're not behind, but
giant screen.
looks like Nick is now getting very close to coming up to Green Street. Hopefully stop traffic for him as he crosses green. That's right. Person needs to stop.
This is M6 Nick.
With his brother Lauren, also his wife. Be getting ready to make this turn.
Nick admitted it was a bit more challenging than normal preparing for Hardrock this year with a young. He seems to have been doing enough.
Yeah, did okay.
Gonna be running a sub 30. I think that sub 30 is on the mind right now. That's certainly gonna happen. Sub 30 hours at Hardrock, nothing to slouch about.
No.
Really fantastic time on this course.
Raced for multiple years post.
No, we didn't even. No, we weren't even really in this until. What is lifestyle for sure. this community.
Oh,
Curry
I'm
Holland.
starting to hear the cheers.
Yes. Get out there if you're in the area. Welcome him in. Final stretch here.
He's moving.
Finishing hard and strong. Here he comes, everybody. Nick Curry.
Making that final turn.
Oh, picked up the baby. He grabbed
Yeah.
her. He grabbed Summer. Yes, this great Nick Curry and family finishing out the Hardrock Endurance Run.
Oh, that's awesome.
Summer, do you know what your dad just did?
That's right.
Oh, checking out the shoes. Maybe discussing how they work or not. Again, these are Adios Zero Audio Pro 4 Super shoes with a Vibram out on them. Been rock for this Hard Rock.
Clearly worked for him.
Being greeted by Run Director Dale Garland. This is Nick Curry finishing out, I think, his 8th or 9th Hard Rock 100, 6th place this year. Clockwise direction there with his family, Lauren Curry and baby Summer. Guarantee none of this drone footage has been fake this entire live stream.
That's
we
true.
promise. 100% no fake views. look fake, but they are not. And if you're joining us, we have now had 6 runners finish the 2026 endurance Hardrock endurance run. That being Ludovic Pomeroy winning in a new course record time, followed by Jimmy Elam, David 5th overall, Arlen Glick, and now Nick Curry. We will be anticipating Kareth Arnold, 8th overall and 2nd female, to be getting fairly close to Silverton.
Yes. Rock, is the rock repainted every year?
Yeah, I do think they give it a coat each year. Since spruced up for.
Yep. It used to have holes in it from hard rock mining.
Yeah.
But it appears this one has no holes.
No holes. Very, very happy for Nick leading yet another hard rock. The snow-free year here at Hard Rock in 2026.
Also very little weather.
Little weather. I think made for pretty ideal conditions overall. I mean, there wasn't extreme heat. We just talked to Arlen offline after his interview. He said he never felt too hot. Probably some good breeze out there and some cloud cover that really made it somewhat of a moderate year out there for everyone. Also, they get up high, and the higher you go, cooler it feels.
Appears that we're still having some audio challenge. For that, we apologize.
Doing our best here, folks. Doing our best.
I promise we're not saying every third word.
That would be impressive.
It would be. It would be. Starting to have our midday crew get settled in here.
And coverage will continue throughout all of the afternoon. Then we'll probably go dark for a few hours overnight, and we will be back tomorrow morning. Hours. We're going all the way through.
We're going all the way through is what we're being
all the
told.
way through. I have a feeling there could be an overnight shift coming my way that is not currently on my schedule. You guys are doing it all. No way.
God.
This is epic. Yeah. Yeah, 5 to 10. I'm 5 to 10 tonight. They come back 5. Oh, no. You're fine. So Chris
somebody
and
on the chat
AJW
was asking for you specifically.
Yeah, you
and
guys,
I took offense to it. So
everyone can hear us, Graham. We're bantering with Chris and AJW, who are going to relieve us here in just a minute for a few hours. But great news for everyone tuning in. If you have insomnia tonight or you're in a different time zone, there's going to be coverage round the clock coverage. This is what we do here at Mountain Outpost, bringing you every single hard rock finisher to cross that line, giving them their moment to shine.
Don't worry, New Zealand, got you.
Don't worry, insomniacs. Do. shortly. Graham and myself are going to be signing off, and you will be greeted by energy in Chris Warden and AJW. And we are going to continue here to follow everyone. And in a few moments, we'll transition Carrie and do a quick ad break. Thank you guys for being here with us. Love to, we'll get an ad break lined up here in just a moment. And for myself, Corinne Shalvoy, and Graham Shalvoy, it's been an honor to spend the last few years during the one and only Hardrock Endurance Run. Seen history in the making. We're going to continue to see pretty tough athletes making their way down to Silverton. All right, guys, for being with us. Stay tuned after this quick ad break. For Graham himself out, Chris and AJW will be right back with you.
Thanks, everyone.
Adult Aspire, my philosophy is pretty simple. That is, create the best product for the athletes so that they're able to enhance their performance.
Believe has always been one of my biggest mantras. I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth, and I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care.
Adult Aspire, my philosophy is pretty simple. That is, create the best product for the athletes so that they're able to enhance their performance.
Welcome back to 9,300 feet, Silverton, Colorado. We are at the finish line of the Hardrock 100 presented by Ultra. I am Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins. We're over 30 hours, Chris, by 8 minutes, and we're back.
You'd be done by now. Of course, we still have a very large number of runners out there. We just celebrated the most recent finisher, I believe, finishing sixth overall?
Yep,
or seventh.
sixth.
Okay. So we be seeing our F2 Kareth Arnold coming in sometime fairly soon at this point. So stick around with us here on Mountain Outpost, and we will be able to bring all of this coverage to you.
Indeed. Chris, what'd you do during your break?
I tried to get some rest with mixed results.
Tried seems to be the operative word there, huh?
What happened was I fell asleep, of course, with live stream on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
I opened my eyes and I see Corinne and Graham interviewing Arlen, and for some reason, because I was extremely tired, number two, because I was so out of sorts, I assumed it was a play of a previous interview because Arlen looked so fresh.
It was actually a live interview.
It was a live interview.
Yeah.
He had chosen to do as soon as he was done. That's one thing that we don't ever, insist upon by any means. If people want to come in and hang out after their run, we give them all the time in the world. But as I will constantly say, the couch is always open. But Arlen chose to hit the couch right away.
I thought of getting some rest as well, but I thought, okay, I'm going to go for a little run. I went for a little 4-mile run. Here we are. Cinnamon Pass. This is the ramp between Bose Park and Sherman Aid Station. Looks like we have a couple of groups, 3 pairs. So I'm guessing 3 runners with their pacers. So I went for a little 4-mile run just to stretch the legs. And as I've said, to use that word mostly at 9,300 feet. But while on that run, I got a text message from my son Carson, as here with his wife Tristan, my daughter-in-law, and our granddaughter Jo. And he said, "Where are you?" And I said, "You are." And next thing you know, we went out for a nice breakfast. I got to have a little time with my granddaughter Kelly Jo down in Durango, and so all is right with the world. I did not need any rest at all. I got a dose of darling 1.5-year-old granddaughter, and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to rock. So we do, in all seriousness, we have 18 hours of coverage left to go. And Chris, we're going to be here for 13 of those hours. We're here until about 5 p.m. today. Then we're going to get a little chance to rest. And I think I'm really going to try to rest. Kelly Jo won't be around anymore. And then we're back at 10. Yeah. And we're going to keep running until 6 p.m., a little bit after 6 a.m. Keep the ship running until 6 a.m. or maybe a little bit after, and bring in all of the features of the Hardrock 100. So I'm psyched. And it's an interesting stage of the race because we've had obviously some of the front runners, but only 6 runners coming in under 30 hours. That's kind of unusual.
Yeah.
It's a very pointy end.
Yeah. Of course, our most recent cutoff was at Gross Gulch, 10:30 this morning. The next cutoff for the back of the pack is going to be Sherman Aid at 4 p.m. After that, there is only one more cutoff, and that would be at Cunningham Gulch at 2 a.m.
Blind here for a little while. You have good coverage here, which is nice. Chris and I are both doing some troubleshooting of our Wi-Fi access here in the studio, so stay tuned for that. Here's a nice finish line cam looking down the row as we've gotten past 3 hours. It's very festive. By the way, very festive feeling in the streets of Silverton, all over the place. The restaurants and watering holes active and hopping, as this is Hardrock weekend, probably one of the best weekends to be up here in Silverton, Colorado. Speaking for you and I, we certainly know that. Our top 10, we have 5 men through the finish line. Ludo Pomeray, Jimmy Elam, David Ayala, Ryan Smith, Arlen Glick, Nick. That's 6. Thank you. One woman, Courtney DeWalter, is through. Arnold on her way. We would expect to be the next finisher. Did have a somewhat lengthy stopover at Cunningham. Sarah Dower is holding on to the 3rd woman position.
And we'll take a look here to see what is going on with the back of the pack. Take a rundown on that list. It looks like at Sherman, we are still awaiting about 40 runners. So a sizable portion of the field. Maybe a couple fewer than 40. It looks like closer to. Unfortunately, we did have a couple of runners miss the cutoff at Grouse, and a couple of the names that we were following, Joshua Holler and Magdalena Casper Ship, unfortunately missed that cutoff at Grouse. But no shame in what you accomplished here this weekend, San Juans. That's still nearly 100K on some of the most rugged, brutal terrain above the tree line for your run. So hats off to everybody who has towed the line, and we're going to do our best to follow all of the runners whose journeys have yet to conclude.
Chris, a quick update here as we're now refreshed. We have 7 runners between Cunningham and us. Kareth Arnold, 2nd place woman. Paul Terranova, 7th place man. Dustin Simmons has been moving nicely throughout the second part of the day. Shad Micah, Tara Dower, 3rd place woman, and Greg Brandt, Scott Hollister. All of them are through Cunningham. Let me correct that. A correction on that. Scott Hollister is in Cunningham. The rest are through. We would expect Kareth Arnold to be the next. She hit Cunningham at 9:12, so she's going on about 3 hours. And next up would be Paul Terranova, then Dustin Simmons, then Shad Micah, Tara Dower, Greg Brandt, and Scott Hollister. All of those finishers I would expect to be within that sort of kind of a sweet spot Hardrock finish between 31 hours and about 34 hours.
I have to admit, I am extremely impressed with the run that Shad Micah is having. Consider Shad a friend. He ran in 2023 and ran a 36:23:56. If he is able to hold things to form, he's going to improve upon that by several hours. Those who watch a lot of Mountain Outpost content may remember Shad after he finished Western States in 2025 proposed and has since gotten married. So looking forward to seeing Shad. So, the fact that Shad is currently running, I believe, 9th in the men's and here, we are looking at a top 10 in the men's run where 3 of the are in their 50s.
Yeah.
That's super
Wait a minute,
impressive.
say that again.
3 of the top 10 men currently, counting Ludo, who has already finished, Paul Terranova, who is currently 7th in the men's run, and Shad Micah, who is 9th in their 50s.
Love it. Here's to the old heads.
And what that does is that reminds you that there's always time.
There is always time. Fun to see the older guys and gals getting it done. Older gals, I had a chance to chat with one of slipping my mind right now. Crew, Oregonian from Bend, Darla, and I said repeatedly she's somebody who you can count on to finish this thing. She's currently sitting in place, women's race, and is closing in on Cunningham. She hit 5, so she'll probably get to Cunningham around 2:30 and roll into here about 5:30. But Darla Askew, fantastic on her, multiple time Hardrock finisher, just a great person with a wonderful attitude.
So we actually have Death March Running Company in the chat. We were talking about them briefly off the air, AJW.
Oh, Death March Running Company. We are looking for some merch here in the studio. You can have it sent our way. We will just send us an invoice. Graham Shalvoy had a fantastic shirt on. What did it say again? Beer miles.
Every mile is a beer mile.
Every mile is a beer mile. So Death March Running Company, if you can get us a couple of those.
All miles are beer miles. Yes.
All miles are beer miles. Love one of those. In fact, I'd like 2. One large and one extra large for the future.
Of course, this is beautiful visuals on the course here at the Hardrock 100, presented by Ultra. Looking over Cinnamon Pass. To kind of frame things, we're looking in relation to the runner tracking that is pinned to the chat. Just near Sherman, is that right before or right after?
That's right before. That's
okay.
Right before. Yeah. There's once you get off this road, your next road is the road to Silver. So this is your last road for about 28 miles. But yeah, this is I don't know how far, but again, it's about 4.3 miles. Nice, gentle downhill, drops about 950 feet between Burroughs Park, at the base of Handy's, and Sherman Aid Station.
Eric in the chat mentioning large for before, extra large for after.
Exactly, Eric. You know what you're smelling what I'm stepping in. Thank you, Death March Running Company. We appreciate it. By the way, if you don't know Death March Running Company, they make some fantastic merch. I first became aware of it running Javelina this past October. Because, you run Javelina, there's multiple loops. You see people, you pass them, they pass you back, and so forth. And all kinds of cool designs. Lightweight, sun hoodies like that you like, T-shirts, high performance shirts, just kind of a whole bunch of cool stuff. And it's like Death March Running puts on shirts what you think you want to say, but you don't say. and I mean, that is a seal of approval if you ask me. So fantastic stuff, Death March Running Company. Love it.
Shout out to Corinne and Graham Shalvoy, who were handling the shift before us. Had an opportunity to call several amazing finishes, including Courtney DeWalter, Arlene Glick, and Nick Curry.
Good stuff. Nick Curry, what a performance by him from somewhere in the mid-20s.
He was 24th at Ouray. About 42 miles in. And came in 7th overall, 6th in the men's run.
It's funny how the chat can drive business for certain companies. We had, I know you chatted with him as well, Jake Jackson.
Yeah.
In the Cocodona live stream. It makes custom ice bandanas.
Yes.
I forget the name of the company, but perhaps watching and he can put it on here, or you can.
Got Kareth Arnold coming into town. What we're seeing is a couple seconds behind what we know you're seeing, so we're gonna kind of wing it here. Yeah, Kareth has made her way into town and just has a few short blocks before she is going to conclude her Hardrock journey.
This pacer is cracking the whip, extending the elastic a little bit. Kareth's having none of it. But second place woman This is by the Chris Warden Ski Lodge. It's just above your screen. Again, we apologize. We're a little bit behind. The we're getting, we know, is a little bit behind yours, so bear with us.
So I guess if we were to kind of predict the future here, we can say, oh, she's crossing Animas River right now. She's crossing
Animas River right now on her way to Cement River.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's some next level stuff. She's been crewed and supported all day by longtime veteran ultra runner Amanda Basham. You can see her immediately to her left in the ultra kit. Gareth Arnold, I know I've said it several times during the live stream, had an incredible run at TDS last year. First American to ever win that race as part of the UTMB series. And certainly this incredible second place in the sub 30:30 is going to be her time. Just fantastic.
Yeah, we're going to have a flurry, as you mentioned, a flurry of runners coming in. Of course, Gareth is going to be just the tip of the iceberg there. We're going to see some combination of Paul Terranova, Dustin Simmons, Shad Micah, as well as Tara Dower potentially coming down off of that little giant descent. So stick around. We will be here. Well, we're going to be here until about 5 p.m. today, and then we will take a brief break for a few hours and then come back this evening to call in all the remaining finishers.
Yep. It's followed immediately, or about 25 minutes out of Cunningham, by Paul Terranova. Dustin Simmons, by the way, let's note on Dustin, a fantastic race. He's hovered around 10th, currently sitting in 8th male, 10th overall.
Yeah.
And Shad Micah, of course, coming from pretty far back in the field. To put it in perspective, Dustin Simmons hit the first aid station at KT about an hour after Ludo. So he's been pacing it super well through the day.
Yeah, I'm going to try and figure out how far back Shad was when he hit.
Love to hear the love in the chat about Soul Sports in Tempe, Arizona.
Shad,
go ahead.
Shad was 33rd at Ouray.
Oh my goodness!
And so, moving into basically on the fringes of the top 10 overall.
Almost an almost Nick Curry like split there.
Yeah. So Shad Micah is not his first time running Hardrock, but it will make him a true Hardrocker when he comes in just a little bit. But we are excited and honored to be calling in our F2, Gareth Arnold.
Yep, she's got her group with her. We know she has some kids. I would guess, I'm just going to guess that the person on the right with the orange shirt is one of her children, and the one on the little bike to the left is the other. I know I was talking to Corinne Chalvoy when she was on. She and she's taught me to do this, to kind of keep track of the moms division.
Yes.
And Gareth is, of course, in the moms division.
Coming home with the mom division's crown,
coming home
as
with
it
that.
were.
And in fact, it looks like this little one's getting a little anxious going out in front before the Cement River crossing, which you've seen already, but we're seeing it now.
And one of the things that we have tended to see in the big tentpole American running events is that, this is similar to what happens at Western States when the runners hit Roby Point at mile 99, or maybe when they hit the streets of Flagstaff, when they cross the hospital there, and maybe about a mile or so out, that everybody who has been a part of that journey, to crew, to pace, family supporting, tends to have the opportunity to join in and maybe celebrate and bask in those last few steps as well.
Yeah, in general, I'm not sure if it's a written rule or an unwritten rule, but in general, you hit town. So cross the Animas, for example, in this direction, or come down off Shrine of the Mines in the other direction. Anybody can join you.
Yeah.
In the chat, Jason Backlet, Paonia, Colorado, where where
Kareth lives.
Kareth is from. It's a Paonia. I want to just make sure I'm pronouncing it. Paonia. Is it Pay? So phonetically, Pay Onia, Anonia. Do we have a dad's division in? No.
Yeah, that was Ludo's win.
Yeah. We almost have a little traffic here. Crossing the one of two paved roads in the county.
Whoops. Paonia. Or Pay. Wait, is that?
Oh, Pay. P-A-Y. Well, would it be Aonia? Paonia or Pay? No, Paonia. Paonia. We're going to go with Paonia. Paonia, Colorado's most famous resident, Kareth Arnold. There it is. Eric put it in. Thank you. With the emphasis on Paonia. Two more turns. Nick finished holding a baby. All right, I guess that's some dad division action. I like it. Yes, Gavin, we do know Prescott. Neither Chris nor I would ever pronounce it Prescott. And let's not even go through all the Arizona places.
No, we talk about a state with some very unusual names to places. But Kareth right now going to be finishing just on the other side of 30 and a half hours. Going to be one of the fastest times in Hardrock history. If you break down what has happened here at Hardrock.
Hey, Chad, I wasn't ripping on dads. I'm one. In fact, I'm even a granddad. No dads count. Just no dad's division.
Yeah. If you want to create that division yourself,
it doesn't
feel
mean
free.
they don't count. It just means that there's no division.
Yeah.
You can Flint Hills, Briar, Gareth, you can definitely draft off your kid, especially here. And it looks like they're getting into formation now. From Paonia, Colorado, Kareth Arnold. Down Snowden Street, right?
Yes.
All right, down Snowden. Kareth Arnold jumped into second place right around Telluride and did not relent. Tara Dower in the early stages was in that position, but quickly as they rolled between Chapman and Telluride, Kareth, we have here the crowd behind us.
They have eyes on Kareth, so she's just a few feet from the finish.
Empty out.
Of course, you can see Kareth there moving in and getting ready to kiss the rock.
Kareth Arnold. Second place in the Hardrock 100 2026 edition, the 31st edition from Paonia, Colorado. And in between the K and the E of Hardrock Endurance Run, Kareth Arnold left it all out there.
About 30, 32, 40. Our official, unofficial time. fifth overall.
Emotional sport, everybody. She's far from the first and far from the last to shed a tear at the finish line of, oh, there we go. Second place, Gareth Arnold, her first Hardrock. The photography scrum. Fantastic race for Kareth. Smartly paced, but also just put it all out there.
Yeah, as we mentioned, just over 30 and a half hours for Kareth. Uh, 12:32:31, so the 30 hours, 32 minutes, 31 seconds.
Yes, Buffalo Berkey, I'm noticing all the bucket hats. I thought the trend was gone, but seems to be lingering like a bad summer cold.
Looking further back up the course, Paul Terranova has crossed Arastra Creek and is making his way down that final mile,
so
mile and a half.
The 5K from Arastra Creek, but a fair bit looks like, huh?
He passed Arastra about 20 minutes ago, so I would expect him in the next maybe 8 minutes, perhaps. Dustin Simmons had not passed Arastra the last time he pinged, probably actually getting up close to it, probably less than 4 miles out. Moving a little bit further back up the course, we would have behind Dustin probably Tara Dower, who has made her way down and is on that descent off Little Giant, followed by Shad Micah and Greg Brandt.
Does it look like Shad is a little bit behind Tara by the tracker?
Yeah, it looks like Tara's got a sizable lead on Shad.
Quick question in the chat about Bill Duper. Bill Duper was known as the ultra super fan. He would come to Hardrock every year. Wasn't an ultra runner himself, was a huge fan, was a lifelong Green Bay Packers fan, befriended the race as well as the town of Silverton. And this bench has been fashioned in his memory, where we're going to see probably most of the finishers spend a little period of respite after they finish. Duper
was before my time, but I take on good authority people such as you, and who I would say is Bill Duper's most vocal fan, is somewhere in the streets of Silverton making donuts right now.
Yes,
as we
indeed.
Speak.
Zach Miller, huge Bill Duper fan, as well as Brian Powell of I Run Far, Brian Meltler of recently of Ultra Sign Up. I think Brian has got his Bill Duper hat on.
Of course, we'll have our drone pilots. We will be seeing them head back out onto the course to potentially catch what we would expect to be Paul Terranova. Paul Terranova, a veteran of this run, of pretty much everything there is in American ultra running.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us about Paul Terranova, AJW.
Paul Terranova, 52 years old, lives in Twin Lakes, Colorado, outside of Leadville. Retired military. Really, he will, when you see him finish, he'll kiss the rock and do some push-ups.
That's right.
That's his routine. He's got a handful of States finishes, including some top tens, and he's also got several Hardrock. He's just a good, tough runner and a wonderfully well-spirited runner as well. And his wife Meredith is one of the most well-known and successful sports nutritionists in the space these days. If you're looking for a sports nutritionist, just look up Meredith Nova. She's outstanding.
Runner 118. We'll give you some detail on that individual. And to give you a peek behind the curtain, you are seeing this before we are seeing this. So this is Derek Call, 48, of Caldwell, Idaho.
Hey, everybody in the chat on the bucket hats, look, I'm just not a fan of the bucket hat. Right? Not a fan. We all have the things we like in styles. I wear Aloha shirts all the time. Some people don't like Aloha shirts. I don't like bucket hats. And you're just going to have to live with it. I don't need to explain why. You can like your bucket hats. You can like them. You can fill them with ice. You can, fact that they cover your head more than a regular hat. But I just don't like them.
Of course,
it's nothing against people who wear them. This is not a value judgment on people who wear bucket hats. It's simply a value judgment on the hat itself. In fact, I work in running stores and strongly discourage people buying bucket hats. Strongly discourage. I discourage them from buying bucket hats the same way I discourage them from buying 10 packs of tube socks from Walmart. Laura Graves asking about the audio on the finish line. Yeah, we're going to do our best there. I promise you.
We have what we have.
We're not in control of the audio. I wish we actually.
No,
I'm glad we're not.
Absolutely not. We can barely handle what we're in charge of up here. But seeing Paul Terranova come in here shortly. Also, you are seeing Derek Call. Who got into Hardrock. Looks like his most recent qualifier was I Am Tough back in 2020. Finishes at Wyoming Range, Cascade Crest, Dark Divide. Back when Dark Divide was just a tiny run.
Now a Hardrock qualifier.
Absolutely. Back when Derek Call finished Dark Divide in 2022, he was one of 7 finishers. Of course, that run has now developed into, as we mentioned, a Hardrock qualifier. And at last year's running, they had a more robust 27 finishers. But Hardrock it curates its qualifier list very specifically, and there's a reason for it. And the board and the run director decide on these events as Hardrock qualifiers simply because they know that if you can handle of some of these mountain runs, and also taking into consideration the notion that it takes people's cases several years to get in, you've run enough of those qualifiers, you are definitely capable of putting out your best day at Hardrock.
I also want to share a little bit, and I don't think Chris Kern is a former president of the Hardrock, still a member of the board, and the coordinator of the qualification race. And an additional factor that I learned about last year when Dark Divide was added and a couple of European races were added and some were taken away is that Hardrock is actually interested in spreading a little bit of fires around.
True.
That they fire for 5, 7, 10 years. And then, there's going to be some tried and trues. Patch is always going to be a qualifier. But Chris did say, so for example, Bighorn was removed as a qualifier.
Yeah.
Not because all of a sudden it became less difficult or less worthy of being a qualifier, but they're eager to spread it around. I think they realize the influence of being a Hardrock qualifier by and large means your race is going to fill and you're going to have a great opportunity because people literally plan their entire calendar around those races. So if you go to the website, Chris has it right here. There's a series of years. You can look along the left-hand side, the names of all the races, and then which years they are applicable. other one they phased out at the same time they phased out Bighorn was Mount Fuji over in Japan. And right now, you can probably tell me they added another Asian
Lake
run,
Biwa 100.
Lake Biwa in Asia in its place. So it's really cool that they're doing that.
Yeah, and one of the things that they have decided for the upcoming cycles is to try and focus on the 100-mile distance. So maybe some of the legacy races beyond 100 miles, the 200-plus mile runs, such as maybe Tour de Gent or Bigfoot, may no longer be on that qualifier list. That's not to say they couldn't potentially be on, as you mentioned. Is an attempt to, amongst various runs that are qualified to get runners prepared for the rigors of Hardrock, but also they do keep that list of qualifiers. There's less than 40.
The Death March guy go. Death March guy, do you guys make bucket hats? And if you do, can you make me an Aloha bucket hat with every mile as a beer mile? You make me one of those, I'll wear it. Okay, stop with the bucket hats in the chat, everybody. Here we are back at Sherman Aid Station 72.
Of course, Sherman, as we mentioned, is the next cutoff at Hardrock, and that is about 3 hours, 15 minutes away. Runners have to be into Sherman and out by 4 p.m. today.
Yeah, and think about it, that's kind of tight as you compare the Grouse Gulch to the Sherman cutoff. So I suspect there's a fair number of runners up, and you're going to check this out for us, up and over Handies and on their way down to Burroughs that are well aware at 4 o'clock cutoff. It's 3 hours and 15 minutes away.
We don't get to.
As far as I can tell, there are 119 runners still on course. We have 8 finishers, and so a maximum potential 120 finishers here.
Aaron Fleischer, one of the legends, does comment that no more 200-mile qualifiers for Hardrock. I did talk to Chris Kern about that as well. He had a lengthy philosophical discussion about it. I'm paraphrasing here. And at the end, that they're running mile qualifier distance, while an incredible distance, and there are amazing races around the country of the 200-mile distance, there are some in the sport, and I would these who see it almost as a different event, a different type of event, where issues such as sleep strategy, of nutrition and gear, and it's almost a fast packing event. And while Aaron, there's part of me that agrees with you that moving away from them does make sense, and the fact that milers have become so prolific sport, I think it just became too group to discern appropriate 200-miler versus a add to that the fact that they have a wide range of finishing cutoff times. I think it was just more expedient for them to remove them. A question about the podium ceremony. Hardrock 100 is a race. Every runner is honored at the ceremony tomorrow, and the awards begin at around 10 a.m. As I've said a couple of times on the live stream already.
Looks like we might be having Paul Terranova come in.
Paul Terranova, we're hearing in the background. Maybe you are seeing it. We're a little lag.
Just on the on the tape. We're getting a special delivery here in studio of Hardrock Trophy.
There's Paul Terranova. Our video's lagging. Looks like he gave the smooch right in the middle.
You gotta know your subjects. Yeah, you guys work.
Brian! The bitch!
No problem, right?
What?
No problem.
No, the bitch!
It's got it, yeah.
This is Paul's Hardrock finish.
This morning, I need to do.
Previous finishes were in 2023, 2024.
Get over a little bit. Yeah, you go. Myself, because I'm only at like $10. So. Oh, you're at 160.
Oh, he's already got. He got a shot as soon as he got put out here today. Come here, y'all.
Crew shot? Crew shot? Get in there, crew. Come on.
Here, back with the shot.
Pointing to the Bill Duper. Paul ran the race in the soon-to-be-released ones from Mount to Coast. CTS.
That's your nickname, Paul. I heard you.
There's Meredith. I was mentioning her earlier in the blue hat.
That was cool.
You're like, he's one of the girls. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to straight. I want you to good job.
Are you part of the drum? No, I was staying on the road. Nice. And then yesterday yes, you're out. Okay.
Ready through Hard Rocker with finishes in both directions. This is his second time in the clock direction.
He mentioning about East Coast qualifiers, Jigger Johnson on the East Coast, due to its technicality and it is, number one, a newer race, number two, that has already changed hands. Now, it would not surprise me in the least to see Jigger Johnson become an East Coast qualifier sooner rather than later. But that's just kind of my thought on run of that race, as it is only to its history.
I think a couple of years ago they dropped the Grindstone 100. Cruel Jewel is still on the list, I believe.
Yes.
It's Barkley. That's an East Coast 100.
This is true. True. Barkley
You
can be your Hard Rock
Barkley,
qualifier.
Finish it, and you got a qualifier. East Coasters, quit your complaining. I heard it's not even that hard to get into. It's not even expensive.
Yeah.
It costs like $2.
Not. Bib 170 popping up onto your screen here at the Hard Rock 100 2026 presented by Ultra. That is Justin McMillan out of Atascadero, California.
And we're back up on the road down to Sherman, between Burroughs and Sherman. About mile 70.
Someone was asking if Bailey was going to catch Tara I sincerely doubt it. Bailey has not yet hit Cunningham Gulch, and Tara has almost or has topped Little Giant at this point. She registered as having started the climb about an hour ago. Her tracker has not pinged, showing that she is at the summit and on the saddle. But the difference, it might only be a couple miles, but it is a couple hours when it involves the climb up Little Giant.
Yeah, I'm going to guess a finish for Tara around between 2:30 and 3. For Bailey, I would expect probably somewhere closer to 5:30.
Yeah.
Fourth place woman Bailey Eppard.
Yeah, as long as Tara keeps moving, she should have third place locked up.
All right, we just got report that Dan Ryan into Sherman. You'll see him on the left. Schlarb, I know folks have been following him, a Durango local, as Cunningham there.
Jason having the day he's having.
Yes.
Definitely based on his experience and success and not having the day he had hoped for. But he is a grizzled veteran of this race in particular, this run. Having a co-champion in 2016. Things not turning out the way they did that year, but Schlarb is the kind of guy who's going to do his best to tough it out.
I suspect he's regrouping from last time in Cunningham. Knows better than most what he's got ahead of him in that climb up Little Giant. So he's probably going to regroup and get it done, and we'll probably get down here between 4:30 and 6 o'clock.
To all of you hanging out with us here this Saturday afternoon.
Thanks for joining us.
We have probably serious some kinks in your long run plans here this weekend. Hopefully you can push it back to tomorrow after all of the Hardrock finishers have come in on local time. So you just need to switch your Saturday and Sunday plans in some cases.
That's what I'm going to do. And then, of course, if you're a world, you've got in the mix. All kinds of stuff. It's July. Wimbledon. I'm in on an East Coast race, the Wood Booger 100. I got to look that one up. Wood Booger. By the way, while we have a moment, anybody who's going to be at Vermont 100, one of my favorite races, I'll be there next weekend doing a little pacing and a group at Mount to Coast Performance Footwear is my podcast, and they are a sponsor of Vermont 100. It'll be fun to be back at Vermont. I haven't been back in years. Classic, old school 100-miler, very different than Hardrock.
Woodburger 100 had its inaugural running this spring, several different distances ranging from 25K to 100 mile. The winners for that event, Matt Pacheco, and I recognize the name Vanessa Klein winning the women's run. Vanessa, shout out Beast Pacing.
Where is it? Where is it?
It's in Norton, Virginia.
Norton, Virginia. Wood Booger. I mean, a great title. Great
yeah,
name.
Absolutely. So that may be a run that, although I'm not familiar with anything regarding elevation profile, obviously, but sounds like it's getting good news already. Shout out to the Wood Booger 100.
Yeah, and absolutely. And that committee they look at things like elevation gain, number of finishers, how challenging the terrain is.
Oh my God, is that Daniel Ryan?
Yeah, they just reported Dan Ryan is in Sherman.
Dan Ryan, still, I owe him a practical joke several years ago that he played on me. Hardrock 100 lottery live stream. I have yet to get him back. Things go for this weekend as he is busy doing work right now.
It's so great. He was my human interest story on our race. He looks great. Looks like he's got a sandwich or a wrap or a burrito of some kind, putting down some, just kind of working on his pack a little bit. I was in touch with his crew a little while ago. Sarah Wallace, one of his crew members, friend of mine from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Yeah, there's Dan on the left of your screen. Tara Dower is on her way down off of Little Giant. See her around 2:15, 2:30.
Would expect our next finisher to be Dustin Simmons. He has made it past the Arastra Creek crossing with about a 5K to go. So he's heading down arguably the most gentle section of single track on the entire Hardrock course.
Great section.
Good way to decompress for 99 miles, 98 miles of fighting and pushing through some of the most rugged terrain available.
Yeah, and as you've said, it's a great, if you're in Silverton and you're just to run, it's a great, you can scoop. But Dustin Simons has had a solid race. Between Dustin and Tara Dower, we're guessing we're going to take a Colorado. He got out of Cunningham a little bit after.
We're going to be seeing
about 40 minutes.
Familiar face coming into Sherman. Indeed.
Oh, there's Jamil.
Jamil Curry.
Dan Ryan.
Of course, Jamil Curry, if he's not a 100-miler, he is somewhere filming it. I do remember seeing him out of Phil a couple weeks ago, helping out with the Mountain Outpost presence at Western States. Jamil taking a moment to sit down. Of course, Jamil's brother Nick just finished a little bit ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, as I've mentioned a couple of times, many runners choose not to have crew at, and not because it's allowed, it's very much allowed, but it's a really big trip to get out there. And so you can see these aid station volunteers really tending to Jamil and Dan and the rest of them. It's a really great aid station, and it's important that it's a great aid station. It's mile 72, you kind of got to regroup, you got a big climb up ahead. Glenn Gilligan, very nice of you to point out that Vermont, but I would say it's a very generous use of the word few. I might say many.
Oh, that you won Vermont 100
or
like
decades.
A few years ago? What year did you win Vermont 100, AJW?
I won it in 2007, 2008, and 2010.
Okay. You see Dan Ryan now.
All right, he's up and moving.
And, of course, we also mentioned we saw Jamil Curry in aid as well, several other runners. Of course, now these runners don't have to worry about the Sherman Aid cutoff. They are in and out. Yep. Their next cutoff won't be until much later on. The next cutoff for
there goes Dan.
Runners would be 2 a.m. at Cunningham Gulch.
Clock has just struck 1, so in perspective, still 3 more hours. Sherman Aid Station is open a full 3 more hours more. Thank you, Michael, for the well wishes about Oregon Cascades. That's in a couple of weeks. My claim to fame was in the 2007 Vermont. It was the 20th anniversary, and the previous year's winner was Dean Karnassus. So I was forever connected to my good friend Dean from the Bay Area. Dan Ryan. He's petting his dog. Looks happy. I know we're lagging behind, so sorry about that. but it was just too much fun to see that. Giving his dog a pat as he heads out of Sherman in mile 72. Talked about this a couple times. 1,500-foot climb, Pole Creek Plateau. Runners heading down into Maggie.
We have about 20 runners that have yet to get to Shermanade. So those runners who have not yet made it to Sherman do have to get there by 4 p.m. local time this afternoon.
And as Chris has done throughout the broadcast, he'll be keeping tabs on those. We know a lot of you are following those runners as they make their way, fighting those cutoffs. And of course, we'll be following them all the way through the end at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
You got it.
One of the most fun things we do here.
To give a quick wraparound on the front of the pack, we do have 2 women who have completed their Hardrock. Those would be Courtney DeWalter and Kareth Arnold. Rounding out the podium, we would expect to be Tara Dower with a sizable lead on Bailey Eppard. I would say at least 2+ hours, and we would expect Tara to be coming up and over Little Giant. Bailey Eppard in 4th, Darla Askew in 5th, Aaron Shaw in 6th, Casey Lichtheig 7th.
Picked up another spot.
Yeah, Jenny Pierce in 8th, Jenny Fox in 9th, and Jordan Armstrong rounding out the top 10 in the women's run.
There's a great glimpse of a couple of runners going up Buffalo Boy Ridge. This is a sneaky ridge that a lot of people forget about between Maggie Gulch and Cunningham for the climb up to Green Mountain. You can see this runner in the blue shirt and the pacer behind making their way up.
And in the men's run, we do have 7 finishers, including course record holder who improved his own mark, Ludo Pomeray, Jimmy Elam in 2nd, David Ayala in 3rd, Ryan Smith 4th, Arlen Glick 5th, Nick Curry 6th, Paul Terranova, our most recent finisher in the men's run, having finished 7th. And right now, the next expected finisher would be Dustin Simmons, the 8th. Shad Micah has moved into 9th. As we mentioned, Shad has moved 3rd to 9th over the course of the last 40-plus miles.
Fantastic.
And rounding out the top 10 in the men's Hardrock 100 endurance run is Greg Brandt at this point. So we do have a signal from Tara Dower's tracker that Tara has made the saddle at Little Giant and is on her way beginning that descent. Does not start out in gentle fashion.
Yeah.
You have some pretty dicey scrambling coming down off Little Giant.
Yeah, it's really a good half a mile of that dicey scrambling. Most people will probably take about 15 minutes. Even someone of Tara's caliber, it's got to be careful. Then it pops out on a road. It's a little bit more forgiving. Still pretty rocky and beat up. Once you hit the smooth part, a couple of, then you're really heading down.
Justin Simmons running on that final 5K stretch parallel to the Animas River. Behind him, Shad Micah, we would expect to see coming in as well.
On your screen, you're seeing this runner make the couple of strides to Buffalo Boy Ridge. Then a drop down to cross Cinnamon Pass Road. The same road that we've been seeing runners from Burroughs to Sherman. Just a little further down. Road, and then begin a quick, I want to say quick, 100 climb up summit of Green Mountain, or the saddle just below Green Mountain. Or to runners eyes in.
a wonderful shot here. You can see a runner at the top, which shows you the magnitude of this course. Really, just a perfect shot. A little bit hazy today.
Yeah, it is a little bit hazy.
The air quality has gone a little bit sideways. Things were crystal clear yesterday. Of course, after taking a brief nap this morning, woke up and noticed that there was a little bit of a haze, a rain over town. Hopefully, it's something that the runners can work through.
On the plus side, the race has escaped so far unscathed with the afternoon thunderstorms that are so much a part of this time of year. San Juan's.
Yeah, it's been a year or two since we had some big afternoon thunderstorms out there for this run. Heard legendary stories from individuals who have had to hunker down due to rocks. Looks like we've got a runner coming into Maggie.
Pierce. Jenny Pierce from Livingston, Montana. 8th place woman.
Hitting the Maggie Gulch aid stations. So for her,
doing a little bit of the math, that
about a half marathon to go, give or take.
That climber that runner we saw at the top of green might have been Casey Lichtai. Casey was another runner coming down into Maggie.
Aaron asking about the average finish time. Kind of hard to say without really doing a deeper dive, but I do believe I've heard that it's somewhere in the 40-41 hour range.
Yeah,
for average finishers.
Right. Usually, Dale usually gives the statistic award ceremony tomorrow morning. Well,
18 hours until the final cutoff here, almost.
The house still a full 119 on the court. Joe Schramm is currently in arrears from Hereford, Arizona, 7 years old. To 1021 out of Grouse. He's on his way. On his way down.
Dustin Simmons coming up on Blair Gulch, probably about a mile and a half out from the streets of Silverton at this point.
Oh, that's good.
Shad Micah should be getting to Arostra Creek shortly. Maybe about a mile and a half out from Arostra. And him, Tara Dower, Hollister, Michael Martinez, Todd Bachman. And
Scott Hollister's had a good charge from the back of the middle of the pack to the closer to the front.
Jason Schlarb looks like he might be beginning his ascent up Little Giant. Oh, and it looks like I might have missed somebody. Yes, I did. I missed Alex Docta, who is also on that climb up Little Giant.
A few runners on that stretch between Cunningham and the finish. Jason has gotten out of there. A little bit of a break.
The approach to Maggie Gulch here.
Folks wondering if it might be Bill Dittman, one of these runners.
Could be. Bill's let his beard go pretty wild lately. So
we're getting a close up on this runner with the hood.
He might be a few seconds ahead of me. Let me take a quick peek. Yeah, that might be Bill Dittman.
I know he was in white, but that was a long time ago, back over at Grant Swamp yesterday.
That could have been 2 or 3 outfit changes ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bill Dittman, one of the great stories in this run, ran his first qualifier to get into this event in 2015.
Man.
That looks like that could be Bill. I've run with Bill many times. Used to say, quote, train with Bill. November project, doing a lot of hill work and and exercising together on Wednesday mornings. So I've been a huge fan of Bill's for a long time. Of course, he used to live in Arizona, now makes his home back in Wisconsin to be closer to family. And he's also been the author of some truly crazy adventures over the course of the last several years. When he was trying to get into all of the big lottery races, lottery events, he was having no luck. And so he started doing some things like, well, I can't get into Hardrock or Western States. I'm going to run the Black Canyon 200K and started at the finish and ran from the finish to the start, only to begin the actual true run. I believe that was might have been 2018. No, it's 2019. It was 2019.
I'm going to confirm here. That is Bill, 38 years old, Brookfield, Wisconsin. Got in, crossed the mat at Maggie, in there at the same time as Jenny Pierce from Livingston, Montana, and Jenny Fox, the two Jennies from Steamboat Springs, Colorado.
So with Bill running the Black Canyon 200K, he actually made it to the start line with about half an hour to go before he had to go out and run the true 100K. And I am sad to say he still beat me by over half an hour. Great athlete. Of course, all of these are great athletes because I'll repeat it until somebody can prove me wrong. Don't get into Hardrock accidents.
You do not. That is a worthwhile refrain. We've got runners coming into Maggie on the left, and we've got runners at the aid station, including a little baby at Sherman on the right.
Yeah. Whereas Sherman, the next impending cutoff, runners have about 2 hours, 45 minutes to get there, just shy of that. So plenty of time as long as they are making their way, having made the previous cutoffs at Grouse Gulch heading up and over Handies.
So, and just to remind you all, Sherman is at mile 72. Those runners on the right in the orange shorts have 28 miles to go. And Maggie, the runners on the left, they're rolling in there at mile 86 and a half. And we have 9 overall finishers up to the moment. We are anticipating Dustin Simmons next into the finish line. We know he's past Arastra Creek, so less than 5K to go, followed by Shad Micah, and then Tara Dower. We do know that Tara is over the top of Little Giant and on her way down that first sketchy section.
Of course, as you descend from Little Giant, the course does get easier and easier. I say that on a relative scale, but with 95 or so miles on the legs, I'm sure nothing feels easy at this point.
Yeah.
I guess it gets more gentle, I would say. Of course, doesn't start out that way. A very rough descent.
And it's long. It's still 7 miles. When you hit that summit, it's still, yes, it's all downhill, but it's still 7 miles.
Oh, yeah. Looks like we've got a runner coming into Maggie on the upper left-hand side. So I remember those two outfits, Sherman in the overnight.
Oh, you're right.
A very colorfully dressed runner and pacer.
Thank you all for tuning in. This is the Mountain YouTube channel, and this is our production of the Hardrock 100 2026 edition, the 31st running of the Hard Rock 100. I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins alongside Chris Warden. We're here with you till about 5 p.m. local time.
Going to try and see how many runners we still can confirm as being on the course. Heading to Sherman. It looks like we're talking about 24 runners who have yet to arrive in Sherman. Of course, the last cutoff was at Grouse.
Can't quite catch that bib number of the person in yellow.
We do have 10 runners that are somewhere between Grouse and Burroughs at mile 68. Some of those runners bringing up the back of the pack will name off some of those individuals here. Dima Finehouse, Ed Hensel, Greg Sisengrath, Karina Ella, Kirsty Reed, and Turner, Greg Loomis, Michael Kutu, Elaine Batson, and Joe Schrum. Those are your current back of the packers. Those runners that if you are one of those fans who likes to follow the back of the packers as they make the journey a little bit longer, maybe getting more of their money's worth. Those are the people we're going to expect to see in the overnight into the morning into Silverton, their Hard Rock.
Loomis, Virginia, Midlothian, Virginia, nearby Richmond. Dog, must know him as my Virginia friend, eagerly following along. Quick look at Loomis's Loom Dogs Ultra sign up will let you know a couple of things. First, that 13 Ultras. He was one of the early aficionados of the Ultra listserv back in the day. Ran his first Ultra all the way back in 1999. Has been to Hard Rock a couple of times. Well on his way to another, although he's going to have to keep. It'll be important for him to keep the pedal down. He hasn't at Hard Rock since 2023 when he ran a 46.49 in the other direction.
Somebody mentioned they call you having a hard last section over Little Giant to the finish. Can you all that? I guess that your son was pacing you in. Does this sound familiar?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Matthew Bryant. That was my second running. It was in this direction. Cunningham and this is Jamil, by the way. Jamil Curry leaving Sherman there with the red pack on the bottom right.
Who?
And my son Carson paced me from Little Giant, from Cunningham to the finish. And not too proud to say I had the slowest split at 10-mile section. I did it in 6 hours. So you can do the math, 6 hours to 10 miles. Took me 3 hours to get to the top, and then 3 hours from the top into town. Ended up finishing in a time of 41:51. A full 13 hours and 40 minutes slower than when I ran the counterclockwise direction 7 years prior. So thanks for bringing back that fun memory, Matthew Bryant. And you're right, that section is a joke.
Of course, we just saw
Jamil
Curry there. We would next finisher is going to be Dustin Simmons, followed in all likelihood by Shad Micah and Greg Brandt. The two of them look like they're fairly close together, Giant Basin, but of course, because what may look like a couple hundred meters when you're coming down from Little Giant could be the difference between a gently downhill run and a scree field where it's look out below any potential boulders. The last time, or the only time I've been up at down that, I handed my son my car keys. And I was with him, and I think he was 16 at the time. And as I was heading down, I said, if something goes wrong, you have to head back to the car and drive your way home. And of course, as he was heading down, this was his first time in a really technical scree area. As parent of the year, I am not. but he was coming down, and I had to kind of play dodgeball with some of the rocks that he was kicking down, simply because it was like a baby deer situation. He was basically crab walking at this point to try and get down safely on one of the stretches, and I'm trying to coach him, telling him which way to go. And as I was doing so, again, the thought in my mind really pressed to say, wow, people are doing this 93, 94 miles on their legs. How can they even do it? And in the dark, if you're a back of the packer.
There's some butt slide sections on there that are similar to Little Giant. I remember I was running with a friend of mine from Virginia that year that we were just talking about, where it took me 6 hours to go that final 10 miles. And he went down on the butt and did the butt slide, and the shorts just went rip. and he was flashing some butt for the rest of the way. I don't think he cared. Nobody really cared at that point, but it's definitely no joke. Not only the up, but the down.
Somebody noting, Molly B in the chat, noting that Jamil is going without pacers. That is true. However, I did hear that somebody had offered their services. I think the name rhymes with Sachel Pentrikin, who is a huge fan of pacing people. So while Jamil may not have pacers right now, that could entirely change.
Yeah, my guess is this is my prediction, is that Rachel will hang around here until Tara finishes.
Yeah.
We'll celebrate Tara's finish, and then we'll appear at Cunningham to pace in Jamil. That's what I'm guessing.
I would not be surprised in the least to see things unfold that way.
And knowing Rachel as we do, I don't think she's going to ask Jamil. Let's put it that way. Of course, they know each other pretty well.
And Rachel just loves to run.
She does. She came out, obviously ran Cocodona in incredible time this past year, but also spent a few days on our beloved segment in Tempe for the Tempe Burrito League this January. She came and ran a few loops when she was out for the Coldwater Rumble, one of the classic kind of low-key Aravaipa Ultras down in the Estrella Mountain Regional Park.
Rachel, one of the things we were talking with her yesterday about how she has run several Hardrock qualifiers. Of course, she wants to run this race very much, and has had some huge success, top 5 or better in pretty much every attempt she's run, several wins in Hardrock qualifiers. But people also don't realize Rachel has a ton of time loop experience. I've seen Rachel. My initial exposure to Rachel as a runner was out, I believe, either Jackpot or Across the Years, which are basically 1 mile, 2 mile looped courses and completely flat. Tell people that they're kind of shocked, but no, Rachel, again, she loves to run it all. Loves to be out there, loves to interact with other people on course. And, it just so happens we are in the big mountains. I guarantee you, if there were runners who needed, a pacer on a completely flat section of trail in another ultra, she would be out there offering her support and services to them as well.
Yeah, I think it was Chris, if I'm not mistaken, the first time we met Rachel, it was at, was it Jackpot? I'm going to check the year. Yeah, it was in 2023. We were doing coverage, and she did the 48-hour there. Then again, just a few months later, she did 212 miles in the 48-hour at Across the Years before her first run at Cocodona in 2024. At that point, while she still came back to Across the Years in 2024, she started to move towards the big mountains with Crazy Mountain, Cocodona again for another win, High Lonesome, the Mammoth 200 just this past September, as I mentioned, Coldwater in January, and then Cocodona just a couple of months ago. Yeah, her I remember the first time I had her on my podcast. What we talked most of the podcast about was the fun of fixed time events.
Maggie Gulch aid on your left, Sherman aid on your right, and we are expecting our next finisher. It's hard to tell. It last pinged about 20 minutes ago. Further up the stretch between here and Arastra Creek, but Simmons, we would expect to get eyes on him coming into town fairly soon, and would place him firmly inside the top 10 of the 2026 Hardrock. In the men's run, it would actually place him 8th and 10th overall, in fact.
We have 14 runners, Chris. 14 runners between Cunningham and here.
Oh, my. Which, despite being, 9.5 miles, is still, in some of those cases, going to be a 3.5 hour stretch.
Yeah, if for example, if Dustin finishes in 6 minutes, it'll be a 3 hour split for him.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, it can take somebody 5-6 hours or more.
It can.
We are 2.5 hours from the aid station at Sherman, mile 72, closing up shop, keeping an eye on those back of the packers that need to get in and get out.
Bailey Eppert would likely be the next runner into Cunningham. He's 4th place woman currently. Ben Wyrick from Burnsville, North Carolina has rolled in. He's a gentleman I was talking earlier about, art teacher from North Carolina with dog Gandalf. Got in off the wait list on Wednesday night. Yes, High Lonesome is next weekend. This is the Summer 100 season. Next weekend, you've got High Lonesome in the Rocky Mountains. You've got Vermont 100 back east. Here's a drone shot of the Chris Warden Ski Lodge looking back up the course. You can see that single track veering to the left. And here, this has got to be Dustin Simons, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Coming through the gate.
Just past the retired rock.
I know we've got a little bit of a lag on the rest of you, but
Dustin Simmons out of Gunnison, Colorado. So when all is said and done, doesn't really have that long of a trip to head home.
Right. You can get home for dinner. Dustin Simmons.
Up to the crossing of the Animas River, more bridge across Cement Creek, and then heading down 14th Street, going to take a left onto Snowden Street for that final few blocks.
Great shot from our drone looking towards town of Silverton. Hopping today. There's free camping for runners, crews, pacers to the left there. A great thing that the race organization started about 5 years ago. Bathrooms in the Chris Warden Ski Lodge. It's a nice little spot. Wanting to camp, of course, plenty of room for your Sprinter vans.
Logistics of Hardrock can be a little bit complicated if you don't know how to approach it. And we'll maybe get a chance to talk about that a little bit later this afternoon as we see Dustin Simmons coming in.
I mean, at least as a pure loop, have point-to-point logistics.
Correct.
You know, that's a positive.
But even finding a place can be a little bit daunting in Silverton because there is a limited number of hotel rooms and rooms at various lodges around town, and a limited number of Airbnbs that would be available. So if you're not prepared, if you don't make advanced plans, and in some cases, I know for a fact that people are already making connections for next year's Hardrock to find rental space. It can be a rough weekend unless you're comfortable with camping. If you're comfortable with camping, you're set. Yep. There is so much real estate out there. You can see kind of off to the northwest and the left-hand side of your screen, you can see kind of a valley in between a couple of the big peaks just to the north of town. And if you head out about a mile or two from there, you actually head out to Mineral Creek camping area, which is, the same portion where the runners will actually run in the beginning of the clockwise event. Mineral Creek has a large amount of dispersed camping area out there, and I've been out there camping many years. It was actually the first place that I stayed when I came to Silverton back in 2017.
And then a lot of the old guard goes out to Cunningham. They do have a porta potty out there. You can just disperse camp right there at where the site of the aid station is. It stretches a fair bit. And then if you want a roof over your head and Silverton's full and you're okay driving a bit, there's a lot more ample accommodations down at Purgatory.
Yeah.
It's downhill, several hills, 2 hills actually. So it's a fair bit of a drive, Purgatory and Silverton, but lots of options down there. Driving a bit.
Yeah. I mean, the Wyman is fantastic. One of the your places in town. House there, their bunkhouse you have been to reminds me of pictures of Anthony the Capsule. Really nice bunks there. I've stayed at Smedley's Suites before. I've stayed at several places in town. The old hostel, which is now the Kendall Mountain Lodge, has been remodeled. Several places, Main Street, seem to be.
Prospector Motel has a dozen or so rooms.
Oh yeah, Triangle.
The Triangle,
Yeah.
Which is just down Green. My first Hardrock in 2009. I had little ones at the time. We stayed in the Wyman at Silverton, the Durango to Silverton. And there was an entirely trained room with the big 4 poster with train wheels as the base of the bed. So some cool stuff there. It's a great place to there. It's a blast from the past into the Wyman.
Of course, the Wyman has undergone significant remodeling in the recent years. It used to be owned by Roger Rublik, longtime ultra runner and supporter of the community. Sold it, I want to say, about 8 years ago, and remodeled to be a pretty fancy place. And also one of the spots for Silverton nightlife.
Yeah.
Meaning that it's open until 10 p.m. or later.
64-year-old runner Rick Needler. You might remember we checked in on him when he was up in Sherman, is now down and through Maggie in 126. At 126 clock time.
And Simmons has made the turn on to Snowden Street, just a couple blocks to go before he is able to call it a smashing success at the Hardrock 100 endurance run.
And Stephanie Lee, yep, this summer races, I'm doing the first time I've done the Oregon Cascades 100, which takes place in between Bend and Sisters in Central Oregon. Mother-in-law lives there, so we're going to stay at her house and do that run. It looks great. It's got a relatively moderate amount of elevation gain. I think it's 11,000 feet. It's largely smooth trail. There's some sort of volcanic, rocky stuff in the middle, but I'm looking forward to getting out there and running it. We're hearing the cheers in the back.
Dustin coming around.
Comes around. Dustin the Wind is how Dale introduced him. Out he comes in and gives a holler to everybody in here, and they clear out here on. The finisher, Dustin Simmons. Congratulations, Dustin. A really strong second half to finish in 10th place overall and 8th place man.
Everybody for the first time, Dustin Simmons.
And up top, really high. Get the tally. That was a smooch.
Almost out of bounds.
There, yeah. 31-38. 31-38, Dustin.
Yeah. And I was talking to
Garland.
Who's the
his customary quick chat at the end. Chats with every single finisher. My 2 finishes, I just look back so fondly on just those few words he said. He makes you feel like you're the most important person in the room. And at that moment, you kind of are.
Absolutely.
Yeah, size t-shirt.
So I want to just say I'm okay with that hat. That's not that's sort of almost a fedora. It doesn't have that Gilligan hang down brim deal.
Is that where your animosity towards bucket hats comes from Gilligan's Island?
Oh no, I love Gilligan. It has nothing to do with Gilligan's Island. Anyway, I like that hat. It's more fedora-like than bucket hat-like. This is Dustin Simmons. 10th place, 8th place man.
Of course, The Rock is touched up regularly on an annual basis by a gentleman. I don't have his last name, but I know that his name is Jay. Because I happened to, in 2024, be walking by as he was, painting The Rock, with loving care, was actually working on the at that particular moment. And I came up to him as we see Dustin Simmons celebrating his top 10 finish, and told Jay how much I was in awe and impressed by what he was doing, and he seemed a little bit nonplussed by my my excitement. And I did ask him if I could take a selfie with him, and again he was even more confused. But does such a great job in making sure that this rock that all of the runners, all the finishers kiss every year looks fantastic.
For the Shad Micah and Tara Dower fans out there, just to give you a little bit of context, Dustin Simmons left Cunningham at 10:35 and arrived here at 1:37. It was a 3-hour and 2-minute section for him. Shad departed at 11:22 and Tara at 11:34. Just doing a little back of the envelope math, as a few of at somewhere around 30 to 3, somewhere in the 2:30 to would be our net.
All right. Knowing that we've got a few minutes of lean time here, we're going to take a break, and we will be back on the other side here. This is the Coconut. This is the Hardrock 100. The Hardrock 100 endurance run presented by Ultra, Post YouTube channel.
Ask them at all about that screen.
What I wanted. Are we clear?
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth, and I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
What does Hardrock 100 mean to me? And
it just like got me hooked into the sport. Hardrock means a lot to me.
How much this has impacted my life is massively profound, and yeah, a lot of emotions right now.
I've had 8 finishes. I love it and I hate it. I am currently the oldest woman to have ever finished Hardrock, and I'm 66 this year, and last year was my finish at 65.
The Hardrock culture to me is ultra running frozen in history. To me, this is the only event that I can come to where I get an authentic view of what ultra running was back when I was just a kid.
Yeah, I'm Allie Smith. I am the runner tracker coordinator for Hardrock. I started volunteering 2 years ago, and it's like a big family, which I know sounds cliche, but it is. It's just so warm and welcoming, and I knew I had to come back every year. And so whenever they asked me if I wanted the runner tracker job, I said yes, absolutely. So.
Patrick Stewart from Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Hardrock. So Hardrock was my second ultra ever back in 2012, and it just like got me hooked into the sport. And we've been coming back as a family every 4 years. Coincidentally, I've gotten in, so this is my 4th running. Cool, just introducing my girlfriend at the time, then my wife, then my younger daughter is born. Now I have 2 kids here, and they're going to be doing Hardrock. So for us, it's just like a cool every few years to come back to one of the places that really got me like hooked into ultra running.
my name's Ian Turner. What does Hardrock 100 mean to me? And it's just the come together of all these years that put in all the training and everything, and finally getting here and going to do a loop around the San Juans, and hopefully, I mean not hopefully, I'm going to be kissing that rock here in a couple of days. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, my name's Roel Gonzalez. What does it mean to be a pacer? It's a little heavy on the responsibility, right? Like, he obviously asked me for a reason. There's a lot of trust between me and the runner. I also trust in him that we'll finish this together. So what does it mean to be a pacer? It means a lot more than what normal people think. And it's what keeps this whole thing kind of going, I think, in my opinion.
Well, you should know. You should like both of you. Legends. Legends. Yeah, take a picture. Are you running? No, I'm facing them. Good luck.
I'm Jason Schlarb and run on the Norda Trail team. And Hardrock means a lot to me. It was one of the biggest motivations to start trail running from being a semi-professional runner on the roads. This loop is the most beautiful mountains that I know of, and it influenced me such that I moved here in 2014. Finally got to race in 2016 after trying for 4 years to get in, and you know, even as a professional runner, it didn't matter. I had to wait in the lottery to get in, and which is beautiful. At the time, it was frustrating, but the beauty of having to earn a run around the Hardrock Loop is pretty special. And yeah, a lot of emotions right now. 10 years ago, winning was, you know, a defining moment. Being able to run with Killian, race, you know, kind of launch my career or further my career into what it became and what it is now. Now as an athlete manager for Norda, you know, to come back here and give it another shot. My wife is 40 weeks on Monday. So, you know, that's heavy and big on my mind, and my wife celebrates me running the race, and you know that I'll be thinking about that so much, and how much this has impacted my life is massively profound. It's you know, this is truly like so much of who I am, what I've put my heart, my soul, my time, my family's time into. So this is home.
Okay. Well, my name is Tina Ure, and Hardrock has been a big part of my life for the last 19 years. I came here in 2007, paced someone, good friend, and was pretty blown away by it. But darn if I didn't start putting in for it the next year. And in 2010 I got in, and I've had 8 finishes. I love it and I hate it. It scares me. I love each section. Well, not Oscars. And maybe not the Engineer Jeep Road. And maybe not Camp Bird. But I love all the climbs and all the beauty, and yet putting it all together at once, overwhelming is an understatement. This year I was fifth on the wait list. And this year being 5th, you just don't train like you're in. You kind of say, that would mean, I literally told people a full third of the women's finishers field would have to withdraw, and that's impossible. So I did not train as if I was getting in. I am pretty much over my chronic injury, so I'm less injured than last year. I'm less trained. I've been on the fence of if this moment came, would I even accept it? Because I don't want to take up a spot if I don't feel like I'm ready. But I've been acclimating, I've been climbing good. I didn't think I would finish last year, and it happened with a half hour to spare. So anything can happen in Hardrock, and I think I'll give it a shot, as frightening as that is. I forgot to mention in my 8 finishes that I am currently the oldest woman to have ever finished Hardrock. And I'm 66 this year, and last year was my finish at 65. Hopefully I can rack up another one at 66. I always take a picture of me in front of the rock before the start. Could you do that for me?
Absolutely.
Me against the mountains one more time.
I'm Arlen Glick. I live in Ohio, and I'm here for the Hardrock 100. And the Hardrock culture to me is ultra running frozen in history. And it's one of the few events where it takes you back into the 90s, and where the culture has changed over time in ultra running, and some for the good, some for the bad. Regardless of what you love about ultra running and whether you love ultra running history, to me this is the only event that I can come to where I get an authentic view of what ultra running was back when I was just a kid. So even though I wasn't part of the sport back then, but to me that's what's special about this event. I got in on my first qualifier, so back in 23 I got to run. In 22 I ran the Run Rabbit Run 100, which was my first Hardrock qualifier. So I got in with one ticket. I know some people are going to hate me for that. So then it took me from 23 to 26 till I got my next ticket.
When in doubt.
Tailwind, please.
No cap.
Yeah, no cap. How are you guys doing?
Good, how are you doing?
Very well, thanks.
You look hot. Getting ice?
Yeah, please, that'd be great.
Have ice, please?
You want me to put it on here or you want to?
I can do it.
Nice work.
Ice work.
Nice work.
There we go, thanks very much.
Enjoy.
Atta boy, Jimmy.
Adventure, not
Adventure time.
So baby.
132.
132. Water, water. Thanks.
See you guys.
Good, Arlen.
Morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Good.
work, Jared.
Hey.
Good.
Oh, doing great, man. Weather's great. Feel good. Can't complain, man. Just trying to take it one moment at a time, you know? Love it so far.
Taking it easy. I didn't see you there. I don't know if that's good or bad. How you feeling? I'm okay. I feel a little weak just from elevation, but I'm in it for the long haul. I'm gonna grind it out.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful.
Good morning.
Good go.
First time.
How you feeling?
Good. Beautiful morning.
Feeling great. Great time to be in the San Juans.
Ready. Oregon contingent here.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Go Beavers.
Ducks.
Excellent. Beautiful morning. A little up, a little down.
More than a little off. Feeling good coming into this though?
Mostly, yeah. Like not enough mountain training, but some. Just, I don't even know what time it is. I'm just gonna have a good time. No goals, besides feel good the second half. 7 finishes.
Was it 8?
Yep. Yep, say hi to Jamil.
Enjoy the ride.
Ah!
Morning.
Oh gosh.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Not as good as you. You all having the best day of your life out here.
Oh, absolutely. How could you not? This is so cool. New to me. I'm from Loveland. Jackie back here is from URA. Yes. Yep. She's done it a few times, sounds like.
Yeah. You can say hi to the fam if you want.
I have no fans.
Come on, your family's definitely going to be following.
Just kidding. Morning, thank you.
Hey, what's going on, man? Good to see you around, man.
Hey. It's going. Off to a good start. Just cruising.
Well, have the best of days.
Thank you, you too.
See you around. Now all my crew can see I'm just walking.
Thanks for being here.
How's your training coming into this? Pretty good. Yeah, I averaged like 70 miles a week since January. So, with varying levels of vert. How many times have you done this?
The first time.
First time. First time. Run committee member Daniel Ryan, first time ever.
Just trying to go with little to no effort right now. Just grateful to be out here. I'm going for 9. You know, I just love these mountains. Love being out here and the Hardrock family. There's no place I'd rather be in July. Thanks.
Hey. Hey.
See ya.
Good to see you.
Yay. Looking good. Keep it up.
Yeah. Hey! How's it going?
Not as good as you, sir.
She just gotta eat, man. He gets really hungry tomorrow.
Woohoo! Yeah.
Feeling good?
Oh yeah. So beautiful out. Love it. Eee! Having fun.
What could be more fun than this?
I know. Oh, you know, ready to do what? 8 more climbs? a lovely day for a walk in the woods.
How are you doing?
I'm having fun. I'm taking it real cautious. I'm hoping that'll pay back in the second half, and I won't crash so badly. I haven't fallen.
Enjoy, I'll see you around.
All right, thanks. Okay.
Jeff Perry.
Jeff Perry.
Eric Nicolaisen, my pacer.
Yeah.
I'm the son of Rollin Perry, 7-time finisher.
I'll leave you here.
What do you do?
Yeah. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Welcome back. This is the 2026 Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we have a split screen shot. On your left is the finish line. You can't quite see the rock because a friend of ours, Dylan Harris, is standing in the way. But on the right, I believe that is Sherman Aid, unless I missed my guess, which is the next cutoff point.
Yep, that's Sherman.
Runners have until 4 p.m. to get there. There are a handful of runners that we expect to be bringing up the back of the pack there. Our next runners inbound to finish Hardrock would be Steve Shad Micah would be the next one in. Has crossed Arastra as of about 20 minutes ago, so I would assume we're going to have drone eyes on him sooner rather than later as he is finishing up his single track portion of this event. After that, perhaps you've heard of her, Tara Dower, going to be coming through. We believe Tara Dower is probably just about maybe less than half a mile from the Arastra Creek crossing, maybe actually coming up to it now. But then from there, it's roughly a 5K from Arastra Creek to the finish. We would expect Greg Brandt, perhaps. Tara and Greg seem to be running fairly close together. And then Alex Docta a little bit behind them. As far as other runners that have actually made their way up to the top of Little Giant, the final wall, as it were, at Hardrock, Scott Hollister, and we do have a couple of runners who are on their way closer to the summit. Michael Martinez, Jason Schlarb, and Todd Bachman being, people that we're going to look for perhaps in about the 2 to 2.5 hour range from now.
Comments about Tara's double, the 13-day double. I hear you commenting on the fact that Courtney was lucky enough to have a 20-day. That's the wussy double, just so you know. I mean, the true double is the 13-day double that Tara's doing. So everybody who does the 20-day or even the 27-day, there was that one year, they have an asterisk next to it. So would they give them, for those people who do the 20-day double, they get a special honorary bucket hat. But if you do the 13-day double, you get a good old normal doubler hat.
And to let people know, there are 5 runners who started the Hardrock this weekend, attempting to do that Western States Hardrock 13-day double. They would be Tara Dower, Mark Marzin, Gang Kin, Alan Barichevich, and Vishal Sani. So those are the runners that we are looking for to finish that Western States Hardrock
and
double.
Mark Marzin, I believe, did you say Todd Bachman?
No.
So Mark Marzin is the next of the doublers after Tara Dower. He's in 20th position, 17th man. Lakewood, Colorado. It looks like he is through Maggie. He's through Cunningham. So he would be our next 19-day doubler.
And I do know that
13-day doubler.
Gang Kin is still on course. And we're going to verify the remainder. So Alan Barichevich.
And while all the Tara fans are justifiably excited, especially because of this incredible bounce back she had after what looked like a very challenging situation up and over Oscars yesterday, let's not forget about Shad Micah, who was a few minutes ahead of her leaving Cunningham. I think, Chris, you're probably tracking Shad's tracker as well.
Oh, yeah.
I'm guessing they're pretty close together, but I think Shad was probably crossed Arastra Creek, which is that K mark.
We'll be keeping eyes out for Shad and Tara. This is actually bib number 205. As you were seeing over, I believe that's over by Cinnamon Pass as we are watching here.
Here we're back on the road between, again, the final of the 3 ramps. Gently downhill section, 950 feet of descent in about 4.3 miles between Burroughs Park and Sherman. The Sherman aid station, mile 72, a major aid station, accessible, although not everybody uses a crew there.
Greg Sissengrath out of Texas. 50 years old, ran Cascade Crest as his qualifier in the cycle. Actually ran Cascade Crest and Wasatch. Has a Western States finish to his credit in 2024. And that's who we're watching here on the backside of the course.
Let's remember, too, just on the other side of Tara is Shad and Greg Brandt are all within about a 15-minute spread. Leaving Cunningham. So, give or take, they'll be within a half an hour of one another sometime in the next 45 minutes. Which is fun. We love to have finishers.
Absolutely. Yeah, some combination of Micah, Tara Dower, Greg Brandt, and Alex Docta are all going to be coming in fairly close to one another here. So that'll be a lot of fun.
Alex Docta's been really moving well here down the stretch.
Alex Docta started out really strong, was in the top 10, faded pretty hard towards the middle, but has come back. We've seen Alex Docta at other events covered here on Mountain Outpost, and seems to have rallied and is moving pretty well. The Ogden, Utah native coming to Silverton and could be in the next hour or so finishing his Rock 100.
Yeah, we're gonna have 4 to 6 pictures in the next I would say 75 minutes.
Yeah.
It's also a good time. We know we have the 4 o'clock cutoff at Sherman. That's a major one. 4
right.
p.m. Runners have to be in and out of Sherman. That's the 34-hour mark. It means they have 14 hours to get from Sherman to the finish. Runners right about now are typically doing it in 11 to 12. It sounds pretty amazing to take 11 to 12 hours to go 28 miles, but that's the case. Can you do you do such a good job with this? If you have a second, can you take a look at that group that we're sort of tracking?
Sure.
As we like to keep track on those runners that are closer to the cutoffs, as we're getting close, about an hour and 45 minutes away from that Sherman cutoff.
So it looks like we might have as far as those who have not yet hit Sherman. Let me see if I can do a quick tally of those.
If I'm mistaken, there are a few who've not hit Burroughs. Now, of course, we know the Burroughs section is relatively quick. It's 2 miles. It descends 950 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So you could certainly not be at Burroughs yet and still make it to Sherman by 4 o'clock.
So we have 16 runners who have yet to hit Sherman that are still on course.
Okay.
So we're doing very well. And then we have 6 who have hit Grouse but not yet Burroughs. So those runners that are bringing up the back of the pack at this point, we can shout out their names. Katarzyna Udela, Kirsty Reed, Ian Turner, Michael Kutu, Elaine Batson, and Joe Schrum. Those are the names.
There's your 6 you want to keep an eye on, at least right now. The 6 folks that are sort of trying to stay ahead of the tortoise on the tracker. Katarzyna is from Boulder, Kirsty Reed from the UK, Ian Turner from Fredericksburg, Texas, Michael Kuto from Easton, Maryland, another person from the United Kingdom, Elaine Batson, the last person to check in.
Yeah.
It's only justifiable that she's the second to last person out there when she was the last person to check in this morning or yesterday morning. And Joe Schrum, 57 years old, from Hereford, Arizona. Chris, where's Hereford, Arizona?
You got me. But I do
we're
know
both
that,
Arizonans. How can we not know where Hereford? Anybody in the chat know where Hereford,
interestingly
Arizona
enough, I know that Joe Schrum is not the only person who participates in ultras from Hereford, Arizona. As another name that I recognize from Hereford would be James Ehas, who has been a long time ultra runner. I believe ran Western States a couple of years ago, multiple Javelin 100 finishes. So apparently, and I believe he is a Grandmaster age runner. He whooped my behind at my very first fixed time run, the Hamster, beat me out for second place behind Ed Eddinghausen. But yeah, Hereford, Arizona,
ultra running hotbed.
Ultra running hotbed for Masters class runners.
Well, we will keep tabs on that crew as they're coming into Burroughs. I think to be safe, they're probably going to want to have about a 70 to 75 minute cushion.
Sure.
To run that 2 miles. I mean, if you did 15-minute miles, it'd be 4 hours. It'd be an hour. You're not running 15-minute miles at this point, so you got to hedge on 17 to 18-minute miles. Again, don't have to worry about footing. It's a road. It's 950 feet, but you're going to want to be there in about a half an hour, 75 minutes. That would give you to get in and out of Sherman. So we'll keep a tracker on that because the Sherman cutoff. The Sherman cutoff's a tight one, and it's really the second to last. I want to confirm this. Yes, it's the second to last cutoff. Cunningham at 2 a.m. Sunday is the last one. So there's a fair bit of pressure to get through Sherman, and then the pressure's a little bit off as you do have 14 hours to traverse that 28-mile stretch.
So I'm hearing, and I did just check it on the map, Hereford, Arizona, way down there, past Sierra Vista, down by Bisbee.
Oh, okay. So south, not far from the border.
Yeah, you're talking in order to get from Tombstone to Hereford, you literally go due south. I have spent some time at Sierra Vista. I had relatives that lived out there some years ago. They've since passed, but I had an uncle who owned a rattlesnake arts and crafts shop out in that stretch of the state outside of Tombstone, Arizona. And so I've been down in that area. Don't believe I've stopped in Hereford, but do know the area a little bit now that it has been pointed out to me.
There's a year-round running river down there. It runs year-round. It's very unusual for the desert. I can't remember the name, but when I went down and did a marathon outside Sierra Vista years ago, it was something all the locals were very proud of. So here's a couple of runners. This is the section I was talking about. This is the road between Burroughs Park, the base of Handy's, and Sherman. That group of 6 that we're talking about, the gang of 6, is going to be on within about 45 minutes or so, I would guess.
Yeah,
and
we've
has
got
to
to
get down and through this by 4 p.m.
We've got to be getting really close to seeing Shad Micah come into the Silverton ski area. So we know our drone pilots are going to be doing their best to keep eyes on our next few finishers, as we will be doing all of our finishers here.
By the way, I did have a chance to meet real quickly with Dakota. Dakota was our drone pilot in Cunningham with some of those incredible shots early this morning of Courtney DeWalter making that climb. So great stuff. Thank you so much, Dakota.
Come on, Shad Micah. Going to be hitting the streets of Silverton fairly quickly here.
Aaron Fleischer asking if this is the easiest section of the course. Not where it comes. This is late in the race. This is between miles 68 and 72, late enough in the race. It's one of the easier sections. I'd call the easiest Camp Bird Road, but
That
I'm
is
sure
true.
we'll get flamed in the chat where someone else will call something else the easiest section.
No, I think Camp Bird Road I would agree to that based on what I've seen. Like I said, I personally covered about half the course. That Camp Bird Road section, it is graded county road, downhill, net, steady moving. You can bust your quads up there if you're not careful. I would say otherwise the last 3 or so miles in this direction.
You're right. The section that Shad and Tara are on right now, as you finally cross Arastra Creek, is probably of the easiest. It's single track, but it's not technical and trends downward.
Yeah, it's a very. If I enjoy it, then it's got to be nice and relaxing. So
Colorado carpet for Chris.
Yes. All right, keeping eyes out. As we mentioned, we will have, once we have visuals on Shad Micah, our projected next finisher, we will keep an eye on him. And then we will send our drone out immediately after to
catch up with Tara
Dower.
Upper left, Sherman Aid Station. That's what we were just talking about. And 9 minutes away from the cutoff there. And on our right, of course, is the finish line, the rock that so far we have had 10 people smooch. Ludo Pomeray, Jimmy Elam, David Ayala, Ryan Smith, Courtney DeWalter, Arlen Glick, Nick Curry, Kareth Arnold, Paul Terranova, and Dustin Simons, our first 10 finishers of the 2026 Hardrock 100. Still have an additional 117 runners left on the course.
Of course,
of the
you and
original
I,
starters of 147.
You and I, as well as our additional hosts here at Mountain Outpost, will be doing our best to call each and every finisher here at the Hardrock 100, presented by Ultra. I know that Corinne Shalvoy will be coming back this evening. I believe that her co-host will be Chris Brown.
Yep.
So looking forward to catching them on the live stream this evening.
And with respect to calling every finish, we really do. I mean, there are times, especially in that last 2 hours, where this might be so close together that we aren't necessarily able to get eyeballs on them. But I know we're doing our best to get some bike cams out there to consolidate our drones. And for example, the drone that is currently back and forth over Cinnamon Pass Road could probably be redeployed down here. So we are 100% going to do our best, because I've heard anecdotally from finishers over the last several years, they savor and cherish the little 3 to 4 minute YouTube clip, and they show their family and friends. I mean, it's pretty cool. You spend 10 years to get into the race, and you have a video footage of your. That's something to really value.
It's like we've got eyes on Shad Micah, going to go to coverage of him in the streets of Silverton.
There we go.
Shad Micah, a Colorado native, volume race. Seen him out at Western States. Is his second Hardrock. Very talented runner as well. Shad now street. We got about 2-3 more blocks on 15th Street, Snowden, to come into the finish. Of course, once we last saw Shad finish a race here on Mountain Outpost, it was at Western States last year when he, as finished, proposed to his partner, and they are since married. Don't think he's going to be proposing to her again.
Right. A 22:42 finish at that Western States in 2025. A little further back at Javelina in 2024, a 20:53.
Mm-hmm.
So the conventional wisdom of Javelina being 2 hours faster than Western States holds in the case of Shad for sure.
Shad's a tremendous guy, very well liked.
Oh, yeah.
From everybody that I ever spoke to before I got to know him. And now that I do know him, I am privileged to call him a friend.
His 2 other Hard Rocks, you might have said this already, but it bears repeating, in the clockwise direction in 2022 at 34:25, and in the counterclockwise direction the year after that in 2023 at 36:23. So he's got a couple of hours ahead of that.
I actually misspoke, thinking that this was going to be what made him a true hard rocker. I didn't realize that he had run this direction in 2022. But
turning lead into gold. We are going to forgive Shad and his crew their bucket hats.
He is a bucket hat guy.
Indeed. We'll have them into the studio to have a little talk. Remember, I was a school principal, so I am accustomed to calling people into the office to have a little talk. And you can rest assured I'll be doing that with our friend Shad.
Shad, also a taller guy, has a kind of gazelle moves when you see him
big guy.
out there striding.
6'3",
yeah, probably. We could hear run director Dale Garland behind us, letting everybody in the gymnasium know that runners are coming in to finish, and you can see most of the people actually heading out now to
Buffalotion. You're quite right. Fedoras work much better. I did just send a quick memo to, oh my gosh, that is the Bucket Brigade. Oh my goodness. I did just send a memo to Dale Garland. He's going to bring it to the attention of the board. In next year's race, enforce time penalty. I'm anticipating it will go over.
Realize, Andy, I don't think that one's going to make it out of committee.
So many bucket hats. Coming into the finish, his 3rd Hard Rock finish. Second time in this direction. We hear the crowd behind us.
We hear the cheering behind us. As we mentioned, our feet is a few seconds behind, but we know that Shad is coming into the finish. Let's listen in.
Special, everybody. That was special.
3rd 50-plus runner.
Hell, man. Held the bar, huh? Right on the D in endurance.
Oh my God, buddy.
They're 36-30.
Okay. Hi, Joe.
Hi. You suck.
We don't allow that. I
Take a seat on the Bill Duper bench.
I want to sit on your lap. She has large extra large.
Matt
What's on a drink?
That,
Water, what do you want?
that little baby is nothing like it. Most important job you'll ever have. Thanks for joining us on the chat. It must be happening.
Of course, if you're tuning in, you're definitely not going to want to nap as we celebrate Chad Micah's finish. We are expecting another couple of finishers coming in here in short order, including the one, the only fan favorite, Tara Dower.
Nice woman.
Yeah!
Even Eric Moe 5432 agrees that it's a little overkill on the bucket. You're right, AJ9C. Can someone get me a beer, please?
Hey guys, come on. I'll get one on YouTube first. I have my picture.
The couple trucker hats. You're right. I have to admit, I did see Run Director just go behind the rock and barf a little. You'll notice he doesn't have a bucket hat on. Okay, here comes the bucket hat photo. Bucket Silver asking about special buckle for Hardrock. Real quick, I know we're going to try and pick up some audio here, but no, there is a Hardrock buckle, but you can purchase it. It's not an automatic. It's not an automatic prize. The automatic prize is the limited edition print that's right behind Chris over his left shoulder. That's given to each finisher during the award ceremony.
Far better than he thought he would.
Chad Micah, third Hardrock finish. McKinnon.
Okay, are you next?
All right, Chad, congratulations. Good point, Chris. A bad drinking game in this environment. No one gets out of here alive. Hawaiian bucket hats. Yeah, Jason, I'll take one. I'll turn it into a shirt. All right, now Shad left Cunningham just a few minutes before Tara Dower.
Right.
It was
yeah.
12 minutes to be exact. So we know there's a lot of Tara Dower fans out there going for her third place finish. Second Hardrock for Tara.
Again, just 13 days after her run at Western States. There are a handful of, Courtney getting the two of them back-to-back in 2020. I know that Browning had a back-to-back round a few years ago. He finished fifth or sixth at Western States Rock in 2018. But that turnaround is no joke. You did that turnaround one year.
I did the 13 days.
Yeah.
Yep. No, Browning did the 20-day.
Oh, did you do the 20-day?
Yeah, he's
okay.
a slacker, that guy. But I'm like 3 hours behind Nick Clark. Nick Clark holds the standard for the 13-day, and it's going to live to survive another year because Tara's going to fall short of it. But nonetheless, yeah, I did I did 17 something at Western States. I think it's in Ball's data. You can't get anything by Fireball, and then a 28 here.
Yeah, Nick Clark did 1550 at States in 2743 in Hardrock.
Yeah, I was nowhere near 1550. I
And-
mean, my best was 1639, and that was in one of the wussy years.
Drones are picking up us in the streets of Silverton. We have a good idea
Right,
of who
here
that
we go.
would be.
Yes, indeed. Tara Dower, third place woman, on her way into Silverton. Maybe not.
It's not that. It looks like perhaps Greg Brandt.
Solo runner.
No, is that Alex Docta?
He's been wearing a blue shirt.
Yeah, that's Alex Docta.
And even,
wow.
And even better, no bucket hat on Alex Docta. Solo, no bucket hat. Okay, mark for the socks. But I guess Luda wears them, so okay. Death March Running Company, absolutely right. Nick Clark, such a stud. Absolutely. If you're with those in the chat, just go ahead and ultra sign up Nick Clark. The guy was and probably still is a beast. It's a bunch of races up in the Collins, Colorado area. Never Summer. I can't remember the other ones, but yeah, just a great, great dude. And back in the day, just a relentless, tough racer. Grand Slam record holder, although you could look this up, a little bit of controversy because he refused to pay the extra $80 that you have to pay to get the plaque. So he got the best time, but he didn't get the plaque and isn't mentioned on the website. But that makes it even better. He's kind of like the Laz of the Grand Slam.
Alex Docta making his way down Snowden Street, just a couple blocks, actually less than 2 blocks from the finish. Finishing very strong. Passed a couple runners on the way up and over, finishing right behind Shad Micah. The Mogollon Monster in the top 10 in 2024.
I thought I recognized the name, Chris. He was at Jock Talk.
That's
Probably
right.
looking at the same thing as I am. As a UTMB finish, 28:43 back in 2022, and now he's a Hardrock finisher.
And let's tune in to Alex's finish right here in Silverton.
Alex Docta.
Everybody, this is Greg Brandt.
That's Alex Docta.
Oh, Alex Docta, sorry.
And right, just to the right of the eye. Chris, someone in the chat, Trail Running Brett, saying a lot of judgment from AJW today. Is that different than any other day?
Exactly.
I mean, come on. Alex Docta, 32-36. Really strong finish for Alex.
On the single track, and then like about a mile of that, just like pull back medium.
So yeah, we were.
I do. Yeah.
Greg looks like.
Oh, these are small.
Looks like he left over Tara Dower, Greg Brandt, and Scott Hollister between Cunningham and the finish. Ran so fast.
Is it okay to slow for a second?
Dale didn't even know who he was at first.
It's reserved for you. Yeah, right. That's your
The badge of honor.
Yeah, it was wild. Like 4.5 hours of downtime. It's like
What a finish. It'll be interesting to look up Alex's splits, as you were mentioning. He floated into the top 10 a fair bit in the early parts, drifted, and then charged. Really charged from Sherman to the finish.
Yeah, Alex was running 15th overall as at Cunningham, and coming in 12th.
well, but here you are. Right?
Finished very strong.
Oh, who is this guy?
That's
Yeah.
Luke Nelson with a chat.
Congrats, man.
Ink Job 12, thank you very much. That's probably a new thing. I didn't know that the medal could also be a buckle. That's good.
But we're not going to let him down if you drop him. That's great. Whatever.
That's pretty cool.
Total drop. Didn't stand a chance. You want a cold bubbly water? I got one right here.
Man, now I'm jealous. Medal's also a buckle? It wasn't a thing back in the day. Of course, there were a lot of things that weren't a thing back in the day. Yeah. Oh yeah, Sarah, my gosh, 100% hot.
That was Alex Docta, our 11th finisher this year at Hardrock 2026. Sorry, our 12th finisher. 12th finisher. Congratulations to Alex. We are expecting to see our next finishers come in closely, but right now we've got bib number 161 on screen, hanging out in the far reaches of the course.
That's Michael Linscott from North Bend, Washington, 61. And a quick update, you might recall a little while ago we were talking about those final. We're now down to 3 runners who've yet to hit Burroughs Park. Joe Schrum, Elaine Batson, and Ian Turner. It's 2:40. I was guesstimating they would need about 75 minutes from Burroughs to Sherman. It's 80. It would take 80 minutes. It's 80 minutes on the clock right now. Those people are cutting it close. Again, this tracker is not entirely reliable, but there are just 3 that have yet to hit Burroughs. There's no cutoff at Burroughs. But Michael Couto, Kirsty Reed, and Katarzina Gadela, Easton, Maryland, British Columbia, United Kingdom, and Boulder, Colorado have made it. They're safe.
Ian Turner is probably, I would say, less than half a mile out from Burroughs. In Batson, to about 2.5 miles out.
Ooh, and Joe Schrum?
Joe Schrum probably just not too far behind her.
Okay.
So Ian Turner looking pretty good, assuming he's still moving steady down that Grizzly Gulch Trail on his way to Burroughs. We are going to be maybe some nail biting and finger crossing for Elaine Batson and Joe Schrum.
March Running Company on that, the OG Pearl Azumi team. You're so right. It was an incredible group with Nick Clark and Timmy Olson, Scott Jaime, Darcy PQ, Dylan Bowman, Ashley Nordell, Josh Brimhall, Lisa Smith-Batch, and Casey Lichtai, etc. They also had the coolest shirts. They at Western States one year, they were red and white. They had their names on the back. Oh man, I was so jealous of them. And by the way, those shoes were amazing. I don't think there's been a shoe that's quite yet replaced those OG Pearl Azumis.
Let's see. We are expecting to see Brant and Tara Dower hit the streets of Silverton here pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
They might actually end up coming in pretty close to one another. Our drones are back out, heading out to find them, and we'll follow them in.
I knew this was going to happen eventually. The chat's going to start blowing up with Norway, Great Britain stuff. Norway, England.
Absolutely.
World Cup game kicks off in about 20 minutes or so, a little bit less.
We do have eyes on Silverton. We're going to go to that shot here. That is the end of the single track journey through the Silverton ski area. The old Silverton 1000 used to be a loop course there. That is Greg Brandt.
Greg Brandt, Arch City, Utah, 45 years old. I'm at 11:46.
Greg Brandt making his way up to and through the open camping area at the Silverton ski area. With just a few blocks to go for his 2026 Hard Rock finish.
Yep. So again, as these runners are tracking a little bit over 3 hours at this stage of the game, these 32, just under 33-hour finishers are doing that final 10 miles right around 3:10-ish, 3:05-ish.
And I'm looking up the trail, and I do not see anybody following behind him just yet, which means we do have a moment of breathing room potentially between Greg and Tara.
What are they doing? Maybe they thought that was the rock.
Well, there is a hard rock there.
There is.
It is a little bit tattered, seen better days, and full of holes.
But it's not called the Hardrock 99.7.
This is true.
Yeah, indeed. Sorry about the misspeak. It's Norway versus England. Great Britain. I stand corrected. Probably be the first of about 1,000 times that happens over the next 12 to 14 hours.
Shot of off of did take to behind him. Tara has not yet made her way out of the trees yet. I'm sure she will be doing so shortly, probably as we follow Greg in here for these last few blocks. So as soon as we are able to follow Greg Brandt in and witness his finish, we will also be pivoting to Tara Dower.
RKE 3913, I've got to agree with you. He writes, it sure looked Tara was on her way to a DNF at about mile 20. I have to agree, and just to get her story, I'm sure she'll tell it as he settles into her memory. But man, what an amazing comeback from what really looked like dismal situation at the top of Oscars. Only the second 13er that was part of this.
And we have had a lot of people asking about what happened with Tom Evans. As our policy is, it is the runner's discretion to tell their story. He is telling his story on Instagram. So if you're interested in what happened to Tom Evans yesterday on the Hard Rock, I invite you to check out his Instagram. And he will...
Similar with Dylan Bowman.
Absolutely.
He did the same.
But yeah, on Tom Evans Ultra, you can check that out. But right now, we are following along our anticipated next finisher, Greg Brandt. Yeah, Finn, the reason why we were so shocked is because Alex just dropped the hammer on that section in very stretches of of the race, of the run.
Yeah, 2:07 again. As most of these runners in this stage, these sub 33 finishers have been doing it in and Docta's time was only just a few clicks below those time, and actually faster than Jimmy Elam's, David Ayala's, and Courtney.
Yeah, for a basis of comparison, Chad and Micah left with 67 minutes of cushion and finished with 9 minutes of cushion. And Shad was moving what we believed to be pretty well.
Just run. Do you want me running with them in? Are you staying on me during that? Okay, so
see Greg Brandt heading off toward Green Street, the main drag, the only paved road in the town of Silverton. There's a street level view of the finish line area. We're about an hour and 10 minutes out from the cutoff at Sherman 8 at mile 72 as well. We'll be keeping an eye to see how those final runners that have yet to hit Sherman acquit themselves. At last count, I believe we had 16 runners that are still on course. Actually, no, check that, 12 runners who have yet to arrive and depart Sherman 8. I think what we're doing here is splitting things to make sure that we catch Greg's finish here, Greg Brandt's finish, but also having our drone pilot out there to catch Tara Dower as well. So Greg Brandt, we can hear the cheer. And we'll let this moment speak for itself as we expect to see Greg Brandt. We can confirm.
I mean, let's talk after you settle up with
By Hardrock standards, this is definitely a flurry of finishers.
Yeah.
There's Dale again. Second Hard Rock finish for Greg Brandt. Did the loop in the other direction back to 3:23 and 34:30, so a couple hour improvement on that.
Just kind of keep my distance.
Looks like Tara is making her way just about to the ski area. And as soon as our drones pick her up, we will pivot to that. Right now, celebrating the finish of our latest person, Greg Brandt.
Oh my God, it was such a bad spot to be in. Suffering together? Yeah, I saw it.
You made up for it though.
Cussing at us or saying, why did I make that anybody? I was for sure. Why did I pick up in your case, why did I pick up that phone call? Yeah.
That's the best phone call. Yeah, that was awesome, you guys.
He was like laying in the tall grass. I just threw off all my aid stations there. Yeah, I get right next to him. It's like, oh gosh, I would get right.
Good high five.
That was Alex Docta, yeah.
You're going to use that for someone to get my shot. This is my first time this direction. Probably going up Diamond Lake. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Coming down Grand Swamp Pass. I watched years ago like video of Killian.
That is Greg Brandt, our most recent finisher. We are going to be pivoting now to our next finisher, who we expect to be Tara Dower, coming through the streets of Silverton. We will pick that up with drone footage here in just a moment.
Go. And back by the ski lodge, Tara Dower, third place woman. As we've mentioned already, Tara finished Western States in 6th place 13 days ago in a time of 16:13 and is rolling into a top 3 finish here at Hardrock. Like she'll get in under 33 hours, right around 33 hours. Tara is sponsored by Ultra, who also sponsors and presents this race and our live stream. So huge thank you to Ultra on behalf of us and Tara.
Yeah.
Top 2 out of top 3 finishers, by the way. As I was saying, sorry, we got a little voice in our head. Huge congratulations to Ultra, who, in addition to sponsoring the race, are the sponsors of the 2nd and place women finishers, Kareth Arnold, now Tara Dower. From Colorado, formerly of the Beast Coast, Virginia resident. Appalachian Trail FKT record holder, Vermont Long Trail record holder in the FKT department. Have to expect Tara's the kind of athlete that one of these days will get a gentle request from Gary Cantrell to show up at Frozen Head State Park in Tennessee in the early spring sometime.
Now we're at street level. We're going to catch Tara as she comes in. Looks like there we go. Back to our drone.
Crossing Green Street. Just a couple more blocks here for Tara. Tara Dower was one of the discretionary athletes in this race, along with Kareth Arnold, Courtney DeWalter,
AKA Dale's Picks.
Yes, indeed.
That is the...
On the men's side, it was Tom Evans. Know that Caleb Olson got and blind. Put in my mind who the third one was at this point.
Arlen?
Might have been Arlen. Someone in the chat might could have been Jimmy Elam.
Oh, it was Jimmy Elam.
Jimmy Elam.
Yes. Absolutely. I do remember that.
Again, Tara on the 13-day double, the pure double, true double. We've talked about multiple times. Sometimes it's 13 days. Most of the time it's 13 days between Western States and time to 20. Whether they're scheduling conflicts in other parts of.
We just passed the hour mark here at the Hardrock 100 2026 presented by Ultra. Tara making her way down Snowden Street, about a block and change from the finisher chute. And once we have our street level audio, we will let that moment speak for itself.
Thanks. Next aid station. Yep, the third was Jimmy, so it was.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tara Dower.
Double kiss.
Tara Dower, just over 33 hours. Congratulations.
Great finish there for Tara. Gritty performance.
And we're going to do something a little bit different here. We've been requested by Tara's team that she is going to, as you can see, be heading out. Congratulations, Tara. Heading inside for some medical attention immediately. And we'll give her that
Great run
space.
for Tara Dower. Fantastic run. Third place female, Tara Dower, 33:02 and change. Incredible run. The Western States Hardrock double. My back of the envelope's going to be 16 and 33, so right around 49 hours for the two runs.
Tara and Tara's crew has requested space to give her. Did not stick around the finish line to celebrate, and so congratulations to Tara on an amazing run, and best wishes to her. Give her some time, and she feels like sharing her story. We know that she definitely will.
Tara's the 14th overall finisher, third place woman. Next up, again, the finishers are coming through somewhat fast and furious. We had a little bit of time before Scott Hollister, who came through Cunningham in 12:22. And then after Scott, Michael Martinez from Monument, Colorado, left Cunningham at 12:50.
It's a beautiful shot of Silverton as you can kind of see Highway 2 moving from left to right, heading out into the San Juans. Really leads you out to the wild and tough regions of this Hardrock 100 course. And while we have a moment, I am going to do my best to gather up detail about the back of the pack here. As we have mentioned, the runners at the back of the pack have until 4 p.m. local time, so just under an hour to make it through in and out, meaning out of Sherman 8 at mile 72. So we have, it looks like, again, still 12 runners who have yet to confirm an exit time at Sherman. Those 12 would be Ann Anenga. Ann was our DFL in 2025, come back for a second trip around the San Juans. Dima Finehouse, Greg Sissengrath, who we saw a little bit ago via our drone cam out towards Sherman, so we know he's moving. Greg Loomis, multiple time finisher Vlad Hensel, Nathan Rhodes, Katarzyna Gadela, Kirsty Reed, Michael Kutu, Ian Turner, Elaine Batson, and Joe Schrum. Elaine and Joe have yet to register times at Burroughs, which is going to make getting that 4.5 mile stretch from Burroughs to Sherman a very tall order. Not saying that it can't be done, but they are definitely going to have to scoot.
Yeah, unless the trackers are off a little bit, it doesn't look good for those two to be able to continue past Sherman.
Yeah, Ian Turner last ping 15 minutes ago, but was less than a mile out from Burroughs, so it looks like he potentially has made it in and out. It looks like the sweeps might be alongside Joe Schrum, as he has about 3 miles to go to hit Burroughs, and that's going to be. I don't feel great about that, to be honest. And Elaine has 2 miles out to Burroughs, and of course, once they hit Burroughs, they still have another 4 miles to go between now and the top of the hour.
Yeah, I think I'm sorry to say it, but I think those folks' days are.
Yeah, Elaine and Joe, we will obviously keep eyes on them because there is the entire possibility that perhaps trackers aren't working, and all of a sudden they'll ping and they will be several miles up the course. But it looks like Ian Turner either is at Burroughs or perhaps just departing Burroughs. We'll keep eyes out on him. And after that, our next aid station cutoff won't be for quite a while. After Sherman at the top of the hour at 4 p.m. local time, our next cutoff will not be until Cunningham Gulch.
Chris, just real quick, we are on the Sherman, our man on the ground.
That's Vlad Hensel right there. Love Vlad Hensel, New Mexico guy.
So they're here. They're 52 minutes ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So they've This is a perfect time to be here. They can collect themselves, get food, get what they need. It's a big stretch. It's a big run from here to Pole Creek. And Pole Creek is a somewhat minimal aid station. It's everything is carted in. So it's very smart of these runners, knowing that they have time on the clock, to really collect themselves and make sure they're good to go.
Vlad Hensel, a 2021 finisher of Hardrock. So this, assuming he is able to get it done this year, will become a true hard rocker. You might recognize Vlad Hensel as his pack is draped with a Baby Yoda.
Oh, that's cool.
So when you see Vlad out on the course, he has a Baby Yoda hydration pack as he makes his way through courses. It's grown Yoda. My mistake.
Grown Yoda.
Oh wow, Jordan in the earpiece letting me.
Has his eyes on the right answer.
And
Fine House, 63 years old from Massachusetts, has just pinged to help me here. Herman, so he's in good shape.
Hard for Ian Turner, Elaine Batson, and Joe Schrum. You know, hoping we're not obviously going to call anything until the top of the hour. We owe all of these runners that much. You've made it 65, 70 miles into the Hard Rock 100. We're not going to call the race run for you until it's official.
On our split screen on the upper left is the Sherman aid station. Up there. On our right is our camera with the descent down. It's a gentle descent down into Maggie Gulch. Chris was just mentioning not another cutoff until Cunningham. If you make it out of Sherman, part of why this is such a major cutoff at 4:00 p.m. on Saturday, you have until 2 a.m. on Sunday. Got 20 miles. It's a robust 20 miles from Sherman to Cunningham. But you have a fair bit of time to do it. 10 hours. Did I do that math right?
Yeah, sounds about right. One of the amazing storylines that we've followed here at the 2026 Hard Rock presented by Ultra is the perseverance and strength of the 50 and above runner. In the men's run, 3 of the top 10 are men above 50. Of course, Ludo Pomeray setting a new course record, lowering his own personal benchmark down to 21 hours, 11 minutes, 36 seconds. Paul Terranova, a very familiar face for us. We see him running. We see him doing push-ups.
Yeah.
And Paul Terranova finishing 7th in the men's run. And finishing 9th in the men's run, Shad Micah out of Colorado. Shad Micah, again, these guys, they're not just known for their running, because Shad was notable for making a wedding proposal, a marriage proposal at Western States last year.
Western States finish line, right?
Yeah, I ran alongside his new wife at Black Canyon 50K this year, and saw him out there, so I knew he was doing the work for Hard Rock.
Did whisper in my ear that he was up at Olympic Valley, that he was going to do that, but he swore me to secrecy.
Oh, yeah. I had no idea. I turned around and I saw him take a knee, and I was like, oh, man, he's trying. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. Another runner here into Sherman, maybe 2 runners. Well, 3 people with packs on, might be a runner and a pacer and a second runner. It's good to see.
Maggie Aid, coming into Maggie Aid on the right and still hanging out at Sherman Aid on the left. Sherman Aid is going to become a flurry of activity here.
Gosh, yeah. I mean, we could count the runners, but it might take too long. Got to be 20 en route.
I'm following, and no, actually, it's more like 10 or 12.
Okay.
But I will confirm that. I'm going to go down the line here And
Thank you in the chat letting us know Ellie Fox is into Sherman.
Yeah.
30 years old, the youngest runner in the race.
I know.
KIMB 2582 paced Ellie from Ouray to Engineer. Or sorry, Ouray to Grouse. Thank you, KIMB 2582. There she is, Ellie Fox, and her pacer. Mile 85 and change in the bottom right. Mile 72 in the top left.
I am refreshing because I want to make sure that I have
no cutoff. No cutoff at Maggie.
Mm-hmm.
Hard 4 p.m. cutoff at Sherman. We're going to be keeping tabs on this next 46 minutes on the goings on at Sherman.
So I do see that the tracker is not entirely 100% updated, as I did verify that I had a Vlad Hensel sighting and his Yoda pack at Sherman, but has not registered a time there. But I know he's there, so we are probably down to less than 9 runners yet to hit Sherman.
Kara Dower, our most recent finisher to cross the line and kiss the rock at 3:02. Third place woman finishing up the women's podium and 14th overall. Next up, probably still about 45 to 50 minutes out, are Scott Hollister from Colorado Springs and Michael Martin, Monument, Colorado, followed by Todd Bachman and one of the early front runners, Durango, Colorado, a former winner, 2016 champion Jason Schlarb. So we're going to be tracking runners coming into the finish line, trackers getting down into Maggie, as you see on the bottom right, and trackers and tracking especially, or runners, as they get through the Sherman aid station, which now has 45 minutes. Rachel Radford, I'm not sure exactly I'm the youngest, but I do know that it was 5 when she finished. One of the younger, not the youngest. Pretty young when he did the 23. I think he was actually 23.
Nick Curry might have been pretty young when he ran it for the first time. I think Kyle Skaggs is probably the youngest to win, as he was 23.
Let me confirm before someone corrects me in the chat. He was 20. Hang on, 2008. Sorry, he was 22. Yep. Because he's 40 now. A whopping 40 years old, Kyle Skaggs. Absolute legend. If you don't know Kyle Skaggs, go ahead and check out. In a span of a couple of months, he ran and won the Wasatch 100 in 1925. Ran and won the Moab Red Hot Ultra in 403. Ran and won the epic Jemez Mountain 50 miler in 808, and blistered what was then absolute course record here at Hardrock in June of 2008 in 23:23. Then ran a couple more races and left the sport. A true supernova and a fantastic guy.
So Nick Curry was 20 when he finished his first Hardrock.
Oh, there you go. So with lots of younger.
Yeah.
runners.
I had a feeling that Nick's number was going to be pretty young, which means Jamil's is probably pretty young as well. Maybe not quite as young. He is 3 years older.
And
Jamil
we
is
give
then
you
Nick.
everything here on the live stream at Mountain Outpost. Here's the train. The train usually leaves town around 3 o'clock and heads back down to Durango. Gavin McKenzie's mentioning Dakota. You're right, Dakota might have even been younger than 20.
Well, he was Young Money.
He was Young
for
Money.
a reason. So Dakota Jones's first Hardrock finish was at the age of 21 in 2012.
It's still going to be Nick Curry.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, as far as youngest women goes, I know Annie Hughes was quite young when she ran it a few years ago,
Hughes was
25.
Yep.
Of course, we do have a break in the action here in terms of finishers coming in, but while we are doing that, we do see Sherman Aid on the left, the lead-in to Maggie Aid on the right, and I am trying my best to get updated runner splits towards the back of the pack so we can follow and figure out who our back of the pack rooting interests are for the next several hours.
Yeah, and if there's anybody in the chat that you're particularly keen on looking for, let us know that as well.
So I'm using a combination of our runner tracking that is available on the link at the bottom of the chat on Open Split Time, as well as if you go to the Hardrock 100 website, you can go hardrock100.com. There is a link on the front page that says Map Progress GPS Tracking, and that is the spot trackers that we are using in tandem with our race trackers to try and cobble together. It isn't an exact science when you're dealing with spot trackers and with aid station timing mats, but it looks like we've had some movement toward the back of the pack. Katarzyna Gidela, Michael Kotu, both making moves really right around the Lake Fork Creek on their way into Sherman. Looks like we might have Reed, Miss Vlad Hensel. This somehow
Katarzyna Gidela.
Young Lazy Deadhead Matthews is the name on the tracker. But you know what? That would be. Oh, I know who that is. That's got to be Clifford Matthews. Matthews, a guy 63 years young. If you're not familiar with Clifford, you've probably seen him somewhere because he runs everything.
Okay.
Runs Haviland 100 on a regular basis. Runs. He's run Hardrock. He's run Western States in recent years. Clifford Matthews and Young Deadhead sounds about right. 63 years young. Young Lazy Deadhead Matthews. Another one of those runners will be following as the back of the Packers make their push to beat that Sherman Aid cutoff at mile 72.
Thank you, folks. Looking out for Mike Hewitt and Mark Marzin. They are on the backside of Little Giant on the way down, representing the wild jackalopes of BP Run Co. Also a question about how Casey Lichtai is looking. I know it's now several hours ago, but she looked great.
Oh, yeah.
At Sherman. Really had herself together and was taking some food, picking up her new pacer, her longtime pacer, Miguel. Suspect she's closing in on Cunningham.
I keep meaning to visit BP Run Co. I'm assuming you mean Berkeley Park Running Company when you say BP Run Co.
Well, it's what the person in the chat said.
Yeah. Great shirts.
Oh, yeah.
Their shirts are some of the coolest looking. I picked one up here a few years ago, and it's one of my favorite. It's a running shirt, but it's so nice looking that I don't want to waste it away by making it dirty. So I really love the gear that I've gotten from them back when they used to set up shop here at the Hardrock Expo.
Casey is through Cunningham just before 3 o'clock, 2:56. So she's about 30 minutes on the way up that climb up Little Giant.
So probably looking at maybe a
37 hour finish for Casey.
Yeah. For an initial Hardrock, a debut performance, very solid.
She's sitting in 7th place. There's a couple of women ahead of her, not too far, Erin Shaw and Darla Askew. It could still be a race for some of those spots in the top 10. They were at 2:41 and 2:49 respectively, so within 15 minutes of one another. Women in 5th, 6th, and 7th place. Bailey Eppard, our 4th place woman, would be the next woman to come in. She got through Cunningham at 2:05. So, as I said, most runners have been taking between 3:05, 3:10, except for Alex Docto, who just blistered it.
Oh, my goodness, Alex Docto.
Second fastest split from Cunningham to the finish, exceeded only by Ludo. the race winner and course record setter.
You can see our statistician extraordinaire, Aid Station Fireball,
Yeah.
on his phone, feverishly packing away, looking probably to give us some absolutely fantastic granular intel because he's the best at it.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Also, a pretty fair hand at the meme game as well.
Getting ready to run Crazy Mountain.
No. High Lonesome.
High Lonesome.
Yeah.
Getting ready to run High Lonesome.
Going for his qualifier to hopefully someday become a hard rock runner.
Oh my gosh, if he was running the race, you'd have to be texting
We
us
would
information from the course.
Talk about the exposure that this course provides. If we were without Aid Station Fireball for Hard Rock, we would become the ones exposed.
Exactly. Some Chris Twiggs fans in the chat. Of course, Chris from Florida, Fernandina Beach, Florida. A many time Hard Rock. He's on his way into Maggie. We might get him on the camera there in the lower right at some point.
Yeah, Chris is what, about a 16, 17-time finisher?
I think so. I never exactly remember. He usually corrects me
125.
whenever I throw a number out, so I'm not going to throw one out.
And of course, his co-host on the Hard Rock podcast, Daniel Ryan, going for his first Hard Rock finish.
And through Sherman about, I would say about an hour ago. He's in there about the same time as Jamil Curry.
Yeah, they were in at the same time. That's right. Chris is
number 18. Thank you.
Indeed, a 17-time finisher.
Yeah. Here's another runner coming in with 35 minutes left on the clock at Sherman.
That looks like bib number 125. I'll give you
see who that
the
is.
details on. That is Michael Cotu. That was one of the runners that we were following at the very back of the pack. Michael has now made it to Sherman Aid. He still has to depart before the top of the hour, but the fact that he's here now feels really good to witness.
Still waiting on Loomis, Kirsty Reedy, Greg Sisengrath, Vlad Hensel we saw, I think.
Yes, we did see Vlad. And Yoda.
Mustn't forget Yoda.
Hoping to see Scott Hollister sooner rather than later. Has crossed Arastra, and his last ping was about a mile past that creek crossing about 17 minutes ago. So I would expect that we are going to catch drone eyes on Scott Hollister probably in the next 5 or so minutes.
And as you predicted, we're going to see a steady stream of runners rolling into Sherman now, as there's just a bit over 30 minutes left in the cutoff there. Obviously gets a little bit stressful.
We're going to pivot to drone coverage of Scott Hollister.
All right.
Coming into town. As we mentioned, our in-studio monitor's a little bit ticky-tack right now, so we're a few seconds behind, but we have great eyes, courtesy of our production team. And that is Scott Hollister right there with Pacer, heading down that final stretch of single track past the original rock. And now off the single track and onto the streets of Silverton, Colorado, bringing his hard rock journey to a close.
Scott has some impressive, robust 100-mile finishes at Run Rabbit Run in that really rainy, awful year last year. Second place overall in 22:29. High Lonesome back in 2024. I Am Tough in Idaho back in 2023. High Lonesome again in 2021. It's a series of Hard Rock qualifiers, and now he's finally here. Just a few minutes away. Bighorn back in 2018. Just a few minutes away from being Wasatch in 2017. Minutes away from being a Hard Rock for the first time. Scott Hollister.
Yeah, I had to knock on my window.
Well, we do. Eric saying that because we both answered a question at the same time and he got to it first, that I owe him a Flota. Believe it or not, Eric, I do have a couple sealed cans of Flota on my ultra running display at home.
Collector's items at this point.
Yeah, and they, I guess it would be multiple years old at this point, but they are an excellent conversation piece. But I did see some love for a friend of mine in the chat, and we're going to talk about her in just a moment. But Scott Hollister, the man of the moment, making his way through the streets of Silverton. We'll be seeing his finish here in just a few minutes. But seeing the love for Meg Slavin, Bib 206. Meg is a friend of mine. I've been honored to call her and her husband, Brian, my friends. And their pup, Strider, is here in town as well. And Megan, not only a great person and great runner, if you are a Phoenician ultra runner, odds are you have either A, been treated by Meg Slavin as a PT, or B, been told to go to Megan Slavin as a PT. One of the rare individuals who, as a PT, has experience as a runner in these distances, these disciplines.
Always good to have.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that brought me to her. I was already friends with her and her husband for many years before, but Megan Slavin, part of the team that has helped keep me out and running, despite my own efforts at self-sabotage. Yeah, Donna, we are keeping an eye on Joe Schrum as he is fighting to make the cutoff at Sherman Aid. It is going to be tight. It is going to be a battle for Joe Schrum to stay on the course. Joe Schrum, Elaine Batson have several miles to go between now and the top of the hour. It looks like they would each have to run in excess of 4 miles. Based on what we see in the tracker, of course, AGW and I are not going to call anything because we never know. As we just found out last hour, Alex Docta defied our
he certainly did.
projections because he was running so well up and over from Cunningham Gulch to the finish that there could be some pinging or tracking issues, and we will let the tracker do the talking.
Great question from @NextAidStation. What's a better feeling as a runner, hitting this dirt road in Silverton or the track at Placer High School in Auburn?
You're one that can answer that.
I am. But I'd love to hear, folks, if there's anybody in the chat that's running both. What do y'all think?
Of course, the Next Aid Station guys have a pretty prolific podcast. Very popular. They cover the sport both from a 10,000-foot view as well as a pretty granular glance sometimes.
I think Jake Kilgore's one of them. He had a finish at Cocodona.
He did.
Really good one.
He did.
Yeah.
And I did hear that they said some kind things about me in our Cocodona live stream, so shout out to them.
Oh, that's
Thank
good.
You. Very nice of them.
Thanks for saying nice things about Chris.
But as I will never hit the dirt roads in Silverton, and I hope to hit the track in Auburn someday, I'm going to say the track in Auburn, but that's because not by no means because I don't love this event. I absolutely do love Hardrock with all my heart. I just respect it enough not to ever darken their doorstep by attempting to run the Hardrock 100 to the truly talented, really dedicated people who are able to handle what will throw at you, which is literally everything in the book.
Well, you know, Tara's done it 13 days apart. And maybe after she recovers, we could ask her.
We could.
Because it's fresh in her mind. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, you look at the finishers to this point. I see so many familiar faces that have done both of these events. And we're going to let the moment speak for itself here.
We'll be back on that existential question from the next station.
Ladies and gentlemen, Scott Hollister.
out to the left of the logo. Nice little peck.
Okay. You guys want? We got more. Come on in. You come here.
Dale's having a few words with Scott, as he does with every runner. Shout out to Colorado Springs.
For the picture.
Here to see Reed made it in and out of Sherman.
Hey Scott, you guys want to take pictures and stuff with the rocket? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations, well done.
We're going to break in a second. I'm going to jump in real quick with my answer. I've been thinking about it. And I'll leave this up to you to decide what would be a better feeling. But finishing Hardrock the 2 times I did, I felt relief. Finishing Western States the 10 times and circling the track I did, I felt triumph. Well, I guess it depends on the personality, whether you triumph, relief. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That for bench is fantastic.
Mission to the finish line. I know that they were worried that it might take up too much space, but it
seems perfect.
All right.
Good job, Scott.
We'll be taking a quick break here.
Ultra Fit, with room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra, stay out there.
Believe has always been one of my biggest mantras. I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth, and I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone. Nothing that I nearly filled my pockets up and gold. And I wish the same for you. I wish the same for you. And I had you there to hold me. It was good enough for them, 'cause I was lonely. And I was the only one. Yes, I was the only one. It was easy for me. It was even easier for you. But you were all I could see. And I was just something for you to do. I was stuck inside your city. 4 days was all it took, and you were over me. So I'll be leaving. That's all it took, and you were over me. So don't tell me you don't need me. You could kill me dead or murder me entirely. And that would not bother me. Believe me when I say that would not bother me. It was easy for me. It was even easier for you. But you were all I could see. And I was just something for you to do. But you were all I could see. Yeah, I was just something for you.
And we are back here in Silverton, Colorado, 9,300 feet. This is the Silverton High School Gymnasium. And we are here to bear witness to the remaining runners on course for the Hardrock 100, presented by Ultra. Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins, AJW out checking things out at the finish line. We have some on-course shots right now. We'll be following those final finishers, those final runners actually to hit Sherman, but we will also be following the final finishers as they come in between now and 6 a.m. tomorrow. We did have some people asking about Tara Dower, as when the third place woman came in, kissed the rock, and immediately went to go seek some care. I just saw Tara making her way through the gym after getting checked out. I have no idea what happened. That is, again, her story to tell. However, I can say she was walking and smiling, maybe walking slowly and maybe smiling a little bit shyly, but looking to be in good spirits. And perhaps the fact that she realized she had a hell of a last 2 weeks with a top 10 at Western States and a podium finish at Hardrock. She could walk gymnasium and out to the streets of Silverton very proud of races well done. Sherman Aid on the left, Maggie Aid on the right. We just saw Scott Hollister come in for a finish. We've got a break before we expect to see our next finishers. Some combination of Todd Bachman, who has just crossed a roster, means he has about a 5K to go. A very gentle 5K from that point. Michael Martinez coming up on a roster creek as well. Mike Cassidy, a name that we haven't talked much about at this point. Mike Cassidy coming off of that climb from Little Giant. Mike Hewitt as well. Ben Weirick, Mark Marzin, Jason Schlarb, the 2016 co-champion of Hardrock, as well as our next woman, our F4, Bailey Eppard, has come off of the highest parts of Little Giant, maybe is sitting at about 12,500 feet, so still got plenty of descent yet to go, but we would expect to see Bailey coming through in the next maybe 90 minutes to 2 hours. Sean Higgins, Golden, Casey Lichtheig, Aaron Shaw. Looks like if this is to be believed, then Casey Lichtheig may have moved up into 6th or even 5th place in women's race here at the Hardrock Endurance Run. Yeah, it is looking perhaps like Casey moved into the top 5. I do think it would be a very, very tall order for her to run down Bailey Eppard, but if you have any familiarity with Casey and her prolific running career, truly one of the sport. If anybody can do it, it's Casey Lichtheig, former Western States and Javelin 100 champion. Anna asking if there's a golden hour for Hardrock. Absolutely. Begins 47 hours into the Hardrock 100 endurance run. Is back at Sherman on the left-hand side. 13 minutes, the top of the hour. That's what we're looking to follow here, as this is a hard cutoff. The runners have until the top of the hour to get in. It looks like we've just about everybody accounted for. In all likelihood, I don't think we're going to see anybody else hit Sherman Aid between now and the top of the hour. The runners in Sherman Aid have to depart by the top of the hour in order to continue their journey, and I have no doubt that all of the runners who are in to make their way out, barring some sort of incapabilities or injury circumstances. But they've made it this far. They're less than a 50K to go to the finish line. Granted, it is Hardrock miles, and those are hard miles, but those runners have plenty of time between now and the next cutoff. The next cutoff is actually not until 2 a.m. Sunday morning at Cunningham at mile 92. Andy Jones-Wilkins, I did see that he went over to congratulate our M9 Shad Micah and his bucket hat brigade. Of course, they all came in wearing bucket hats, and AJW, though, did want to congratulate him. Also, one of the people we spoke to over there was Don Reichelt. Don, a 24-hour national team member in the last cycle, and was the next person up on the wait list here at this year's Hardrock. Came to Silverton High School gym ready to rock, ready to roll, poles in hand, pack. But everybody showed up, and so Don, unfortunately, was not able to run Hardrock this year. However, I did speak with him, and he is running High Lonesome next week, which will be covered on Mountain Outpost. And with some luck and the talent that he has, maybe Don comes away from High-Low with a win and raises his odds in getting into next year's Hardrock wink, wink, nudge, nudge run director picks.
Chris, a little update. I had a chance to chat briefly with Tara Dower. She's out of the medical area and meeting with her crew out there by the rock. So all looks good for her. Just need a little extra time to sort of settle in. I also did have a chance to talk with Jeff Browning, and he told me a little bit about how he was running David Ayala in and stretching the elastic. Very true. And splits just kept getting faster and faster. The sketchy part off the top, he said they did about a 13-minute mile, but then everything was under 10s from there, 9 and a couple of 8s, and it was really fun to hear him. So good news out there. In addition, I met with Ben Blankenship. He's the rep with Mount to Coast, and Scott Hollister was our second finisher now with the M. I know this is sponsored by Ultra, but we love all shoes, and I know you and I both love the Mount to Coast shoes. Both Scott Hollister and Paul Terranova have finished the race in the M1s, which is really cool. Their new trail shoe that's having its official release at UTMB next month.
So we had 3 runners that have yet to register a time at Sherman who also, it looks like one of them has made it to Burroughs, and that would be Ian Turner, but just registering there a scant few seconds ago. Ian looks like he is going to potentially miss the cutoff. Again, we are going to reserve judgment and in calling things until we have confirmation from Race Command and the system. Ian Turner, Elaine Batson, and Joe Schrum fighting for their Hardrock races, their Hardrock runs to continue at the back of the pack.
I think it's kind of safe to say we'd sort of put them, I don't know, let's put them in sort of probationary status, if you will.
Sure.
Or, we don't know. We do know that for sure Michael Kutu from Easton, Maryland did make it through. He's our 124th runner on the course. Make it through Burroughs. But again, he's got to move to get into Sherman.
If you caught this, AJW, but it seems like Casey Lichtig moving up to about 5th place.
Yes, Casey Lichtig and Jenny Fox. We saw Jenny Fox. I know we had some of her pacers and crew in the chat, but yeah. And I assume you have them on the track, or where are Casey and?
So this is going to be very interesting for the next few runners in the women's side. It looks like Bailey is down around Little Giant Basin, so maybe about 1,000 feet off, maybe 500 feet of drop off of the summit of the saddle of Little Giant. But
kind of still on the technical stuff.
Yeah, but getting close to the finish of that section. But Darla Askew, and where did Casey's tracker show up? Okay, so Casey's tracker is showing was showing on her way up Little Giant about 10 minutes ago. So I would say still climbing up Little Giant, but nearly to the top.
Casey's a good downhiller too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If there's a runnable section, then Casey is going to do her best to take advantage of that. Darla Askew heading up the climb from Cunningham, the Little Giant climb as well, as is Erin Shaw, Jenny Fox, all at or through Cunningham Gulch.
That is a close group in that, let's call it the second part of women's top 10, or really
Jenny Pierce as well. So basically your F4 through F9 in a lot of moving parts.
Pretty closely together.
Yeah, I don't think that at the back, when you're talking Jenny Fox, Jenny Pierce, perhaps have a chance to maybe run down Bailey. But Casey, Darla, Erin could make things quite interesting in these last couple miles.
Being in the top left is the Sherman Aid Station. You can see it's mostly volunteers there. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is the hard cutoff at Sherman. Runners have 6 minutes, just about 5 minutes, to get in and out of Sherman. We'll have that data for you when it's through, but this is a tough cutoff. The next one's not till 2 a.m. In a way, you get through here and you've got a bit of a reprieve.
Yeah, Hardrock is unique in that you don't tend to have very many runners come in past the 48-hour mark. I believe last year we had one or two, and that was the first time that we actually had somebody continue through to the finish after.
It seems like the cutoffs are set up well enough that if you make them, you're going to make it, so to speak. It's not a guarantee. There's no guarantees in life. Because there's in this direction especially, because the distance between Sherman and Cunningham is so great. There's a lot of people who could potentially get comfortably through Sherman and really run right up against the wall at quite literally at Cunningham.
Yeah, last year, of course, and it also depends on what direction as well. Because last year there were 4 runners who made it through to Putnam, and I felt like one of them perhaps might have been able to continue on to the finish but missed the cutoff. But yeah, the number of runners who missed the cutoff at the finish line after making it through Cunningham is pretty sparse. Like, there's not many of those situations. Thank you to everybody still hanging out with us here. 34 hours into the 2026 Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra.
4 minutes. Counting down over there in Sherman.
Yeah,
Those
Sherman
folks
is
going to pack up and have a long trip back around.
Sherman is not showing a registered time for Vlad Hensel. However, I did see him there with my own eyes, so I know he made it in. And I know as a prior finisher who wants to, oh my goodness, this doesn't even seem real. The system is showing Vlad as having dropped.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was working on his pack and he was sitting at Sherman Aid.
Huh.
That's really, I'll be honest, quite surprising.
He is showing his dropped. You're right, and he was in there at 3:40.
Yeah,
right. That's when he dropped. So he was in there.
In there well before, with plenty of time to spare. But however, I'm gonna say that Vlad is an extremely experienced ultra runner. You know, having completed this event in 2021. Again, you know, if he felt it was not in his best interest to continue, then he had a darn good reason.
We're also showing Katarzyna Gadela not having left yet. That may be wrong as well. She was in at 3:26. And as you've been documenting a couple of times, that those 3 runners of Ian Turner, Elaine Batson, and Joe Schrum.
Yeah, we're starting to see a lot more runners making their way to and through Cunningham Gulch. Another name that we know people are following is Bill Dittman, who ran his first qualifier for Hardrock back in 2015. And 11 years later, Bill Dittman ran his first qualifier at 27, and now at 38 years of age, having the opportunity to run Hardrock, and has now made it just a few steps shy of the final aid station on course. So looking pretty good.
McMahon and the Tara update, I did chat very briefly with Tara. She's out of medical. She's working with her crew, and we're going to do pictures by the rock and all the usual stuff. She looked tired, was needing a little help walking, but she's fine. She bounced back from what was obviously a really rough 13 days in Western States and Hardrock. In their pink shirts, and Rachel Entrikin was there cracking jokes like she does. 4 o'clock. It'll take us to get for everything to get sort of registered, but I think a couple few misses here at Sherman, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm really gutted to see. We have at least one runner who we have an in time at Sherman, but not an out time. We're going to keep an eye on that and
we
get
have
confirmation.
As you mentioned, we have a confirmed drop from Vlad Hensel from Los Alamos. This is an aid station that in this direction. It's a tough one to hit. It comes, after the long slog over Handies and the what you hope is a relatively relaxing 4-mile run down a road, but it's anything but that.
So it looks like we have 51 runners who have hit Sherman who have not yet hit Pole Creek. So we're going to have some lifting to do tomorrow morning.
A lot of runners up there on that plateau. Yeah, look at that is a big group there, Chris, and they're
it sure is.
And they're kind of, I mean, it looks like they were leaving Sherman almost in, every couple of minutes between say 11 and 2.
Quick recap of the finishers to this point. In the women's run, Courtney Dauwalter winning the women's run, time of 26:03:10, improving her previous clockwise direction course record by about 8 minutes. So congratulations to Courtney for her 4th Hardrock win, putting her in elite company. Let's see, who are the 4-time or more winners? You've got Killian, you've got Speed Goat,
Diana Finkel,
and Betsy Kallmeyer, I believe, are the only individuals with 4 or more Hardrock wins.
Did you say Meltzer?
I did say.
Yeah. So Killian, Meltzer, Betsy Kallmeyer, Diana Finkel. I think that's it. And that's a lot.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. That's a lot of 4-time winners, but Courtney makes 5.
What's interesting is that that people who win Hardrock once tend to win it more than once, in particular in the women's run. Because I did look back, and kind of a wild thing to witness is that, like, since 2000, there have only been like 8 different winners in the women's run.
Right. It's kind of like the World Cup. There's only been 8 countries to win the World Cup since in 1930, and Uruguay won them twice in the first 3 times and hasn't done it since.
Yeah, so congratulations to Courtney, as we mentioned, setting a new course record in the women's clockwise run. Our F2 was Kareth Arnold in her Hardrock debut, finishing 2nd at, I believe it was 32:23:31. Rounding out the podium in the women's run, Tara Dower, who came in just a little bit ago, at 33:02:04. I'm sorry, 34:02:04. And in the men's run, there are 12 finishers, paced by Ludo Pomeray. Ludo improving upon his course record by about 22 minutes, running in 21:11:36. Second place, Jimmy Elam out of Utah. Third place, David Ayala. Fourth, Ryan Smith. Fifth, Arlen Glick. Sixth, Nick Curry. Seventh, Paul Terranova. Eighth, Dustin Simmons. Ninth, Shad Micah. 10th, Alex Docta. 11th, Grant. And 12th, Scott Hollister. I want to make a note about Jimmy Elam. Jimmy finishing 2nd here at Hardrock this year. It's been a few years since we had an American runner finish top 2 in the men's race. Gonna take a look back. Your top finishers in the men's Hardrock run this year: Jimmy Elam finishing 2nd. In 2024, Jason Schlarb finishing 3rd. In 2023, Arlen Glick, the 4th place man, 5th overall, and finishing behind Courtney that year. In 2022, Dakota Jones finishing 3rd. Yeah, I think you have to go back to Dylan Bowman's magical run in 2021, where he finished as a runner-up to Francois Dane in what was truly a race to follow. I mean, things were pretty tight for so much of that run that there was a belief that maybe Debo would be able to snap the European stranglehold on the Hardrock Trophy, but we still remain without an American champion in the Hardrock 100 since Jeff Browning back in 2018.
Yep.
But shout out to everybody who's finished so far, and congratulations to those whose journeys are still moving forward.
Yep, we're looking at about 100 and There's a couple of question marks, but about 123. Well, of course, with the number of finishes, 123 total runners still in the game, but you subtract out 15. So help me here, Chris. 108 runners still on the course.
I did hear word that our back of the pack right now, our back of the pack representation as Katarzyna Gadela out of Boulder, Colorado, started Sherman Aid at 3:46 local time, so about 14 minutes ahead of cutoff. The runners that we were fearing had missed the cutoff: Ian Turner, Elaine Batson, and Joe Schrum. Indeed, did miss the cutoff.
That's confirmed, yeah.
And on a personal level, I am gutted to see my friend Vlad Hensel, who was attempting to become a true hard rocker. His previous finish in 2021 was going for that clockwise finish. Seemed to be sitting there. We had video of Vlad in Sherman Aid. Seemed like he was okay, but apparently there were things under the hood that we were not privy to. And Vlad decided to call it a day, but we still have, as you mentioned, about 108 runners whose journey is still continuing on.
Yeah, and at this point, you mentioned large group between Sherman and Pole Creek. Action stays high for a long, long time. There's a lot of stuff that can happen up there, but you've got to keep moving. You've got to, they right now 4 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time. They've got about 8. They've got till about 8:30 or 9 o'clock. The more that you can get in the daylight, the better. The second night, any veteran of Hard Rock will tell you if they've been through that second night, it gets rough as soon as sun sets on Saturday night. Mentally, obviously, physically, but it's tricky. I mean, I've talked to a lot of pacers who've paced that section and how difficult it is to kind of keep that runner going when the nighttime comes. The longest section right now is what they've got, is that Sherman to Pole Creek section. I'm going to blabbing here as we've got another runner down into the ski lodge.
So that is Todd Bachman coming in about 99 and change miles into his Hard Rock 100 endurance run. Todd has gotten through the single track and heading onto the streets of Silverton, past the Silverton ski area. Todd Bachman going to be our 16th overall finisher. Lucky number 13.
Some info on Todd. He's a high lonesome finisher from 2025. Done a handful of 200s. The Arizona Monster 300, the Divide 200 up in Canada, a Ure 100-miler back in 2024, a UTMB, a 36-hour finish at UTMB, a Western States silver buckle finish in 2023, Tour de France, massive race in Courmayeur, Italy, back in 2022, and a Cocodona finish in the easy year back in 2022, 87.49. I'll probably end up paying for that, but he had an 84.25 in the inaugural year.
So he has done. So he actually
ran faster in the inaugural year than he did in the easy year.
Because the inaugural year was arguably the hardest year.
I know.
You're talking about one aid station in the first 30 miles, that kind of year. But
that was when Jamil's calling down and saying, we have to extend the cutoffs. Everyone's running out of water.
But Todd Bachman, as we mentioned, a fully experienced runner. Nobody gets into Hard Rock by accident. Everybody who is on the start line at this event has earned their stripes.
Todd Bachman's 53 years old. Has done some, actually had another Western States way back in 2016. He's been at it a while. You got to go all the way back to his first ultras back in 2012 when Chris was in middle school.
No, I ran my first ultra in 2015, I think. I'm
you've been
rapidly
at it a
approaching
while.
grizzled veteran status.
You are. So where did we say we saw Jamil? We know he's through.
We
through
saw
Sherman.
him. We
Not
saw
at
him
Pole
at
Creek
Sherman,
yet?
so yeah, of course we'll be keeping an eye on Jamil. And Jamil has had a bit of a mini rally. There was a point where he was actually one of the 8 to 10 final people at one of the earlier checkpoints. So to see Jamil moving very well now. Of course, he has made that his trademark here at this event. You look at some of the historical splits in the second half of Hardrock, and Jamil's name is stamped on the short list of some of the best splits on the back half of Hardrock.
I know earlier in the broadcast we were profiling the Henrys, Susan Henry and her son David. They're still relatively close together, but it looks like David is maybe an hour and a half now ahead of Mom. And he's in the same kind of general area as an athlete I'm tracking, Gina Harcrow, one of our from a couple of years ago, and Jamil.
Jason Schlarb making his way down, making very rapid work of that Little Giant. Looks like maybe caught his third or fourth wind here.
Yeah, I was speaking with the Norda rep who's staying in the same Airbnb as us, and I said, "What was the deal?" And with Schlarb, he took 5.5 hours, and she's like, "We're all wondering that."
Of course, actually, Bailey Eppert also coming down that descent from Little Giant, looking like she is not too far out from locking in F4, and we are going to feature this finish here coming in. Todd Bachman. We also expect to see a couple of Mikes, Mike Hewitt and Michael Martinez coming in shortly as well. But as soon as we have audio, we will defer to the field and we will be able to follow along with Todd Bachman's Hardrock finish.
I love this question. Thank you, TJ Gardner, asking the chat, so I'm going to refrain. What would you rather run, Western States or Hardrock? We've already got some votes, and in both directions. The eternal debate.
Well, one of them I've been trying to get into for 10 years, and the other one I have no business stepping foot with a bib on. So I'm not going to answer either, but you can take that and interpret it for what it's worth.
Twizad going with Hardrock. We've got Hiker Gal going with Western States. We've got Ragnar's Axe going with Hardrock. We've got Trail J1 going with Hardrock. TJ is hedging for the nostalgia Western States, but for the beauty Hardrock. Aid Station Molly B, one of our favorites in the chat, going with Hardrock. Becca Potter,
Run director
Music,
Dale
Hardrock,
Garland
Erica
behind us.
Sanchez, 871 Hardrock. Oh, we got some noise. Well, I'll shut up now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Todd Bachman.
Todd Bachman, veteran of many races, some long ones.
Thank you. Yes, definitely.
I missed that kiss.
It looked like it was right in the eye.
Bad spot. Are you?
About 34 hours, 15 minutes for Todd Bachman.
Thank you, Lee. You're welcome. These are for you as well.
What? Thank you. Excellent.
Yeah, right?
Oh, yeah.
Take a picture of all of us? Yeah. Take some pictures, man. We have a pool
See how many Christmas cards you can rock into.
Yeah, great race.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about that. Oh, of course it was. Yeah. You on rocker bench?
We're gonna get a picture.
We don't know
It's all good. It's all good.
We know where we're at.
More like Backman leg turner overdrive. Nice one, Chris.
Yeah, good.
I want folks to know there was a time that Dean would be maybe the 7th or 8th finisher.
Yeah.
Me too. Oh, there's the Christmas card right there.
Are you still on video? Should I go back? Should I get set?
Very stylish.
Not so nice on the headwear, but let him go for now. It sort of matches the shirt.
Not anywhere close.
Yeah, I've actually thought a lot about that Hard Rock Western States question. Oh, we have a little bit of break. And being a longtime educator, I like to draw a comparison. I know not everybody would maybe appreciate this or relate to it, but to me, Western States is that large, incredibly well-resourced, your city of Virginia or your Stanford, perhaps even Michigan. And your Hard Rock is that small boutique liberal arts school like Ona or Amherst or Middlebury. Some people like the big state school, the big, well-resourced, big operation, and other people like the more small, cozy,
Look sharp. Look alert.
boutique-y one. As for me, as much as I love Hard Rock, give me Western States any day. It's no disrespect to Hard Rock, but part of the reason why
Say you're looking to do one or two in the Northeast. Yeah.
Are you racing or
no?
Okay.
Oh, come on, man! I look so good right now.
the people,
I look
the
so
experience.
fresh. There's no way.
Just me.
Who's coming?
And the experience in a
Who's
different
coming?
way here.
Coming down the road.
But
great.
we got Western States is undergrad. And undergrad.
We're on the live stream.
We're down on the
Is this
ground
okay?
at Cunningham.
Yeah. First time we've had
You got some bacon?
shots at Cunningham Gulch.
Oh man! We manifested it.
Who's here? Here.
Wife, daughter,
Hi.
Pacer, Susan.
Woo!
Go turn.
Great view of the aid station. They were picking up a little. Great camera work.
Or you can go 6 miles.
Yeah, nice looking feet right there.
I was thinking like, hey, don't they need like I sign a waiver before you put my feet on the internet?
You worked hard for those calluses.
His feet are also looking great.
Yeah.
No blisters. Barely a hot spot. Has it been fun?
People are having fun. They got 10 miles to go.
Did you say my mic is on? Somebody's watching like football or soccer right now.
You look good. It might be more way exciting.
Huh?
Do you want any more Red Bull?
Yeah, I'm gonna drink the rest of the Red Bull. Is that it?
We're looking potentially to see our next finishers come in, and I want to say their name is going to be Mike, but I don't know which one.
Yeah, right on the
It could be Mike Hewitt. It could be Michael Martinez. We'll keep an eye out for that, and once we have visuals, we will
Are they both
do that runner.
looks like, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey guys, what audio am I hearing? Who's watching the game?
Just the water. I'm just gonna grab some cold water.
There we go.
Future hard rocker.
Future hard rocker. I have to tell you, folks, I can't wait for this live stream to be over because I get to go visit my granddaughter. Kelly Jo lives down in Durango.
Dirk, is it time?
She's the apple of my eye, needless to say, my only granddaughter. And she's quite simply perfect.
Come on,
Shoes
look
back on.
for you.
Shoes back on. What are we wearing?
Well, except when she throws my running shoes in the toilet.
Ultra Pros.
Aside from that, she's perfect.
Dust collectors.
And that has happened?
Who's
That
not
has
here?
happened.
Anybody want to shout out?
We got our other
She wasn't a big fan of that brand.
My red dog.
I will get in some shout outs here.
Oh, tell them to come around. Yeah, tell them to come around. That's his.
I'm sure you got some fans in the chat.
God, Susan watching you.
Susan Abel.
Bo and Brett. Yeah.
Yeah.
Red Bull, there we go.
Oh, here's the red dog.
There we go.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Dogs in the chat.
Training partner.
Hey.
Oh yeah, that's his running partner.
What do you think?
He's like, there's some good stuff here. Some leftovers.
So where are you two
Bull.
people from?
Oh, the 1 mile mark.
Nice, nice.
He's dropping an 8:30.
There we go.
You got it. Yeah, pack that Red Bull all the way at the end. So by the
Darn
time it
straight,
gets
TJ Gardner. I spoiled
Right
my
there.
little granddaughter. That's what
And
grandfathers are for, right?
the Red Bull hits, and the 8:30 mile comes.
They'll thank me later.
This is math.
There it is. That's the plan. That's the
Okay.
plan.
I once studied anatomy and physiology. So I'm an expert.
Talking about
Got bacon.
college degrees.
Oh, I'm gonna get some ice for sleeves.
Right.
Okay. Did you finish the Red Bull? Yep.
Pretty much.
Okay, let's get the see how the pack
Right.
goes.
Yeah, the phone goes back in the pack. So I get to.
Bid number 193. I don't know even know if we caught your name.
Dirk Renner.
Dirk Renner.
As you might have just caught, that was Dirk Renner.
Right.
Hell yeah, we're good. Yeah. We'll do our best.
Bib number 193 out of Oregon.
Right. Got it.
All right, Dirk.
Okay. We need some ice.
That is a great shirt. You're right, Aid Station Molly B.
I'm gonna.
Go. All right, Dirk, this is the ice sponge zone here. Come on out.
Let's see.
I'm going to give Dirk
Shove.
+3 for the shirt and -2 for the hat, so he's +1 overall.
Cannot waste any ice. It's so precious.
Little petting the dog.
Your fans on the live stream say +3 for the shirt, being stylish, and -3 for the hat.
All right, lean forward.
The hat's functional.
That's a good support system.
And +7 for the training partner.
Oh, the red dog.
You're good? All right.
All right, Dirk.
Your bowls.
Red Bull.
Dirk, Oregon.
Your pole's right here.
Right here. Bowls, Jill. Wait, we got food.
Love it. Love the close-up action in the aid station.
Doggo Cam. Doggo Cam.
Yes, indeed.
All right, make that lucky dress work. Yeah.
We'll see you in time for the sunset, okay?
Yeah. Got it. Okay.
You got a real good shot at the nice sunset descent. 425. Actually,
Let's go.
Looks like we're going to be seeing one of the Michaels, if not both. Michael Martinez, Mike Hewitt hitting the streets of Silverton here momentarily, and yet another Mike right behind them, Mike Cassidy.
So they're closing in. We'll probably get our You said Michael Martinez and Mike Cassidy?
Michael Martinez and Mike Hewitt, and
Okay.
then Mike
You're all
Cassidy
now?
behind them, as well as Ben Weirick, Mark Marzin.
It's a Mike attack.
Jason Schlarb should be coming through sooner rather than later as well as our F4, Bailey Eppard.
Yeah, all of those departures from Cunningham were within about 20 minutes, around 1:08 and 1:30.
And there we go. That is at least, see multiple bibs. Is that Mike and Mike?
PJ Gardner's going to hit the Stunner 25K. Out there, it's probably a little warm tonight.
Yeah, that looks like that would be multiple runners coming in. And if we are correct about that, it would be mentioned.
Gosh, I almost wish we had a mat right there. Something for next year, maybe.
Absolutely.
So two runners and two pacers, just as I'm trying to identify bib, right?
Mike Hewitt, bib number 255. Michael Martinez, bib number 166.
The chat, I'm sure, expects I'm rooting for the guy on the left without the bucket hat to make a little charge as he crosses the river.
That looks like two runners, two pacers, the gentleman without the hat, as well as the one in the middle to his left.
You know, these guys have the look of they might be finishing this thing together. No harm in that.
Just
Yeah,
no
no
hand holding, as Aid Station Fireball let us know.
And usually when that does happen, Dale takes a quick look at the kiss, the timing of the kiss.
I thought he grades them perhaps if
Yeah.
there's a tiebreaker.
Run Phil, run 7 on the Legionnaire hat. Is that the one with the flap down the back? Legionnaire hat is. Like it's basically a baseball cap with a flap off the back. If it's that, yeah, thanks, Gavin. Yeah, if it's that, 100%. Give me one of those any day over a bucket hat.
I will say, when I saw a couple people talking about doing a soft rock here, and some of the men that have to check out rock for themselves, I do know that they have had in the past a September women's camp hard rock. I don't have details on that myself, as it does not pertain to me and my schedule, but I have heard it from people. In September, they do have a women's camp.
I certainly know Megan Hicks of I Run Far, still the chair of the board of Hard Rock, who has information about that. If you wanted,
perfect.
If anybody wanted to reach out, all you have to do is message her. Don't do it now; she's busy,
quite busy.
But that's Megan Hicks of I Run Far, chair of the board of
Do you
Hard
think
Rock.
Brian and Megan are busier on years where they run hard rock or where they cover hard
They're
rock?
busier when they cover Hard Rock. I can say that with
Except
certainty.
if Brian is trying to do a fish rock.
Right.
Talk about fish rock. Actually, we have a couple moments while Michael and Mike come through. Let's explain what fish rock is. It's an interesting little subsect of the hard rock culture.
Yeah, there are some folks, and Brian is among them, who you throw a small fishing pole into their pack when they run Hard Rock, and wet a line, as they say, in a few spots.
And they try and catch they try and catch 4 different species of trout along the course. I can't remember what they are. I am not a fly fisherman by any stretch of the imagination, but don't consider it.
I'm going to give it a shot. It's a brown trout, a brook trout, rainbow trout, and a cutthroat trout.
Would make sense
to try and catch all 4, either in Hard Rock. It's also a standalone event where people will go out, and there's a series of rules for it. It's called Troutman, I think, or something like that. And in addition to catching one of the 4 species, you have to run at least a marathon, gain a certain amount of vertical feet, and conclude the exercise with the consumption of I don't know what percent beer. But that's all part of it. You could probably look it up. I think if you Googled Troutman, you might be able to find it.
These Silverton folks are built different. They have all sorts of wacky events in addition to Hard Rock. Of course, we did briefly touch upon the John Kappas as well, which is basically, simply put, a 50K fat ass that takes place here in Silverton. And the objective is, if you see a summit from the town of Silverton, you have to go up and down, and then you go to the next one, and you hit basically all of them in some order. I can't remember exactly how it works, but I'm oversimplifying here grossly. However, the point stands. Basically, if you can see it, you have to climb it in order to finish the John Kappas.
I had a friend who used to call that stupineering.
Again, and you and I are both fans of the rich culture behind the history of this great sport. And so, the more I get the chance to hear and learn about Hardrock and all of the other great runs that we cover here at Mountain Outpost, I truly relish those opportunities.
I want to just, since we brought it up, the Troutman is also known as a flyathlon. And a flyathlon is a multi-sport event consisting of 3 parts: trail running, fly fishing, and drinking craft beer. It was started by the Colorado organization Running Rivers, who decided that putting these 3 activities together, which are often done separately, makes them even more enjoyable. The formula is this: run to a designated fishing spot, catch a fish, run back, drink beer.
That sounds wonderful.
Go ahead and
it really
check
does.
it out. In an official Troutman, you must run at least a trail marathon. The route must have an elevation gain of more than 3,000 vertical feet. You must catch 4 different trout species. I mentioned that: brown, rainbow,
brook, and cutthroat,
and brook. And participants must watch the entire adventure down with a craft brew greater than 12% ABV. And there's a 5th: all steps must be completed in 12 minutes.
We have a call for the audience here in town, and we are going to go to this finish for our next 2 finishers, Mike and Michael.
Mike, we're thinking Mike Cassidy and Michael Martinez, correct?
Let's go, Mike.
No, Michael Martinez and Mike Hewitt, yes.
Mike or gal, do you have to run back carrying the fish? I think you throw the fish back.
I think he's edging him out.
Yeah, our Mike's gonna
Sprint! Sprint! Kick it in!
Come on, Mike!
He is kicking.
Woo!
What do you think?
Yeah, bro.
Finish together?
I'm sure one of them will defer to the other when it comes to the moment to kiss the rock. I would hope so, at least.
I think the Pacers are now the ones in the back. Yep. Giving them their moment. Oh, kicking it in.
Thank you.
Everybody, this is Mike Martinez.
So Michael Martinez going for the extra boost in the ultra sign-up score. High upper left.
No, he's not cooking my drink.
Call that a high and outside to a right-handed batter.
Yeah, bro.
What's up?
That swing and miss.
Hewitt coming in as well.
You guys kicked then. A little bit. We're worried we're gonna get caught.
We did get caught on the descent.
Michael Martinez And now Mike Hewitt coming in.
Run, Phil, run, filling us in. Hewitt's third finish, but they've all been in the same direction.
We call that the Jamil Curry.
Yeah.
As he had 4 in the same direction before.
He's only gotten in on even years, even though he's odd AF. That's his friend Run, Phil, Run 7. If he's odd, he's not alone out here at Hardrock.
Understood. Of course, we had to pot things down a little bit. It seems like they turned the music up, and we do have to adhere to licensing rules and regulations. We don't want to cross anybody and have any issues. We don't want trouble.
We don't necessarily want to tell Hardrock they can't play music.
Exactly, yeah. Kind of a catch-22 here.
Exactly.
But is Mike Hewitt with, as noted to us, here all in the same direction. Maybe next year gets in and is able to complete the other direction and become a true hard rocker by completing the directions. A shout out to our production team, making sure that we are adhering to all rules, regulations, laws, and just generally being stewards of the trail and ultra running community to the best of our ability.
Mm-hmm. And Phil Run commenting, always a gentleman. Hewitt paused to let Martinez cross on his own. Same a couple of years ago. That is cool. Yep, the hat is a hamburger.
Of course, that is Allie.
Yep.
Does
Good,
a lot of volunteering.
good
Was
coffee.
volunteering at Western States a couple weeks ago. Went back home and then flew to go and pick up a rental RV to drive here.
Oh, that's cool.
And has been working, I know, alongside Dale Garland, but puts in the hours as a true ambassador for the trail and ultra running scene. This is one of my favorite visuals of the Hard Rock shoot. When the course is in this direction, you have Kendall Mountain in the background.
Mm-hmm.
And we have eyes on Schlarby.
All right, Schlarby. So you've had an adventure out there today.
Sometimes you have the day you want, other
Yeah.
times you have the day you have. That is Jason Schlarb, 2016 co-champion.
Across the Animas River. I'm gonna go across the concrete in a second.
Schlarb took a couple of fair-sized breaks out there, probably to recompose himself. As we've noted, Schlarb has a win here. His name is on the Champions Trophy that we have right in front of us, alongside Killian Jornet's run in 2016. The two of them finished together, and also has top 5 finishes here, as well as at many other mountain races all over the world.
He's raced in Argentina, in Mexico, in France, in Italy, in Thailand, Czech Republic, as well as many states in the United States.
Also a really amazing stretch of longevity in the ultra running scene. I mean, I believe 48 at this point, but has been involved at the highest levels of ultra running for well over a decade and a half.
And discerning fans will note the conspicuous lack of a bucket hat. This is concrete, the one that
yes.
You're ahead of me. Sorry again, I know we're a little bit laggy. And I'm even more laggy than Chris at the moment.
Of course, Schlarb going to be coming up on Green Street here momentarily. Going to head 2 more blocks that direction, then take a hard left on Snowden, go about 2 more blocks, and to the finish of the Hard Rock 100. And as a well-versed veteran of the Hard Rock culture, Probably already has his the location for Kissing the Rock already plotted out.
I think he probably has it figured out. Planner. It's worth noting this is a 34, 40-ish hour finish. 34 hour, 41 minute finish with a 5.5 hour break. That was back, I believe, at Sherman. Check that. Yeah. Yep. Arrived at Sherman at 10:43 p.m. Left at 4:08 a.m. There, Macintosh asking about someone tracking common spot to rocks gets kissed. That's what we're doing.
It's been a
multi-year project for Chris and I.
I feel like most of them have been going high.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And not many people even inside the logo, really, this year.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's a penalty for this, but it's it twice. Maybe she should get permission to do that because of the fact that she also did Western States. So we're not going to get hung up on technicalities like that.
Absolutely not.
But we would definitely like to have a heat lamp might be nice. I bet you Fireball could whip one of those up for us.
When he wakes up, we'll ask him to do so. We have Jason Schlarb on our camera, just a couple blocks from the finish of the Hardrock 2026, presented by Ultra.
Have been at it now for 34 hours and 40 minutes. Absolute cutoff's 48 minutes. The cutoff at Cunningham is at 2 a.m. Sunday morning.
Following Schlarb, we might be looking at Ben Weirick, Mike Cassidy, and those are the only runners that have come across Aroostook Creek. Back a little bit further, Bailey Eppard, Mike Williamson, Sean Higgins, Casey Lichtheig, Travis Bagwell, David Golden. But now, $34.44 for Jason Schlarb.
High and outside for the kiss.
Not his fastest, but I'm sure is just as proud of having to work some difficulties on the course this weekend to get it done.
Sometimes those are the best.
Are getting a hug from Run Director Dale Garland, as well as incomparable photographer Howie Stern. Pops into action to get some shots of
getting his
Jason.
medal that I just learned today also doubles as a buckle. Didn't know that until today. no doubt sometime in the next couple of days we'll learn a lot more about Jason's Hardrock this year. Athlete manager for Norda, outstanding new independent shoe brand, not so new anymore, out of Canada.
And as we noted, we can't be comfortable in playing audio right now simply because there is licensed music going on in the background at the finish line, and we don't want to run afoul of anyone, as we're simply just trying to present these amazing stories for these 149 or so starters, and hopefully about 100 more finishers would just be fantastic.
Jason's finisher number 19, I believe. Yep, finisher number 19. 16th man. Mike Caskey. Mark Marzin. Mark Marzin is another States Hardrock doubler.
That's right. I believe ran a 19 and change at Western States.
And Ben Wyrick.
There were 5 runners who undertook the Western States Hardrock 13-day turnaround double. They are still all alive in Hardrock.
The next off, aside from the finishing cutoff in 48 hours, is it Cunningham at 2 a.m. today, or tomorrow, technically.
Our final confirmed runner to make it through the Sherman cutoff was Katarzyna Gidela out of Boulder, Colorado.
Yeah, that's now. She was runner 123, so with 19 in the house, we've still got 104 out there. Kevin Wheat congratulating Jason's spouse Whitney on their soon-to-arrive baby.
So I did actually hear somebody note that they were concerned that Flarb could be forced into action if certain things happen this weekend. Yeah, apparently it's going to be that quick. Like, and Jason have a very imminent arrival in their lives.
It's cool.
Of course, that I did hear that secondhand, but it still seemed like, it could be something that could be on his mind. But Jason had to work through it this weekend. Had to work very hard.
Mm-hmm.
This combination of toughness and experience served him very well this weekend. At Hardrock was cruising along in the top 5 for a very long time. Had a couple of extended breaks to perhaps compose himself, get some rest. But here we find him yet again in the finisher chute, yet another Hardrock finish in the storied career of Jason Schlarb.
Yeah. Great finish.
And
all right, here comes Ben.
Ben Wyrick, our projected next finisher here.
From Virginia/North Carolina. I ran a fair bit with him when I lived back in Virginia. Great guy. Art teacher. Got pulled off the list very late. The give you a sense of how important this race is to Ben. His last 3 finishes listed in ultra sign-up are Hardrock finishes. In 2023, 38:20. In 2022, and 36:53. In 2021, and 33:43.
So soon to be 4 most
He's
recent
got more.
finishes.
It looks like he's got one in 2018 in 35:22. He's got one in 2016 in 41:03. That's it. 5. This is number 6 for Ben. Let's see. Odd, even, odd. His 3rd in this direction. 4th in this direction. Wyrick.
Repositioning our drone.
Do we have 2 runners?
Let me see if that is a possibility. I could be Mike Cassidy.
It's Ben in the white hat in the back. That I know. I recognize that gait.
Yeah, it could be Mike Cassidy and Ben Wyrick coming in fairly close to one another.
Mm-hmm. New drone angle of the crossing of green. That's cool.
Yeah, I think our drone has kind of cheated out a little bit simply to catch both runners as they make their journey down these final couple blocks.
Maybe even another runner, Chris.
Wow.
We might have 3 pretty close together.
Well, we have Schlarb in. We believe it could be...
No Ben Wyrick. We could have Mike Cassidy, Mark Marzin, and Ben Wyrick all together, or within a couple minutes of one another.
Yeah, I guess it could be Mark Marzin. It looked like he was a little bit back, but it's been a little bit since we got a signal on his behalf.
Again, their departure from Cunningham would suggest they were in the same area code. They left within 20 minutes, 18 minutes of one another. Entirely possible they could. Kevin Wheat's going to let us know about Mark Marzin. Thank you.
So that must not have been Marzin quite yet, but he is getting very close. As AJW and I make our way through the maze of chords here.
We're getting ready to take a break. Chris Brown and Corinne Chalvoy are be along in a moment. Take you guys into the early evening, into the mid-evening.
And then, of course, you and I will grab the wheel back.
Back at 10.
In the late hours.
Yeah. All right.
Looks like that is indeed Ben Wyrick. Mike Cassidy perhaps coming up in very short order.
That was a high, kind of right in the center, a little bit to the top left. There's Ben. Just finished time.
That was Mike Cassidy, followed by Ben Wyrick.
He went right in between the horns. I think Ben went no pacer, no crew. Sirius Black, thank you. Yeah, I think Gandalf passed a few years back.
And again, as you mentioned, having 3 or 4 finishers an hour or constant at this point in the run. Of course, tomorrow, we will have segments of our coverage that will have very large numbers of
more flurries.
Finishers.
Lots of flurries.
10,
even a
15
blizzard,
finishers
perhaps.
an hour at some point. Sirius Black, named after the old Four Peaks Stout, perhaps?
Perhaps. Three finishers. We'll make sense of this, I promise.
I guess, yeah. So when they hit Cunningham, it was Cassidy, Mars, and Wyrick. Things look like they might have been jumbled around. Okay, so we actually have Mike Cassidy on drone incoming.
Okay. Let's see if we've got some results.
No, I'm not. I'm not trolling Virtual Sherpa. I am a big fan of the Four Peaks Sirius Black, a bourbon barreled stout.
Things, yeah, they're both at 4:55. Let's see. Mike Cassidy and Ben Wyrick are the two finishers finished immediately after Jason Schlarb. Seconds apart. 4:55:03 and 4:55:7. That's clock time.
As you would call it, a hobby jogger, perhaps, that we mistook.
Me.
Finisher.
All right, Chris, I'm going to sign off.
We'll take this opportunity to take a commercial break on the Chronicles.
Chronicles. Hardrock Chronicles.
Hardrock Chronicles. That's now 2 quarters in the jar.
Oops. That was an epic.
That one made it all the way through.
Peggy's in the house. Unfigure of AC is here, just saying hi.
Peggy, name etched in the history books as a Barkley finisher.
Yep. And a true hard rocker and a bunch of other things.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. Commercial. We'll be back with all of you at 10. In the meantime, you'll be in the
Wait, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Of course, this is the Hard Rock Endurance Run presented by Ultra. Are 35 hours in, which means we have AGW and I will surrender the desk to Chris Brown and Corinne Chalvoy. We will be back late in the evening to see you through the overnight and into the golden hour round. We'll be back later on, but many more finishers yet to come. So
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth, and I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
See, I'm on
trees they are singing to the tune of a song, and the wind is gently ringing the bell that brings the morning, welcome of the dawn. The voice of the robin, the call of the dove, the red leaves are falling, the barn owl is calling, the welcome of the dawn. The dogs will be howling in the early morning light. All are happy to be out in the ending of the night, the welcome of the dawn. The nights are turning colder, soon the falling of the frost. Soon the summer will be over. You feel the change is closer at the welcome of the dawn. The trees they are singing to the tune of a song, and the wind is gently ringing the bell that brings the morning, welcome of the dawn. Though the warm days are over, they are not forever gone. Like the dusk brings the night, the summer brings the fall. It won't be long till harvest comes, morning breaks, the welcome of the dawn. Daylight is calling, welcome of the dawn.
Back to the Hardrock 100 presented by Mountain Outpost. I'm Chris Brown here with Corinne Chalvoy. What a treat it is to have the one, the only Jimmy Elam in the studio today, just having finished second place at the Hardrock 100 in a time of 23:48. Jimmy, you said no hard questions, but I got a big one for you right off the bat.
You weren't supposed to say that live on air, Chris.
I'm a little tired. Take it easy on me,
all right,
man.
here we go.
I haven't slept
Give
in 2
him
days.
a break.
You're on a bit of a win streak right now. Well, until today, sorry. So it's going to get a little negative right off the bat.
So this is a roast.
Yeah.
I didn't know I was here for a
I didn't
roast.
sign up for a roast.
This is an interview, not
I didn't
San
sign
Juan
up for a roast.
Solstice
I'm not
50
part of
miler,
this.
Wasatch 100, Cascade Crest 100 miler course record.
Yes, absolutely.
The Mammoth, Old Pueblo
The Mammoth
50
course
miler,
record.
Miwok.
Miwok course record.
Miwok's sick. That's a cool race.
There's a
Miwok
lot of
100K
wins in there,
course- and
Jimmy.
course records.
But tell me what this huge second place at Hardrock means in the context of your career.
Ludo wasn't in any of those races.
Oh, good answer. Good answer.
Yeah, lot of big wins there. We got course records all over the place in races that have been around a long time and have seen some stout competition. Nonetheless, today, this race feels pretty special. What does this race mean to you? What do you feel like it means in the context of your performances over the course of what at this point is a pretty legendary career?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of races out there that are much easier to nail on your first attempt. You can go out and just on-site it and nail it. But I think Hardrock is, I've been telling a bunch of my friends and after the race, and they're checking in, just like it's so uniquely challenging. It's unlike anything I've ever done before, and you can do all these classic mountain hundreds and get your Hardrock qualifiers, and they still aren't even remotely close to like how challenging this race is in so many ways.
Is it just all the different factors, right? Altitude combined with the climbing, combined with the descending, the terrain, the conditions. I mean, I think it was pretty warm out there, and it can be, chilly up high, temperature swings. Is it all of it together, or like, do you feel like there's one thing that's really kind of the I don't know, the unique variable? Because I think you're right. Unless people have been on the Hardrock course, it's hard to describe why or how difficult it is. Anything that stuck out for you that made it particularly challenging?
Yeah, I think we all have strengths and weaknesses, and Hardrock, it's like your weaknesses are exposed even more so, I think, just because of the grades of the climbs and the descents. The fluctuation of temperatures, the altitude is, thought I was unaffected by altitude. I've been here 5 weeks. I've lived at altitude for well over a decade, training at altitude. Not quite as high as Hardrock, but I came out here and spent 5 weeks training on course, and I felt pretty unaffected. And then when you're in the race, it hits you a little harder. So I think preparing for that is, I think it surprises a lot of people. But I would notice, like, thinking I'm going at a honest effort, honest pace that's sustainable, like early on in Hardrock and maybe the first half of the climbs, and then have a wake-up call, like, with maybe the last quarter of the climbs, and just be like, oh man, my heart is beating through my chest. And managing your effort on Hardrock is different than any race that I've done, and I think it's mainly because of like the altitude combined with the steepness and the ruggedness of the race. There's not many times on course where you can like not look where you're stepping.
For sure.
So in the context of a race that, like you said, in which the terrain really pulls out your weaknesses and really doesn't forgive any mistakes, how do you factor in wanting to be competitive and being surrounded by super elite athletes during that, in that context, right? Because most likely you're out here in the weeks leading into this race training solo, getting a sense of what your effort is. But then on race day, obviously you have the curveball of folks like Ludo, like Tom Evans, either breathing down your neck or maybe even leading you out. How does that factor in? How hard is it to focus on that individual effort when you have guys like that out there pushing you when you do want to finish at the top?
Yeah, starting with Tom and Ludo. I mean, their resumes are sure you listed off a bunch of great races that I've had, but putting side by side to their results, it's they're very different races. They're often racing the most competitive races in the world, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't extremely intimidated by those guys. But I was also finding a mix of having racing my own race while also I had a real goal of wanting to podium, and I knew that if I wanted to podium, I would have to step outside my comfort zone a little bit and find some ways to race the race. So early on, I wanted to not let them get too far out of sight and kind of judge the effort, and it seemed pretty reasonable early on. And then Ludo just did his own thing, but had some back and forth with Tom for a while, and that gave me some confidence that I did belong in the race and in the front. And it just comes with experience too. I've been been about a decade in doing these mountain races and TMB and Broken Arrow and some competitive races. So I feel like I know myself and my body and my my efforts to be able to judge in the moment in the race if this is it's plain stupid, or if it's going to set me up well to get a podium. And I think if you're overly conservative, you got a lot of time to make up if other guys are going out hard. But if you go out too hard, I think Hardrock is one of those races that you will pay for it dearly.
Yeah. We saw you coming out of your A on the Bear Creek climb, and looking strong and steady. Heard from a number of my co-commentators that you're really, really strong. We saw you pass Tom kind of in one of those sections. Just bring us into that moment. Was it a bit of a boost? Were you kind of chasing him? Did you know you were that close?
Yeah,
and then did you intentionally kind of gap? Try to put a gap, because you ended up putting some solid time, and obviously he ended up not moving on too much further from that point. But tell us a little bit about that moment.
Yeah, that storyline started a bit earlier in the day, before we summited Kroger's, and I was gaining on him, 2 Kroger's, and then kind of like got to the top of Kroger's at the same where we took the tequila shot.
I heard that. Wait,
Seriously?
I heard that you peer pressured him into doing this.
I mean, I didn't pressure him, but I was like, well, I'm going to have one. And he's like, I guess I'll.
We need to know how big they are. Are they thimbles? Are they full shots? Like, what are we talking about here?
It was like around a shot. It was like a normal shot. I mean, I personally wanted a little confidence on that descent.
Dude, that is
I actually didn't do that descent.
That is such a home field advantage, sort of hazing. Like, hey, you're in America, bro. Like,
He was
we do
sitting
tequila
down.
shots
He
at
was
our
sitting
ultras.
down. He looked like in a good place to take a shot with me. And
What you're telling us is that you completely sabotaged Tom Evans' race by giving him a tequila shot at the top of Kroger's canteen. This is the stuff that
wasn't
we're
the plan.
here for in this interview.
No, so then after that, I was like, you can lead the descent, mainly because I wanted to follow him down. Because I actually didn't do Kroger's, even though I've been here for 5 weeks. I wanted to keep some parts of the course like a mystery. And
that's an iconic one to leave a mystery. I really like that approach. That's a cool, because that's a legendary spot, and like to leave yourself that little treat on race day is pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome, and it was a bit eye opening. I'm like, this is pretty special.
Yes.
You just fling yourself off of a cliff, and do your best to stay upright, but you don't actually like. Maybe Ludo's the only one that actually can stay upright on that descent. But it was a blast. Yeah, I made it down in one piece, and then we were back and forth a little bit on Camp Bird. A bit quicker than I wanted to go, maybe 6:45 pace, and I was like, I told myself I wasn't going under 7-minute pace.
It looked like you were maybe just not
so early.
Yeah,
so early in the day, and it was hot. You're like 100 feet. It's like increases a degree in temperature.
Yep.
It's a spot where like I just didn't need to, and knowing that how I caught him going up Kroger's, I was like, oh, he'll come back to me again out of Uray. So I just let him do his thing. And back to your question about going up Bear Creek, I didn't know like how quickly I would catch him. When I caught him as quickly as I did, just within the first probably 15 minutes climbing.
Yeah.
I feel like something was up. I knew something was wrong,
Yeah.
and he wasn't just having like a slightly off day or whatnot. So it's really unfortunate with how his day ended, but
Yeah,
you just never know. And my guess for him when I was talking to people was like, he's either going to blow it out of the water and win, or he's going to like blow up because of the altitude. I was like kind of calling that shot, and that's how it happened. But
did you get into any details? Like, did he open up about any of the struggles he was having during the race, or were you guys kind of game face?
No, he was game face. I'm kind of a chatter in the races, actually, even if it's like my direct competitor and we're racing Run Rabbit for $15,000 or $20,000. I'll still like it's like hanging out. It's like, dude, we're out here for so long.
That's a strategy in and of itself. Like, I'm so chill right now that I'm just gonna have a quick conversation. Like, that is a little bit of a gamer move.
He did not open up. He didn't really share how bad he was feeling, and I know he was feeling bad.
Yeah.
But
I think he definitely, I think, had to get some medical attention for some altitude sickness. So hoping he's okay for sure.
It's definitely an advantage, like spending time at high altitude. It doesn't make you immune to it, but it helps you become more comfortable with that discomfort of trying hard high.
Yeah. So like you were saying though, that all played out, in the context of watching the live stream and thinking about how long you guys had been out there, it felt like a lot led up to that, and there was a lot involved in that pass, and it felt pretty decisive. But at the same time, you guys had a lifetime ahead of you. Anything could happen after that point. There's, you know, multiple super high altitude passes in between you and the finish, lots of technical downhill, lots of grueling uphills that if you're not feeling well, you know, you could be running 30-minute miles when you should be running 17-minute miles, and, you know, a couple miles of that, and you could flip-flop with somebody. So what was, I guess, at that point when you made what felt at the moment to be a pretty decisive move against Tom, did you carry that forward and think, hey, you know, maybe this is something that lasts until the end of the race, or when did it actually kind of feel like it was actually going to last?
Yeah, I try not to think too much about what's already happened, and and think more about what's going to happen, or like how the future of the race could play out. And obviously, I didn't discount like he would never come back. I was talking to my pacer, and it's like, dude, we just passed a UTMB Western States champion. Mm-hmm. Like he's a goat, and like anything can happen. But I wanted to look forward, and I knew I was within striking range of Ludo for a little bit. And then it was like 30 minutes or something, you know, for a while. Actually, I think it kind of stayed around that like half hour.
Yeah.
And then we got like, I think after Grouse or something, Ludo put like another half hour on me just going over like handies or something. So, but yeah, I don't like dwelling on like worrying about, you know, oh, like he's going to come back and pass me. So I better like keep the gas on. Like I was really just staying the course and like doing my race. And I think you're right, anything can happen. And I had a few like really rough miles towards the end, and David Ayala was there ready to pick me off, you know, and he ended up with, you know, at some point I'm sure I was well over an hour ahead of him, and, you know, finishing closer to like 30-40 minutes behind me, and was really, really strong finishing. And you're right, it takes like 2 bad miles, and there's a half an hour to Hardrock.
This might be an interesting insight for people who watch the live stream, but what level of information are you getting out there? Because obviously all of us are hearing all day about who's where. You know, a lot of it has to do with the same updates that you might be getting about where people are, you know, at the last checkpoint. But hey, at the very least, even if the cell signal is bad and, you know, the live stream is only getting updates about who went through where, you know, that means you're getting less information than, say, the viewers are about how far the person is behind you. So is your pacer checking the live tracker? Like, what's getting put in your ear? How much information did you have out there?
It's kind of word of mouth.
Yeah.
And I actually think it's not very reliable a lot of times too.
Yeah. Volunteers
want to know how
are legendarily unreliable.
Who's gaining on me? Who am I gapping? Like, you know, how far is Ludo ahead of me now? Or what's happening to Tom? And most of the time it's just a waste, I feel like, of like your state of mind. And but you know, at Cunningham, Anna was like, hey, David's gaining on you, and he's probably about 30 to 40 minutes back. And I wasn't feeling good. And I knew the climb to Little Giant was going to be really hard for me. And that helped me kick into another gear and not like let off a bit. So there's moments where it's really nice, and there's a lot of moments where it means absolutely nothing, and it's probably the wrong information. Especially with Hardrock, I mean, as soon as you leave town, as soon as you leave Telluride, Ouray, or Silverton, like you're out of service. So that makes it even more challenging. But it's actually wild how many Starlinks I saw out and about on course.
Yeah.
So that was like really cool. I mean, probably like 20 or something.
Yeah.
There's like one person out in the middle, say like Bull Creek. We saw like a headlamp, and I don't know how they hiked in to get to that spot, but it was like just doing like maybe some live streaming or like updates and stuff. I was like, that's so impressive. Like, it's just so remote and so wild that that was kind of cool.
So you said that you had a little bit of kind of some nutrition, maybe stomach GI stuff. What'd you do to remedy or try to switch gears? Like, were you able to continue fueling, or did you have to kind of just say, hey, like I'm not able to keep things in right now. I'm just gonna, I guess, how do you problem solve in those moments?
Yeah, I think that you got to switch something around, because if you just stop eating, it catches up to you so fast, especially at Hardrock, because you're using so much energy on those climbs. Like, you got to fuel before you start climbing to give yourself, like, you know, the best shot at making it up, your best effort. But I had some issues with gels. My stomach, I'm finding I can really tolerate gels for like maybe 12, 14 hours, and then I got to like try something else. So some like low calories. Precision is my go-to, and it works amazing until like anything. It's just my body's like, no, you're not having gels anymore. So I had some soups. I had some, actually, funny, right after I took the tequila shots at the canteen, I had pierogies there, and those were so good.
Nice. Man, I've heard legendary
so
things about these pierogies.
I was like, this is another thing I have to try. And like, I was like holding one in my hand as I was bombing the descent. I'm like, this is like flopping around, just like eat it while I'm like
Nice.
jumping around.
But it tasted good. And
It's so
sat
good.
Well?
Yeah,
Nice.
I would do it again.
I feel like pierogies and tequila sound like a pretty appropriate combination. But you have the tequila, and like, what are you going to reach for? If it's not like Taco Bell, it should
We
probably
need
be
a
something
tequila sponsor for Hard Rock.
similarly
Come on.
fatty and fried.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
But nutrition's a constant struggle. It's just I also feel like the older I get, the less tolerant my stomach is, GI is, and I'm part of me is almost like I'm just never going to figure it out completely because it's always different.
That's kind of interesting because I feel like the general narrative in the sport right now is that the nutrition game is coming around so much, both with kind of like the modernization of gels and the way that people are paying more attention to it than they used to. But you feel like as you're getting older, you're able to take less or having to switch your nutrition strategy. What's that been like?
Yeah, it's more like my stomach is less tolerant of trying to exclusively do gels. Like palate fatigue is real, and just my stomach's like why haven't you had like Whole Foods in a while? So the reality with the Whole Foods is like, yeah, great, some like salty soup's nice, but it's gonna get you 10 minutes up the climb. You got to have much more substance and like something more calorically dense, and I think it's something I need to integrate like more deeply in my nutrition plan.
Olive oil? You gonna go the Killian route? I don't know.
I've heard of some folks incorporating like some strategically planned real food, even if they don't need it yet, but it helps.
Fat.
Yeah, protein and fat, like over a longer race. Doing those things early helps the palate fatigue sort of stave off until later.
Yeah, and it's always just like because like you don't really do that in training.
Yeah,
you're like 5, 6, 7 hour long runs. You're not like trying solid foods. You're like pretty exclusively using your gel or whatever. And
I feel like we need so many more savory options too. It's like we always need. It's always too sweet. So like.
I'm a savory person big time, so maybe that's part of it.
For sure.
So speaking of nutrition, what was the vibe at the aid stations out there? Did you have a favorite? Was the energy like?
I mean, I just want to say the best aid stations of any race I've ever done.
Yeah.
I was blown away.
Shout out to the aid stations, Hard Rock.
No, truly, I was like, there's so many people here and they're so helpful and there's so much good food, so many options. I like left with a breakfast burrito in my like Dara belt at one point.
Sweet.
And just tossed it in like my pole carry as I was like climbing up the hill, and then ate it going down.
The Dara belt also good for burritos.
Also good for burritos. I know. I was like, that would have been a great photo.
Either a flask or a
flask
Morgan tortilla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aid station's awesome. Volunteers awesome.
Yeah, nothing to complain about. It was just like so helpful.
Yeah.
I think the last question for me is just kind of like, how do you stay mentally engaged? I mean, Hard Rock is an event where, there's a good chance you're going to spend a lot of time by yourself or just with your pacer, just due to the nature that there's not that many participants. And you're out there for a really long time. So what do you do to kind of, I don't know, keep your mind occupied, stay positive, like any tricks that you have on keeping the mental game up?
Yeah, it's a great question. Before the interview, Chris asked what my major was, and I said psychology. So I like throwing some psychology into my racing in the sense of like trying to find ways to like help time pass faster. And I think one of those, I'm not going to give away all my secrets, but one of the ways is like not being overly conscious about time passing.
Yeah.
So like the more you're looking at your watch, the more you're like, checking the time, how fast you're going, or how much you've climbed or whatever. It makes the day go by longer. I think there's a little like some like Jedi mind tricks to help the day go by more quickly. So I feel like I can distract myself pretty easily too, and keep effort without like like over analyzing how much farther I have to go. The more you think about like big picture, like how long the race is as a whole or how much time you have, longer time's going to take. So, and then picking up a pacer, it's like I see it as a checkpoint, and I am all about pacers, especially at Hard Rock, and just like we're out there for a really long time, and running can be boring, and like with my buddies. So
true.
I was looking forward to Ure, and Ure came pretty quick, and then the next thing I know, I have a partner to run with the whole time, and like talk, if not, just me.
I feel like it's been a while since I've heard someone make an unqualified take in favor of pacers.
We had a little debate.
Yeah, I heard there's a debate.
Especially with Hard Rock. Like, I don't know. From a safety standpoint, I
yeah.
I think it's different per race, in my opinion.
I never felt like my my life was in jeopardy, or like this direction especially. I mean, like the Bear Creek area. That's
I'm trying to help you with your pro pacer here, Jimmy. I'm trying to help you. Why
well,
are
I was
you
just thinking
pro
like
pacers?
safety wise. There's some sections where it would really suck to get hurt, but like.
You
have
didn't
a
see
tracker.
Tara Dower out there. She definitely
She
needed
needed
a
a
pacer.
pacer. Holy smokes, she needed a pacer.
Sorry, what did you ask?
Just you said you're pro pacer.
Yeah. I just because like at the end of the day, it's just running, and like why not share the moments with someone else? And like I have something really special to talk about with Patrick and Caleb, for forever. We had
Caleb
some
Wilson paced which section?
The last section
Okay.
from Sherman home.
And
I've
then,
heard of him.
And then who is your other pacer?
Patrick Parcell. So we go all the way back
Heard of
to
him,
he went to
too.
UC Davis. I went to Chico State. Back then, now he lives in Midway, where I live,
Sweet.
and we're neighbors, training buddies.
Awesome.
So he had the Uray to Sherman section, and
awesome.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll have Caleb back though. Like,
Oh.
I slowed down. I slowed down quite a bit with Caleb.
Ooh.
So Patrick, I was flying with Patrick.
Oh boy. Okay.
Clip that.
Hot take.
Wow.
I'm not sure if Caleb will be invited back to pacing
he's
duties.
awesome.
Well,
I love
speaking
the
of everything we've just been talking about, everything from high quality aid stations to Caleb frickin' Olson. You had a decision to make back in December. You were one of those extraordinarily lucky people to be selected via the lottery to both Western States and Hardrock. What was that decision process like? Was it about what sort of fitness you felt like you wanted to get in? Was it about which race you felt like might be harder to get back into in the future? What was it?
Yeah.
What was that day like? And
That's-
how did you decide?
It's so funny. So I was with Anna. We were watching the stream, and I got picked number 23 on the Western States wait list, and I was like, "Oh crap, 23, lucky number."
It's
and
pretty
like,
much a guarantee.
pretty much a
Yeah.
guarantee. I heard too, and I was like, Michael Jordan's number, and it's like I've had bib number 23 is my UTMB bib number.
Oh,
at least.
really?
So
Oh, man.
I was like, 23 is my lucky number. I guess I'll do your speed workout with you today, Anna. And then like 30 minutes later, as we were about ready to leave, we had like the Hardrock to leave for a workout. The Hardrock lottery is open, and they called my name, I think, last.
Oh,
as a
really?
Dale pick. I think it might have been, and we were just like, oh my god, what? So I was like, what a lucky day. And it was a pretty quick decision to do, that I do Hardrock because one, it is so much harder to get into, but also it's something that's really like I knew at the time it was going to be this way in my training, but when I was here for the last 5 weeks, it was made so clear that training for Hardrock is like the mountains every day, and training for Western States I think is like it's pretty grindy. I'm very aware of Western States. I've paced it multiple times and helped Anthony Costales a few years back when he podiumed, and I felt like I would enjoy the process of getting ready for Hardrock, and I'm a true just mountain runner at heart, and I don't think Western States is really a mountain race. So I like running at altitude.
Clip that too. Hot take.
I do like a little bit more rugged, like steeper terrain. Like I love climbing, big climbs.
Yeah.
Maybe if Western States was in the other direction, if they switched it every other year and there's an uphill Western, be really into that. But I mean, it's still 100 miles. It's hard no matter what. But I felt a bit more inspired for Hardrock. It just spoke to me more, and the remoteness of the course, all the aspects that go into making Hardrock its own challenging race, like differently than Western States. And also, like, I turned 39 a few weeks ago, and I'm not getting any faster, but I feel like I'm getting stronger, actually. I feel like my mountain fitness in these like hard hundreds, just because of the experience that I have, it's like I'm not even sure I've reached my my peak yet. I feel like I could have another 4 years, 5 years, especially after Ludo.
According to Ludo,
I'm no Ludo, but
according
he gives me hope.
Yeah, I mean,
but you got to be so fast for Western States and to compete. And
You
like,
do.
at this point in my career, I wouldn't want to do Western States to just do it. Like, I'd want to do it competitively and top 10 or Masters record or something. And I was like, let's go for Hardrock first. So I'd still love to do Western States. Maybe in the next few years. I have 8 years, I think, of entering. So I'll be getting in the next few years, I think.
Yeah, solid.
You were in one time before via golden ticket and had to drop out.
Canyons 100K, I
injury,
got
I
injured.
believe.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it's 2 times having the opportunity to run, and we know we'll see you out there for
Yeah,
sure.
I'll get out there.
Yeah,
I'll get out there.
I earlier in this conversation you mentioned feeling a little intimidated by the likes of Ludo and Tom because of the resume that they have of performances at the biggest races in the world. and by comparison, you know, a lot of your racing is pretty local, which makes you honestly kind of a fan favorite in the U.S. here, because those races are all really meaningful to us. Everything from Wasatch to the Mammoth to Cascade Crest. I saw Angeles Crest on your schedule coming up.
It's on right now, yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
But you know, it sure, those results maybe are a little flashier, but those of us here who have followed the sport for a long time know that, you know, not only are the races here at home super meaningful, but also your performances in particular there put you up with the likes of Ludo and Tom and you know, compared to their races on the international stage. So I don't think anyone was in doubt, at least in this gym, coming into the race this weekend. So we're proud of you.
It felt really special, and it also made me leave it all out there and really try to make I think it was an interview maybe with Iron Farr right before the race where I was like, I just want it to be exciting. I want to like do something exciting or be a part of something kind of exciting. I don't want it to just same from the beginning to the end of the race, and I could very well see that happening, you know, where like Ludo just takes it out and then Tom and then me or something. But I think I was able to do that a little bit, you know, get some cool footage, you know, with like Tom and I, and make it interesting for a little while. So I think I can ask for more than that. But,
mission accomplished on that.
Yeah. How'd the shoes do? Did you go with the 055s?
055, yeah. I think having like extra cushion
was
really
with that
nice.
choice?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it just absorbed so much more of that energy from, you know, all that descending mainly.
Yeah.
So, it was a great
Awesome.
the Norder 055, yeah.
Shout out Norder 055. Available now, I think?
Yeah, it launched on the 9th. Yeah.
Awesome. Cool.
We'll try to get it.
Well, congrats. Second place. Hopefully be back and choose to
awesome.
repeat this race again, maybe in the future.
I really want to come back and
break your own rule.
I really want to come back and be more part of like the deeper culture of the race, I think, because I haven't spent a ton of time out here until this summer.
Mhm.
So I'd love to come and like, you know, help at an aid station or get my hands dirty a little bit. Meet some more people in the community would be sweet.
For sure.
That's
well,
awesome.
I'm sure it'll be welcome back anytime.
Yeah.
So it was awesome. I think
Yeah.
you crushed it. And
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll let you get some rest, but thanks for spending some time.
I appreciate you guys.
All right, Jimmy Elam, everyone. Is it? I get really tingly fingers after races. It might.
like that.
Ultra fit. With room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra. Stay out there.
Believe has always been one of my biggest mantras. I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth, and I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
I see it both. Hey, welcome back to Mountain Outpost coverage of the 2026 edition of the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. I'm Corinne Chalvoy, and I am here with special guest and recent finisher Jason Schlarb. Welcome, Jason.
It's good to be here.
Yeah, Jason, you're absolutely I would call a veteran of the Hardrock Endurance Run. Have run it multiple times. Tell us a little bit about this year. What was the experience for you?
The experience was kind of a mixed experience. I've been getting ready for a baby.
We're going to talk about that. We're going to tell that story here.
And so, I don't know if Jimmy mentioned, we spent 4 weeks in a row training long runs together, and just that alone was a fantastic Hardrock experience.
It's awesome.
And we were able to explore and play and spend 4 to 7 hours on the course or in the San Juans together. And so that Hardrock experience just by itself, and then it was really good to be able to come back the 4th time, and Hardrock is extra special. And so I'm happy to finish it, get a finish that wasn't quite as fast as the last 2 times, but in a lot of ways, I'm more proud of this one.
Tell us about that. So 2016, famously, you and Kilian Jornet, some people have heard of that guy, finished together. Really, I'm sure unique and a whole long story in and of itself, but you're a previous champion. That's years ago.
Yeah, it was kind of that symmetry of 10 years ago and still beating the 5th fastest guy to run the course, and, you know, skiing the Hardrock and, you know, living here, being a big influence in why we chose to live in Durango and move here 12 years ago. Just all around, Hardrock is something very, very special to me. And so it was good to be here. It was a very interesting day for me.
Yeah, we saw you actually up front, pack for a while. And, you know, maybe tell us, was that kind of the plan going in? Were you really just going by effort, and kind of what happened that changed, you know, your strategy and how you were thinking about the day in general?
My strategy was to, you know, let Tom and Ludo, you know, do what they were going to do, and really kind of pay more attention to Jimmy and David. You know, going up, and then Dylan came up and ran with me up to Oscars, and we could see, you know, just a switchback or 2 ahead, all of those guys, along with Kaiser was up there.
Ryan Smith. I don't
maybe,
know. I don't know if there was
Ryan
a Kaiser.
Smith.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I didn't know who it was exactly, but I know that there was a guy up there that was with Jimmy, behind Ludo and Tom. And we kind of back and forth, Debo and I and him, and going into Bear Creek, into Telluride, and everything was going well. You know, I think it, you know, the gap was appropriate, and I was being patient and waiting for. Hopefully, I was waiting to be able to, you know, run. My plan was to run Sherman to the finish. Able to have wheels in that fast descent.
Yep.
Running that section before. Just so much runnable terrain there that you can really, really move all the way up. Piece. The good. When past Tom, he was delirious and leaning, and it was super scary. And you know, found myself in 3rd place, and with Courtney not too far behind me. But then the puke monster came.
Oh no!
It hit me on the way up Handy's, and Courtney I hear on the way down. But yeah, I got into Sherman, and I was just completely wiped out. Didn't have any nutrition for a few hours, and just take a nap. And,
yeah.
Had Rich at Lockwood join me, and you know, Howie said, you know, at the pre-race briefing, you can't DNF. And for me, that is true, because, you know, even if I'm miserable and even if I'm walking downhill, to look around where I'm at, it's favorite play. So. And also need to get another finish so I can have it come back.
And there's the finishers lot, or the finishers pool.
Yeah.
How you slept for a good amount of time? Have you done that in other races or other Hardrocks? Like, this was the first time taking a nap.
Yes, absolutely.
So what was that like? Because like,
it was terrible. I didn't even nap. It was really. I left Sherman with Rich.
Okay.
And I just had no fuel in my stomach. Couldn't eat anything I had, and I was going to go 9 miles with over 3,000 feet of climbing in the dark, in the cold. And I realized a mile in, when I was still puking, that I might just like over and freeze to death. So that's what motivated the nap. And the nap was just meant to, like, I have to get the stomach settled so I can eat something and then leave.
Okay.
So I didn't want it to take hours, but it ended up taking 3 hours. And
Were you able to get some food in and?
yes,
feel a
I
little
started.
better?
Didn't have a gel.
Yeah.
Ever from
that
mile
point on?
whatever that is 70 to the finish. So it was a death march, but again, it was beautiful. It was gorgeous. I share it with one of my best friends and teammate.
Rich.
So yeah,
Did he do all of the pacing?
he did
they
44
still-
miles of
Woo!
pacing. Yeah.
All right. When did you find out your partner expected it and to be due any moment? And she did deliver your new baby. When did you find out?
Here's the story. And I wanted a summer baby. We knew that July would risky with Hardrock, but I had a 19% chance or something like that in the lottery, and we decided, I didn't even watch the lottery. Like I didn't expect to get in. We got in and then decided, it's probably like beginning or the end of July or something. It won't be right at Hardrock, but the due date is the 13th. And so our first child was born almost 2 weeks early.
Okay.
And so my wife is also a rocker. She was 6th in 2023.
Yep.
And she said that she wanted me to do Hardrock, and that this really special, and we'll take the risk.
Yeah.
I can hold the baby, is what she said.
I can control
I'm not going to let the baby come out.
I can control my body.
So she had the baby when I was going up Cataract Gulch.
Wow.
And I'd finished, and nothing 2 minutes later, I called her and found out that Jasper was born at 4:30 this morning. Her water broke at 3.
Okay.
Had the baby home with her mom. The
Wow.
midwife couldn't get there quick enough.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Jasper, that's an awesome
Jasper,
beautiful name.
yeah.
Love it. So you have a reason to get the heck out of here and go see.
So I'm
the
the first
baby.
person to ski Hardrock. I've won
What
Hardrock.
do you mean by that? Did
We
you
skied
ski
it
the
in 4
entire
days.
course?
We skied the entire course.
Do you skin it and then ski the descents?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Did in March of 2016, the year I won.
Very cool.
Me and 2 other guys, and it's never been done since. Way harder than running it.
Okay.
It's 15 hours of skiing a day.
Wow.
It was terrible. But yeah, so I've won, I've skied it, and I've had my daughter born during Hardrock. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure anybody else is going to do that. That's a pretty
No,
tall order.
no, I'm pretty proud of all 3 of those accomplishments.
Amazing. Amazing. Well, way to power through, get it done. Congratulations on both Hardrock finish and the baby. And hopefully you'll be back in the near future, maybe next year.
Yeah, what will happen next time?
All right. Well, thanks. Thanks, Jason.
You bet.